Chapter 111. Great River City. The three yellow spirit talismans of unknown effects were most likely the trump cards that Qian Rongming had mentioned. Li Qingshan had also learned from Yen Song that spirit talismans were also divided into grades. Although these three were also yellow spirit talismans, they were much brighter than the spirit talismans that Li Qingshan had on him. They were at least low grade or mid grade. His eyesight was still not good enough. Holy Church. The spirit talismans and spirit artifacts that ordinary people of the Jianghu could obtain with money were mostly inferior goods. They were made by novices who had just learned how to forge artifacts or create talismans. Even if ordinary people obtained true grade spirit talismans and spirit artifacts, they would find it difficult to use them. At the very least, if they bit the tip of their tongue and spit out blood, it would be very difficult to activate a low-grade spirit talisman. Finally, he no longer had to carry those miscellaneous items on him. Other than the Sumeru ring, which he could not put into it, Li Qingshan placed all of his possessions into the 100 treasures pouch. He checked his own belongings. Including the silver that Qian Rongming had brought, he had a total of 70 to 80,000 silver notes, several spirit talismans, 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills, and other small items like healing pills. However, other than the Sumeru ring, the most precious thing on him was not these, but a demon core. He had taken it from the rat general in Boundless Mountain. Of course, Xianyue did not think much of it, and had left it for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not know how to use it, and did not dare to eat anything, so he kept it in a small bottle. He took it out to admire it, and then placed it into the 100 treasures pouch. Finally, he put the 100 treasures pouch back into his robes. The feeling of having a great increase in his wealth was really quite good. Li Qingshan's murderous nature was aroused, and he wondered if he should go all out and find that Qian Rongji and cut the weeds by the roots. It had to be said that killing and robbing was addictive. Why did humans incessantly wage war? It was because stealing from others was always much faster than creating for oneself. However, he immediately suppressed this thought. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but that he was worried that if he did this, his murderous nature would be aroused, and he would kill the black-faced man next door as well, taking his things. He definitely had the strength to do so. He didn't even need to release his demonic power. As long as he joined hands with Little and, he could do it. On the one hand, the other person had something you wanted, and on the other hand, you had the strength to take it without paying any price. How many people could suppress their greed and desire? Even with the suppression of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his primitive instincts that were no different from those of demons urged him to do this. However, acting on instinct was not the path he wanted. While he was constantly obtaining great power, he was also constantly learning how to control this power so that he wouldn't lose himself. At the same time, he also realized something else. When a person had great power, they would become very terrifying. Qian Rongming probably thought this way. He killed Li Qingshan without paying any price. He could easily breathe a sigh of relief. It was as natural as eating and drinking. The dangers of the cultivation path of the human world were probably even greater than the boundless mountains. Li Qingshan dismissed these stray thoughts. If Qian Rongji did not come to provoke him, then so be it, but if she did, then he would kill her as well. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of looking for her right now. He picked up the bones on the ground with his clothes and made his way to the door, planning to toss them into the river and destroy all evidence. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the black-faced man next door staring at him in disbelief. He stared at the bones in his hand. What a coincidence! Li Qingshan was slightly surprised before greeting him with a smile. Afterwards, he made his way around the black-faced man and tossed the bundle into the pitch-black river. He was so relaxed that it was like he was not tossing a corpse, but admiring the night scenery. This was not because his mental fortitude far surpassed ordinary people. Instead, it was because of his fearless composure from his strength. The black-faced man stiffened all over. He clenched and unclenched his fists. His gaze towards Li Qingshan was no longer scornful. Instead, it was filled with caution and even a sliver of fear. He had been waiting in a dark corner outside the door the entire time, ready to launch a sneak attack when the opportunity presented itself. However, the person who emerged from the door was not Qian Rongming, but Li Qingshan, who he thought would definitely die. There was no need to ask who the gloomy white bones belonged to. However, even if he launched a sneak attack, it would be very difficult for him to kill Li Qingshan in a single strike. That was not a chicken or duck, but a Qi practitioner that was 10 times more ferocious than a lion or tiger. He was very tempted to ask how Li Qingshan had done it, but when he saw Li Qingshan's smile, he was unable to say anything. Even more terrifyingly, he could not sense the existence of Qi on Li Qingshan right now. Just like how the unknown was the most terrifying. The sacred church. After successfully tossing the corpse away, Li Qingshan asked the black-faced man, "What's your name?" The black-faced man no longer showed any disdain. He said carefully, "Diao Fei." He felt like the current Li Qingshan was slightly different from how he was during the day. This teenager seemed to be hiding something terrifying on him. Of course, it might just be a false impression. Li Qingshan said, "Are you going to Jiaping City to join the Hawkwolf Guard as well?" "Yes." "What a coincidence." "Me too." Diao Fei tensed up, ready to deal with any attacks. However, Li Qingshan clearly had no such plans. He continued, "How many people will the Hawkwolf Guard be recruiting this time?" 3. "So few." Diao Fei fell silent. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to ask for more information, but when he saw how cautious he was, he shrugged and returned to his room. Diao Fei suddenly asked, "May I ask for your name, sir?" Once he arrived in Jiaping City, this teenager might become a powerful opponent. Li Qingshan. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Diao Fei thought about it, but he was unable to remember where he had heard it before. He returned to his room as well. Afterwards, he did not sleep for the entire night, remaining vigilant at all times. As soon as Li Qingshan returned to his room, he sensed something. He opened the window and gazed into the distance. All he saw was a figure leaping off the ship when it was relatively close to the shore. She landed on a sandbank and quickly vanished into the jungle. From the figure, he could tell it was Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. This woman really was quite decisive and cunning. She must have realized something was amiss when Qian Rongming did not return. She did not investigate or question him, directly leaping off the ship and fleeing. Shaking his head and casting this matter aside, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of qi gathering pills. He opened it and took a look. There were only 3 in there, and each one was the size of a longan. He took one out and ingested it, beginning to cultivate. As expected, with the assistance of the external pill, his cultivation speed increased slightly. The medicinal effects replenished his true qi, and true qi circulated through his body. As he inhaled and exhaled, time flew. Very soon, a qi gathering pill was refined in his body. Li Qingshan took out another qi gathering pill and ingested it. If other practitioners had seen this, they would have been dumbfounded. Who would eat elixirs like jelly beans? Although external elixirs could greatly increase the speed of cultivation, it did not mean that a person could easily become an expert with elixirs and miraculous elixirs. Talent, hard work, a teacher, and even luck were all indispensable. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many medicinal pills one could take. It was not as simple as eating as much as one could and then converting it all into power. Otherwise, alchemists would all be unparalleled experts. For example, Qian Rongming's 9 qi gathering pills were originally used for 3 months. One pill was taken every 10 days to slowly refine the medicinal effects. This was when the family valued it more. The normal speed was to take 1 pill every half a month to ensure that the medicinal effects were not wasted. Who would eat it like Li Qingshan? This was because the medicinal power of a mere qi condensation pill could not possibly remain in his body for more than 10 days. He had to seize every second to convert it into true qi, lest it be plundered by the demonic core and converted into demonic qi. Not a single bit of it would go to waste. Of course, Li Qingshan did not know this. He was still happily thinking that it was indeed faster to take medicinal pills and cultivate. When he ate the 7th qi gathering pill, he had successfully cultivated the innate training of qi to the 2nd tier. Because of the Sumeru rings purifying true qi, he did not feel any bottlenecks at all. He stood up. He could feel the extremely pure true qi coursing through his body. His entire body seemed to be much lighter. He put away the remaining 2 qi gathering pills. With his keen hearing, he heard a commotion coming from afar. The ship was also bustling with noise. He could faintly hear many people saying, "We've arrived at Jiaping City." Li Qingshan went outside in a hurry to take a look. He saw that the deck below was already filled with people, while the river was blocked by a large mountain and made a turn. After making it around the bend, a majestic city sat between the mountains and rivers, unfolding before Li Qingshan's eyes. More accurately speaking, it could not be called a city, as there were no city walls here. It was closer to a modern city. This was the place where two large rivers met. The Yi River flowed into the Qing River here, and the city of Jiaping was spread out on both sides of the river. Rows upon rows of residences, buildings, pagodas, temples, and Taoist monasteries stretched out endlessly in all directions. Further out were boundless golden fields, and large flocks of birds flew freely under the blue sky above the city. Li Qingshan had never seen an ancient city before, but he believed that the city before him was even more expansive and prosperous than the famous bustling places of ancient times like Hangzhou and Yangzhou. The absence of city walls proved the absolute confidence of the ruler. He did not rely on a piece of earth to protect himself. Only a small city like Qingyang had city walls to stop the attacks of bandits and bandits. Truly large cities did not have city walls. This was a city ruled by Qi practitioners. If there really was an enemy that could pose a threat to the city, it would not be something that could be stopped by a stone wall. Instead, it would affect the development of the city. Li Qingshan finally understood why Yi Dechuan would be so overjoyed when he learned he could become a district magistrate here. Even being a minor official here was far better than being in Qingyang City. Just how prosperous would the prefectural city that ruled over the entire Clear River Prefecture be? He was unable to imagine what the commandery city of Rui would be like. Everything before him made him understand that this was not a simple ancient world. The existence of Qi practitioners deeply influenced everything in this world, making it seem like a legend, shrouded in a wondrous luster. Chapter 112. First time at the Hawkwolf Guard on a mountain peak to the north of the city, an iron hawk forged from black iron unfurled its wings that spanned over 30 meters. It stood on a stone platform that stood several meters tall, overlooking the entire Jiaping city. It had no intentions of hiding at all, as if it was announcing arrogantly that the Hawkwolf Guard was responsible for monitoring and protecting the city. Whether you were a person of the Jianghu or a Qi practitioner, you all had to be careful under the gaze of the hawk. Li Qingshan disembarked from the ship and said nothing more. He directly made his way towards the mountain peak. Below the Iron Hawk was a cluster of buildings, which was where the Hawkwolf Guard resided. After he left, Diao Fei disembarked just now and followed behind him. His gaze had already become determined once more. No matter how Li Qingshan hid his strength, it was unable to sway his determination to join the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan followed the neatly arranged stone steps. The two sides of the trees were lush, almost obscuring the sky above. The mountain peak was not particularly tall, only several hundred meters tall. It could not compare to the great mountains of the Boundless Mountains, but when he looked back at Jiaping City at the foot of the mountain, he felt a different sense of spaciousness. At the end of the stone steps was a large stone gateway. On it were the three bold words, Hawkwolf Guard. Past the gateway was a spacious square. At the center was the huge iron hawk. He did not notice it from afar, but only when he got closer did he feel the might of the iron hawk. In particular, the hawk's eyes basically seemed to be staring at people like they were alive. The stone platform beneath his feet was engraved with the same bold words, Hawk eyes the world, Wolf watches the 9 provinces. There was obviously no need for further explanation for Hawk eyes the world. It was like a hawk soaring in the sky gazing down at the land. As for Wolf watch, it described a certain posture. If regular people were called by their name from behind, they would definitely turn around and look back. They would only turn their heads and not their bodies, which was the posture of Wolf Watch. Those who possessed this posture were often crafty and suspicious. Not only were these words filled with heroism, but they also perfectly described the duties of the Hawkwolf Guard. Although Li Qingshan did not know calligraphy, he could immediately tell that these words originated from the same person as the 3 words, Hawkwolf Guard. They possessed an irreplicable, domineering aura that swallowed up the surroundings and swept through everything. It was even more shocking than the huge iron hawk statue. Before Li Qingshan could take a closer look, A young man in green walked over. You've also come to enlist in the Hawkwolf Guard, right? Li Qingshan did not sense any sign of kung fu or qi training from him. Presumably, he was just a waiter or a receptionist. However, he naturally had an aura of command, as expected of a 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Exactly, Li Qingshan said. The green-clothed attendant looked at Li Qingshan in puzzlement. Seeing Li Qingshan's calm expression, he said indifferently, "Follow me." He led Li Qingshan to a large hall. "Go in. Everyone's inside. When you go in, record your name and cultivation first." As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the hall, many gazes immediately landed on him. Every single gaze was as sharp as a blade. Li Qingshan saw over 20 people standing in the hall. There were men and women, young and old. Some stood in groups of 3 or 5, while others meditated alone. Every single one of them was a qi practitioner. They looked at Li Qingshan, and most of their gazes were hostile. Some raised their eyebrows and mocked him, discussing happily with their companions, while some showed disdain and immediately looked away. There were also 1 or 2 people who were rather doubtful. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen so many qi practitioners. He felt rather indescribably excited. He had finally come into contact with the cultivators of this world. Although Xianyue had actually already brought him into contact with them viciously, all of these people were as powerful as monsters. All he felt was admiration and despair. The difference was too great, so it did not feel real at all. Only when he looked at these people now did he truly see them as equals or even look down on them. Li Qingshan saw several dozen wooden plaques hanging on the walls of the hall, with names written on them. After a glance, he arrived before a long table in the corner of the hall. An envoy in black leaned against the table and wrote on it. He said without even raising his head, "Name, origins, master, cultivation. Remember, you can't hide anything or they'll find out." The envoy did not continue, but the threat was self-explanatory. Only then did Li Qingshan understand why these people had remained here. They wanted to learn more about their new opponents. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to take out his Black Wolf tablet and see the Black Hawk commander, Zhuozhibua, so that he could directly join the Hawkwolf Guard. However, he just happened to not see a single proper Hawkwolf Guard. There were only a few envoys in black attending to him, so he gave up on that thought for now. He just happened to want to observe properly. He would see the person in question sooner or later anyway. He refused to believe that Zhuozhibua would remain hidden for such a major event. Li Qingshan, first-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said. As soon as Li Qingshan mentioned his cultivation, he heard a few snickers. Applying for the Hawkwolf Guard as a first-layer qi practitioner? This kid's lost his mind. Go home and drink milk. This isn't where you should be. Is he really a first-layer qi practitioner? I don't think so. Don't tell me he's lying. You're not far from death if you falsely report your cultivation. The people in the hall were all second-layer qi practitioners at the very least. If they possessed innate talent as a qi practitioner, most of them would cultivate diligently and only emerge after breaking through to the second layer. If they practiced inner force and reached the innate realm, they would use the true qi behind them converted from inner force to forcefully break through to the second layer. As a result, there were very few first-layer qi practitioners who roamed the world. Even the green-robed emissary who was recording also raised his head. Really? Those who aren't qi practitioners can't sign up. Although he was not a qi practitioner, he had spent most of his time in the Hawkwolf Guard, so his insight was quite good. He could tell that Li Qingshan did not seem like a qi practitioner at all. Li Qingshan suddenly understood one of his flaws. After experiencing the dangers of the boundless mountains, he had used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to conceal all of his aura. It had basically become an instinctive action. Even after refining true qi, it was still the same. Obviously, he had to firmly suppress his demon qi. He could not allow even a sliver of it to leak out, but there was no need for him to be so cautious with true qi. If he revealed his identity as a qi practitioner at a suitable time, it should save him quite a lot of trouble. As a result, his aura changed. His true qi was no longer suppressed, so it was naturally released, displaying the strength of a first-layer qi practitioner. However, it only led to a roar of laughter. Even the doubtful gazes finally looked away, no longer taking Li Qingshan seriously. The unknown was terrifying, which was why a donkey could scare away a tiger. However, when a donkey used up all 3 of its moves, that was when it would be at its wit's end. The envoy put down his brush and smiled as well. I can tell you're young, so it's not easy for you to possess such talent. Why don't you go home and cultivate for a few more years? You can only go out after you break through to the 2nd layer. The competition this time will be dangerous. Li Qingshan ignored the mockery. He expressed his gratitude towards the kind reminder before saying confidently, I'm confident. The envoy did not comment on that. He continued to record. No clan, no sect, no master. This was Li Qingshan's background. Before long, the envoy finished recording and raised his head. The competition will begin in 3 days. You can leave. Someone will arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay here if you want. Another attendant picked up a wooden sign and hung it at the end of the high wall, hanging it together with the names of the others. Of course, there wasn't any complicated information on it. There was only the name on the front and the cultivation level on the back. This made Li Qingshan sigh. To a Qi practitioner, background and master were all fake. Strength was the only calling card, something that people valued. When he turned around, he looked at the crowd of Qi practitioners as if he was looking at trash. He shook his head and especially said to those who were laughing at him loudly, trash? Arrogance was his nature, and ridiculing others was his talent. Who are you talking about? A Qi practitioner said angrily. He was the one who told Li Qingshan to go home and drink milk. I'll talk to whoever answers. Li Qingshan said. Those who did not speak ill of Li Qingshan naturally did not think that Li Qingshan was scolding them. The Qi practitioner flashed in front of Li Qingshan and suddenly raised his hand, gathering his true Qi. The envoy who was recording said, Private fights on the mountain. Kill without mercy. The Qi practitioner's hand trembled a little, but he still lowered it in the end. The rules of the Hawkwolf Guard were no joke. In the very beginning, when the Hawkwolf Guard recruited new people, they did not care about food or lodging. All they had to do was come on the day of the competition. Afterwards, many people were unable to come. The Qi practitioners lived in Jiaping City. In order to eliminate their opponents, they would basically stop at nothing. Poisoning, ambushing, and assassinating would often end before they even began. As a result, the rules were changed. All the people who came to be recruited would stay on the mountain, and they were forbidden from attacking one another in any way. If they did, they would be killed without mercy. Li Qingshan said, Come bite me, you idiot. How did the saying go? Your brother's low profile doesn't give you the right to show off. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That was his principle in life. You can curse, but I'm not stupid either. The Qi practitioner laughed out of anger. In 3 days, you'll understand what it means to be reckless. A few other Qi practitioners sneered as well. At this moment, Diao Fei walked into the hall. He glanced at Li Qingshan before looking at the wall. He let out a sigh of relief. As it seemed, Li Qingshan's cultivation was indeed at the 1st layer. He had just used some sort of method to hide his cultivation, which gave him quite a fright. However, the method Li Qingshan had used to kill Qian Rongming remained a mystery to him. He dared not be careless. When the other people in the hall saw Diao Fei, they immediately stopped paying attention to Li Qingshan. A 3rd-layer Qi practitioner would be a powerful opponent in the competition this time. They needed to observe him properly. Compared to him, Li Qingshan was just a clown. He was close to death, so there was no need to pay attention to him. Li Qingshan didn't stay in the hall any longer. As soon as he exited the hall, another attendant led him up the mountain. He walked past the lush greenery and fragrant flowers. With the care of a master gardener, the scenery changed every 3 steps. It was too beautiful to behold. When they arrived at a house, the green-robed messenger pointed at a room and said, This is your residence. You already know that no private fights are allowed on the mountain. You can eat 3 meals a day in the hall. If you need anything, you can call us. As long as it's not too much, we'll try our best to satisfy you. Although their attitude was very ordinary, their service was absolutely thorough. Chapter 113. Pearl Dew Pills. Li Qingshan entered his room and ingested the remaining Qi gathering pills as well. However, the innate method of practicing Qi became more difficult the further he progressed. After ingesting the 2 pills, he felt like his growth was no longer very obvious. Of course, this was also due to the pillaging and refinement of the demon core in Sumeru Ring. The sacred hall, however, little did he know that after he left, Qian Rongji had arrived in the hall as well. When she saw Jiao Fei, she lowered her head and hid the hatred in her eyes. Afterwards, she recorded her name as well. She thought Jiao Fei had killed Qian Rongming. Only a stronger qi practitioner could kill a qi practitioner, but she did not question him. Jiao Fei felt wronged, but he did not explain himself. If he did, it would seem like he was afraid of her. At noon, Li Qingshan arrived at the back of the hall. It was almost full already. The exquisite table made of pear blossom which shone brightly, giving off a faint fragrance of flowers. All of the windows were open, and outside the windows was a picturesque view of a garden. It was extremely tranquil and elegant. Delicacies were served up one by one, filling the long table for anyone to choose. It was like a buffet in his past life, except the quality of the food was extremely good. It was on par with the legendary Manchu Han Imperial Feast. After leaving Qingyang City, Li Qingshan had tasted the cooking of many so-called great chefs, but compared to the chefs of the Hawkwolf Guard, it was basically the work of an apprentice. Many dishes made from precious ingredients filled the long table. Li Qingshan gained an even greater understanding of why so many qi practitioners wanted to join the Hawkwolf Guard. Let alone everything else, just the food was enough to give them the luxury of an emperor. He ate happily, which led to quite a few eye rolls. Many qi practitioners came from sects and clans, so they obviously would not be as inexperienced as him. Even though Li Qingshan had already controlled his appetite to make himself seem like a human, a group of people still secretly looked down on him as a starving ghost. Li Qingshan currently ate a dish made from some unknown fish. There was a flash before him, and Jiao Fei sat down in front of him. He took a moment to organize his words. Your concealment technique is very impressive. I couldn't tell in the beginning. Perhaps because he believed no one was bold enough to disobey the rules set down by the Hawkwolf Guard, he seemed much more relaxed now. He did not put up much of a guard or vigilance. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It's probably because I'm too weak." The corner of Jiao Fei's mouth twitched. To be able to silently kill a qi practitioner at the 2nd level and turn him into a horrifying skeleton, was this really weak? He suspected that Li Qingshan cultivated a demonic cultivation technique, which was why he didn't want to show it to others. It was a pity that Qian Rongming really treated Li Qingshan as a pushover and lost his life. Li Qingshan said, "From the looks of it, this isn't your first time here, right?" Jiao Fei said, "Good eyesight. This is my 2nd time." Then there was silence. Li Qingshan said, "Right, do you have qi gathering pills?" Jiao Fei said, "Of course there is." "Why?" The qi condensing pill was the most common external pellet used by qi practitioners. Of course it was very precious, but it was also very common. Li Qingshan wiped his mouth and pushed aside the cutlery in front of him. "Can you sell some to me?" Jiao Fei said, "If you're talking about silver, then forget it." Sure enough, it was just as Li Qingshan had expected. To qi practitioners, the gold and silver of the secular world no longer held much meaning. Li Qingshan said, "Of course not silver. It's talismans." "What?" Jiao Fei was shocked. There was no qi practitioner that did not carry a few talismans with them. In order to participate in this competition, he had made ample preparations. These talismans were a qi practitioner's trump card, or even a second life. Selling talismans before the battle was like selling the weapons in one's hands before entering the battlefield. It was unbelievable. Li Qingshan fished out all the talismans from his 100 treasures pouch and laid them out on the table. He was very confident in the security of the Hawkwolf Guard. He asked, "How is it?" Immediately it was not just Jiao Fei. The gazes of everyone in the hall were drawn over. Jiao Fei's breathing halted slightly. Apart from 2 inferior talismans, the rest were all low grade. Most importantly, there was even a mid-grade talisman, the Lightning Strike talisman. That was a divine item that could turn the tables in crucial moments. Even a 3rd-layer qi refining cultivator would be seriously injured if they were not careful, or even killed on the spot. 1 qi condensing pill for 1. Jiao Fei immediately extended his hand towards the talismans. As long as he had these talismans, victory was guaranteed. Li Qingshan accepted all the talismans and smiled. The price seems a little low. I'll pay 15 qi condensing pills for all your talismans, a qi practitioner in green said suddenly. He was young, but his clothes were luxurious. He could tell with a single glance that he came from an aristocratic clan. Li Qingshan laid out his hands at Jiao Fei. Look, someone's raised the price. The reason why he had chosen to carry out the transaction in public was because he did not know the normal price. However, before the qi practitioner had even finished speaking, another qi practitioner said, I'll pay 15 qi condensing pills for your talisman. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He looked at the talisman in his hand. Although he knew talismans like that possessed the densest spiritual qi, he never thought it would be worth so many qi condensing pills. Many qi practitioners gathered over, and their eyes all shone brightly. Li Qingshan believed that if it were not for the fact that he was in the Hawkwolf Guard, he would have been surrounded and attacked already. However, right now, no one was even bold enough to speak ill of him. As a matter of fact, two of the qi practitioners who had mocked Li Qingshan just now even approached him shamelessly. The qi practitioner who had directly clashed with Li Qingshan cursed him under his breath with an ugly expression, idiot. However, he became even more vicious inside. I'd like to see how you die without these talismans. He had no idea what Li Qingshan was planning. Li Qingshan had no plans to take part in the competition at all. He had Wang Pushi's promise, so how could he not make use of it? However, Li Qingshan already had enough trump cards on him. These talismans were nothing at all. Exchanging them for pills and rapidly converting them into his own power was what mattered the most. Li Qingshan stood up and said loudly, everyone please calm down. I'm selling all of these talismans, but they'll go to the highest bidder. We'll exchange pills for talismans, and we'll be fair to everyone. Let's start with this Swift Breeze talisman. He ranked the talismans in his hand according to their spiritual qi, going from weak to strong. He actually began an auction on the spot. The envoys in green all looked over, but none of them interfered. However, they really had never seen anyone selling talismans here before. I'll pay a qi condensing pill. Someone answered immediately. 2. Li Qingshan said. Is there anyone else who's willing to pay a higher price? After asking for a while, someone finally made a bid of 3 pills. After that, no one else placed a bid. It seemed that low-grade talismans weren't too important to qi practitioners. Zhang Xian accepted the 3 qi gathering pills and handed the talisman back to the qi practitioner. Actually, the price of the talisman had already completely exceeded its normal price. Normally, it would be very rare for it to be worth a qi condensing pill, as everyone understood that compared to these external items, pills that could increase one's strength were the way to go. But at a time like this, the situation was reversed. No matter how many qi condensing pills they had, they could not increase their strength immediately. However, an additional talisman, even if it was inferior, could immediately increase their strength by a little. It would give them a better chance in the upcoming competition. If they did not buy it themselves, it was very likely for their opponent to obtain it, which would become a tool to defeat or even kill them. Even the lowest grade of inferior talismans could be the straw that broke the camel's back. On one hand, it was the beautiful future that awaited them after joining the Hawkwolf Guard. But on the other hand, it was the tragic sight of defeat and death. They were forced to do everything they could. When Li Qingshan reached the low-grade talismans, the atmosphere gradually heated up. The number of qi condensing pills began to exceed 5. When Li Qingshan sold all of the talismans and only had mid-grade lightning strike talismans left, he already possessed over 50 qi condensing pills. He discovered that the qi condensing pills were not uniform in size. Many of them were only the size of peanuts. A single bottle could hold over a dozen of them. As it turned out, the pills refined were not perfectly round pills, but paste-like substances. Alchemists would then refine them according to the standard. Alchemists with insufficient skill would refine pills with weaker effects. In order to ensure the same effects, the standard for qi condensing pills had to be slightly larger. There were many qi practitioners who had never bid until Li Qingshan took out the final mid-grade talisman. Only then did their eyes suddenly light up. 10 qi condensing pills. 20. 25. The price immediately surpassed its previous price. This talisman was a talisman that could truly influence the outcome of a battle. It was also why Qian Rongming was bold enough to challenge third-layer Qi practitioners. Whoever obtained this talisman would have an additional 30% chance of victory at the very least. Many Qi practitioners were determined to obtain this talisman. Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear. With these Qi condensing pills, breaking through to the third layer of the innate method of practicing Qi would become extremely easy. Suddenly he turned around and saw Qian Rongji standing at the entrance, staring at him resentfully. She obviously knew what talismans Qian Rongming possessed. Li Qingshan sneered slightly. She had failed to bully him, so she came to kill him. Qian Rongming's death was nothing to be regretted. If this woman did not know her place, he would just send her to see Qian Rongming and keep him company in the afterlife. I'll bid one. Diao Fei, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. At this moment he was filled with regret. If he had traded with Li Qingshan on the ship, things would not have come to this. Silence fell as everyone looked at Diao Fei. The Qi practitioner who had bid the highest said coldly, "You're not joking, are you?" He was also at the third layer of Qi practitioner and viewed Diao Fei as a formidable opponent. Diao Fei took out a porcelain bottle with great reluctance. "I'll bid 1 pearl du pill." "What? Pearl du pill?" The Qi practitioners were in an uproar. It seemed that the pearl du pill was quite famous. Li Qingshan also revealed a curious expression. He did not know that the value of a pearl du pill was so much higher than a mid-grade lightning strike talisman. Qi condensing pills were definitely not top-notch medicinal pellets. It was only because the herbs used were relatively easy to collect, the refinement process was relatively easy, and the medicinal properties were relatively stable. These characteristics made it popular and a necessity for most Qi practitioners, who pursued quality at a low price. Chapter 114. Boundless Cloud Mountain. Diao Fei had planned to keep it for when he broke through to the fourth layer of Qi practitioner by opening his yang linking meridian. However, he couldn't let this lightning strike talisman fall into the hands of his opponent, so he could only reluctantly give it up. Sacred Holly Qingshan said to Diao Fei, "Let me see." Diao Fei poured the pearl du pill into his palm. The small transparent pill that looked like a dewdrop shone brightly. The surrounding Qi practitioners could not hide the greed in their eyes. A good pill could be used to break through at a crucial moment. It was not something that Qi gathering pills could compare to. Li Qingshan suddenly felt very regretful. Why did he not finish off both of them on the ship? Demon thoughts, oh demon thoughts. He smiled and said, "Not bad. Not bad." Diao Fei was very unhappy with this evaluation. This was the pearl du pill. Have you ever seen such a good pill? The other Qi practitioners also thought that Li Qingshan was putting on an act. However, not only had Li Qingshan seen it, but he had also eaten a lot of it. Only now did he realize how good Xianyue had been to him. Although he did not know the names of the pills Xianyue had given him, any one of them was much better than the pearl du pill that the other Qi practitioners coveted. I wonder how that guy is now. Achoo! Tens of thousands of miles away, a black civet lay in a deep blue embrace and sneezed. A jade-like hand gently stroked her fur that was as smooth as flowing moonlight. A gentle voice said nervously, Did you catch a cold?" At the same time, she tightened her arms and hugged Xianyue tightly. "I'm a cat demon. Can a cat demon feel meow? Use your brain, master." Xianyue struggled with all her might, but she could not break free. "That's good. Your body is too weak. Come eat a pill." A slender finger picked up a pill and brought it to Xuanyue's mouth. It shone brightly like a crystal. Compared to it, Qi gathering pills were like mud pellets, and pearl dew pills were like rocks. Sacred Hall, no. Xianyue shook her head left and right, struggling even more. Fine. I won't eat it." Her voice was filled with helplessness and pampering, like a mother looking at her most beloved child. It was as if even being willful was a wonderful virtue. Xianyue raised her head and looked at the beautiful face that seemed to be filled with sorrow even though it was smiling. She suddenly felt sad. Even though she had escaped and been captured, she had not scolded her at all. Instead, she had taken care of her with even more care, illuminating her like moonlight. Using an endless supply of spiritual herbs, she had allowed her to transform from a small spiritual cat into a demon general that could take human form in just a few decades. In her heart, she suddenly thought of that tall figure. In the endless wind and snow, He carried her on his back to climb that ice cliff, and shed 2 sparkling tears for her. I'm not a good pet, right? It was just like when a child had their own child, they would suddenly understand the feelings of their parents. After giving it their all, they would finally understand how difficult it was for them to get what they wanted. Master, let me tell you a story. All right. I love listening to Xuanyue's stories. Outside the window was a vast expanse of cloudy mountains. 2 strange beasts pulled a carriage as they traveled through the air. By the time they returned to Jiaping City, Li Qingshan had already returned to his room. He lay leisurely on his bed, calculating his gains for the day. More than 50 qi gathering pills were enough to support his cultivation for 3 days and break through to the 3rd layer of the innate method of practicing qi. As for the pearl dew pill, it could be used to break through to the 4th layer of the innate method of practicing qi, which was the 1st and 2nd layer of the innate method of practicing qi. Thus, Li Qingshan shut his room door tightly and began to cultivate in seclusion again. His actions were quite common. Many practitioners would use these 3 days to sharpen their weapons and shut themselves in their rooms. More than 50 qi gathering pills of various sizes were swallowed one by one. Most of them were converted into demon energy, while the other half was converted into pure true energy. Although he could not reveal his true form and see for himself, Li Qingshan believed that his demon incarnation would definitely become even taller and more majestic. If he lived in seclusion in the mountains, even if he breathed in and out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth day and night, it would still be very difficult to reach this speed. The cultivation speed of demons was indeed far inferior to that of humans. This could be considered a natural shortcoming, but Li Qingshan was trying his best to use human methods to make up for this shortcoming. Although external pills were helpful to cultivation, they would also accumulate impurities in one's true energy, making it impure. Apart from refining the medicinal properties, ordinary practitioners would also have to think of ways to refine their true energy. Naturally, this would take up a lot more time. However, with the assistance of the Simuru ring, Li Qingshan could save himself from this process. Unknowingly, who knew how much time had been saved, and it had instead sped up his cultivation. Li Qingshan meditated quietly in his room. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. He had ingested the equivalent of a year's worth of qi gathering pills for many qi practitioners in a single sitting, and only then did he break through to the 3rd layer of the innate method of practicing qi. Originally, he wanted to continue cultivating, but the time for the competition was up, so all he could do was stand up and leave. He discovered that it had begun to drizzle before he knew it. Under the guidance of an attendant in green, he arrived at the venue for the competition. It was a square made of limestone, and the rules were extremely simple. Qi practitioners would go up one by one and fight it out. The victors would advance, while the losers would retreat. In the end, only 3 people remained. They were the Hawkwolf guards. At the end of the square was a vermilion building with overhanging eaves. It had become rather dull from the rain, and many figures could be vaguely seen on the building. The pitch-black black wolf uniform was a color that Li Qingshan was familiar with. Li Qingshan had been here for 3 days before finally seeing the person in question. Apart from the Hawkwolf guards, there were a few people in casual clothes as well. They leaned against the railings and conversed with one another in an extremely relaxed manner. There were fruits and pastries beside them, as if they were watching a show or, in other words, a gamble. That was because Li Qingshan could clearly hear them discussing the strength of the qi practitioners and how much they had bet. They were so relaxed that it seemed like they were discussing a horse race or a dog fight. A black wolf guard with a rosaceous nose held a list in his hand. The names and cultivations of the various qi practitioners were written on it. There's no lack of 3rd-layer qi practitioners among the top 3. The only thing worth betting on is who among the 2nd-layer qi practitioners can emerge victorious. The black wolf guard beside him leaned against a pillar and said indifferently, "I'm betting on that woman." Bulbous Nose looked at the list. Qin Rongji? Why? He's not particularly powerful. It's a feeling, the black wolf guard said with a smile. He was very secretive, but he looked into the building. Bulbous Nose seemed to suddenly understand something, and he also smiled in tacit understanding. The Hawkwolf guard suddenly said, "Oi, look at that kid. He's looking at us, the 1st-layer qi practitioner. Why don't we bet on when he'll die? Then I'll bet on the 1st round." Two men sat opposite each other in the building. They could clearly see through the curtains and the surroundings. There was a pot of tea on the table, giving off a pleasant fragrance. Two beautiful female attendants stood beside them. One of the men was slightly plump and wore a Black Hawk uniform. He was the Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City, Zhuozhibua. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Sir Zhou, let's have a little bet as well. What do you think? Although he still seemed middle-aged, his actual age was in his 60s at the very least. However, because he had opened the 4 major meridians of yin and yang as a qi practitioner, broken through the girdle meridian, and condensed a sea of qi, he seemed much younger. Sir Zhou, on the other hand, seemed even younger. He did not seem to be in his 30s yet. He was dressed like a scholar, with a few strands of beard that added to his solemnity. He seemed like a refined scholar. He waved his hand with a smile. I'm not betting. I'm just asking for trouble if I'm betting in your territory. However, he did not laugh at all inside. This bastard had come to show off his strength to me again. How despicable. In Jiaping City, the only person who could stand on equal footing with Zhuozhibua was obviously the district magistrate of Jiaping, Zhou Wenbin. There had never been a place where two people of equal authority could get intimate with each other. However, the two of them were both fearful of one another, so they maintained peace on the surface and did not invade one another. They would show off their strength to the other whenever they had the opportunity. Under Zhuozhibua's repeated requests, Zhou Wenbin finally picked up the register. Afterwards he saw a name and his heart skipped a beat. Commander Zhua, there's a first-layer qi practitioner among the applicants this time? There are people who don't know what's good for them every year. Zhuozhibua had noticed this anomaly a long time ago, but he did not take it to heart. The difference was just too great. Although Wang Puxi had reprimanded him because of Fengzhang, telling him to report to him, he had never mentioned Li Qingshan's name at all. Perhaps even Wang Puxi believed it was impossible for Li Qingshan to escape from Fengzhang with his puny skills, and that was something that happened a few months ago. Zhou Wenbin hid his smile. He did not have Zhuozhibua's influence in Jiaping, but as someone who came from Clear River City and had attended the 100 schools of thought, he was much more well-connected and well-informed. His memory was quite impressive too. He could vaguely remember that a friend of his in Clear River City had once mentioned an interesting matter to him in a letter. It mentioned a name and it seemed to be surnamed Li. The White Hawk commander, Gu Yenying, was the woman with the most authority and power in the Rui commandery. She was the dream lover of all men. As long as they saw her, there was not a single person who could remain unmoved. Although they could only drool over her and could not approach her, everything related to her was a topic that people took great interest in. She was like a superstar from Li Qingshan's past life. And his old friend, Zhuozhibua, had even been reprimanded by old Wang of the Clear River Prefecture because of this. As a result, this interesting matter was even more worth reminiscing about. I'll bet 10 spiritual stones. I'll bet that this kid definitely has something to rely on, since he's bold enough to enlist as a first-layer qi practitioner. He'll be able to rise up suddenly and become a Hawkwolf guard. Zhuozhibua's eyes narrowed. He smiled. And I thought you weren't good at gambling. Aren't you even more addicted to gambling than me? A group of people at the top would gamble with the lives of those below them, while a group of people at the bottom would become the tools of gambling for those above them. Humans were no different when it came to gambling with qi practitioners. Attacking and competing with each other was the instinct of these primitive creatures. It was only expressed in a slightly different way. Li Qingshan stood to the side. The group of qi practitioners were filled with hostility towards him. Those who managed to buy talismans would not thank him because their chances of success had increased. They would only resent him for using the opportunity to extort them. Those who did not manage to buy talismans would resent him because their opponents had grown stronger. Not to mention the people who mocked him only to be mocked by him. Chapter 115. Directly passing the qi practitioner who had clashed directly with Li Qingshan sneered as he walked past Li Qingshan. He said softly, "I'd like to see how you die. Pray to the heavens that you don't run into me in the end." The sacred hall. Li Qingshan smiled. "I believe I won't run into you." Afterwards, under the gazes of all the qi practitioners, he passed through the arena and arrived below the building. Two attendants blocked his way. What are you trying to do? Li Qingshan ignored the attendants. He raised his head and said loudly, May I ask if Commander Zhuozhibua is here? What is he trying to do? Is he tired of living? The Qi practitioners were surprised. The Black Wolf guards upstairs were stunned as well. Brandynose murmured, Looks like I've guessed wrong. This kid is going to die before he's even entered the arena. Chase him away. Zhuozhibua frowned. Was his name something that just any measly Qi practitioner could refer to? Swish. The two Hawkwolf guards outside the corridor casually drew their blades. The other Hawkwolf guards remained in their original positions as if they were just watching on. I bet he can block 3 strikes at the very least. Brandono's words immediately made his two colleagues become slightly more serious. One of them even said, Then let's bet on it. Zhou Wenbin suddenly said, Hold on. Commander Zhua, this is the person I bet on. I won't take responsibility if he dies. Perhaps he's in trouble. Why don't we go take a look? The smile in his eyes deepened. He stood up and made his way to the corridor. All Zhuozhibua could do was follow him. He felt rather uneasy. Zhuozhibua looked at Li Qingshan from above. What are you trying to do? It's Commander Wang Puxi. He sent me. With a flash of dark light, Li Qingshan shot towards the building. Zhuozhibua extended his hand and grabbed it. It was a Black Wolf tablet. The matters from a few months ago suddenly flashed through his head. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. You're that person? He had never thought that the kid who had caused Fengzhang to lose his position and caused him to be scolded by Wang Puxi would actually still be alive. He was actually bold enough to appear before him. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and shrugged. The real deal. Zhou Wenbin smiled. Commander Zhua? What's going on? Zhuozhibua's face darkened as he replied. Official Zhou is a wise and astute man. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? He had always prided himself on his intelligence, but today Zhou Wenbin had made a fool out of him. His mood was terrible, and when he looked at Li Qingshan, he wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Does Commander Wang's words count? Li Qingshan said, completely ignoring Zhuozhibua's anger. When he first saw Zhuozhibua, he was relieved. According to his estimation, Zhuozhibua was only at the level of a monster that had just formed its Yao Dan, which was completely within his tolerance range. At the 6th layer of Qi refining, Qi practitioners who had opened their Sea of Qi were roughly equivalent to demons who had formed their Yao cores. The long period of time that monsters cultivated was not without its benefits. Their physical bodies were strong, and their demonic aura was dense. They were far superior to humans of the same realm, and almost had an overwhelming advantage. Even when humans used spiritual artifacts and talismans as weapons, they could only barely hold their ground. In the end, they relied on their intelligence and numbers to overwhelm demons. Coupled with Little Anne's assistance with the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty, Li Qingshan was obviously fearless. Since he knew it was impossible for Zhuozhibua to like him, and he was not the type of person who would stoop down to please others, he would just let nature take its course. However, in the eyes of bystanders, he seemed rather arrogant and despotic. In the Clear River Prefecture, no one was bold enough to say that Wang Puxi did not keep his word. At the very least, Zhuozhibua was not. His expression changed a few times before returning to normal. He even smiled slightly. He tossed the Black Wolf uniform down the stairs. Li Qingshan, you're a Hawkwolf guard now. Just wait down there. Thank you for your promotion, Commander Zhua. Li Qingshan clasped his hands, but he instead became even more vigilant. People who could control their emotions were like venomous snakes hiding in the grass. They were even more terrifying than angry lions and tigers. The Holy Church with that. The spectating Hawkwolf guards could not help but be taken aback. The Qi practitioners who had come to take part in the recruitment were thrown into an uproar. Just like that, they had lost another spot. The clown who was supposed to be dead in their eyes had actually directly passed through in such a manner. The Qi practitioners immediately felt it was unfair. That's unfair. Why can't he take part in the competition? The Qi practitioner who had clashed directly with Li Qingshan and wanted to kill Li Qingshan cried out, he's only a first-layer Qi practitioner. Even someone like that can join the Hawkwolf Guard? Diao Fei and Qian Rongji stared at Li Qingshan from afar. They were no less surprised and shocked than the people around them. They said nothing. How could a group of measly Qi practitioners change the Black Hawk commander's decision? They wondered just how powerful of a backer they had to be to directly force Zhuozhibua to accept him. Wang Puxi. Who was that? Wang Puxi's nickname of Old Wang had spread far too far, such that some people had forgotten about his actual name. However, the two of them were both well-informed and quick-witted people, so they immediately realized who it was. Was it the legendary Old Wang of the Scarlet Hawk Commander? No way. That was a figure who overlooked all the Qi practitioners of the Clear River Prefecture, one of the 3 rulers of a territory spanning 1,500 kilometers. However, apart from that person, who else could force Zhuozhibua to yield without even showing up? They looked at Li Qingshan again and only felt that this seemingly ordinary 16-year-old young man was even more unfathomable. If the person standing behind him really was that person, then he was someone they could not afford to provoke. Jiao Fei thought about how he managed to establish a connection with someone like that. If that was the case, then killing Qian Rongming without batting an eyelid seemed to be a matter of course. Zhou Wenbin looked at the noisy scene with a smile and said to Zhuozhibua, "I was just joking with you earlier. I've said before that the thing I hate the most in my life is gambling, so there's no need for Commander Zhuo to mind. But I've never gone back on my word. Are you looking down on my gambling character, Sir Zhou?" Zhuozhibua smiled sinisterly and casually picked up a walnut from the fruit platter on the table. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent. There were no more than 3 people present who could see this clearly. Li Qingshan happened to be one of them. The walnut pierced through the rain like it could pierce rocks and clouds, shattering countless droplets of rain and creating a hole in the air. It struck the forehead of a second-layer Qi practitioner. Bang! The walnut shattered and his skull shattered. The Qi practitioner still maintained his furious expression as his head was smashed into the ground by the tremendous force. His neck bone snapped, and he collapsed on the ground in a twisted posture. All the Qi practitioners shut their mouths as if someone had grabbed them by the throat at the same time. Every single one of them stood above everyone else in their respective hometowns, prodigies of the heavens. They held the lives of people of the Jianghu in their hands, let alone ordinary people. Now, a Qi practitioner as noble as them had his life taken away so easily. It was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. It was very likely for any one of them to die earlier. This person was just unlucky, which was why he had been randomly chosen to serve as a warning to others. They looked at the culprit, Zhuozhibua, who stood on the tall building. His rather chubby figure seemed to immediately grow taller. Suddenly they understood something. This was Jiaping City, the place with the most and strongest Qi practitioners within a radius of several hundred kilometers, and they were currently standing in the territory of the Hawkwolf Guard, the place with the most and strongest Qi practitioners. Let alone say anything, even their dissatisfaction vanished. Li Qingshan exhaled. This was reality. There was a huge gap between each layer of Qi refining. If a Qi practitioner at the second layer of Qi refining wanted to defeat a Qi practitioner at the third layer of Qi refining, he might be able to win by relying on numbers and a powerful talisman. However, against a fourth-layer Qi practitioner, they could only pray to the heavens that they could escape. Against a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, they would be dead for sure. The difference between the sixth layer and the fifth layer was even greater than the difference between the previous layers combined. It was just like how demonic beasts that had not condensed their demon cores could never defeat demons that had condensed their demon cores. For a sixth-layer Qi practitioner who had split open a sea of Qi, killing a measly second-layer Qi practitioner would be as easy as eating or drinking. Let alone fleeing, they would not even have the time to react. Normally, Zhuozhibua would not have dealt with this so violently. After all, every single Qi practitioner possessed great influence in their own region. They were either from clans or sects, so he did not want to make enemies for no good reason. However, he was furious right now, so he could not care about that. If he killed a measly Qi practitioner, then so be it. Who would still be bold enough to seek revenge from him? Zhuozhibua glanced past Li Qingshan indifferently. Li Qingshan could sense that Zhuozhibua wanted to throw the walnut at him even more, but he only smiled back. Zhuozhibua's frown deepened. Regular people would tremble in fear when they saw undefeatable power. If that person still held hostility towards you, it would lead to tremendous mental pressure. If this continued, it could even drive a person mad. However, He did not see any fear from Li Qingshan at all. Instead, he was extremely composed and at ease. Either Li Qingshan was an idiot and did not know fear, or he was fearless. The answer was clearly the latter. Shuozhibua obviously did not believe that Li Qingshan was fearless because of his strength. That was because of his background. However, Wang Puxi did not explain his relationship with Li Qingshan at all. He only mentioned it casually, and he seemed very cold. He could not help but look at Zhou Wenbin. This bastard had many connections in the prefectural city, so he definitely knew something. Zhou Wenbin cleared his throat. Commander Zhua, I heard that the White Hawk of the Rui Commandery has seen this kid before. He even invited him to a cup of alcohol, and gave him the mental map of the Green Province that Sheriff Wang carries with him. Really? Shuozhibua shivered inside. A name rang out in his head, as well as the white figure that he had only caught a glimpse of, but he was determined to never forget. He was rather well informed. He knew that Commander Gu had once appeared in the small city on the border. He understood even better that Feng Zhang had run into trouble, making old Wang lose face before Commander Gu, which was why he was directly dismissed. Chapter 116. Aspiration to greatness. Shuozhibua's gaze towards Li Qingshan became cautious. He frowned deeply. Li Qingshan's casual attitude of the Templar seemed to confirm this guess. At this moment, the corpse of the dead Qi practitioner had already been carried away. The order of the competition had already been rearranged. A Black Wolf guard personally stepped forward to preside over it. Although the Qi practitioners felt envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Qingshan, none of them dared to say anything. From today onwards, this guy was a Hawkwolf guard. He was not an existence they could casually provoke. The Black Wolf guards on the second floor all had their own thoughts. They looked at Li Qingshan with gazes of either disdain or curiosity. In any group, arrogant newcomers were not welcomed. Not to mention the fact that Li Qingshan had basically replaced their old colleague Feng Zhang, yet he was only a first-layer Qi practitioner, which made him look down on him even more. Many people wondered how they could teach this ignorant kid from the mountains a lesson. Li Qingshan just stood below like that, gazing at the square. His attitude was even more relaxed than the Hawkwolf guards who set up the bet. He completely ignored all the gazes on him. He discovered that being able to stand outside and watch people fight was indeed better than being used as a gambling tool in the square. Two Qi practitioners arrived at the center of the square, standing 10 steps away from each other. The one on the left wore green casual clothes. He was in his 20s. His face was pale and beardless, and his hands were empty. He did not carry any weapons. Li Qingshan remembered that he had once bought 2 talismans from him. One was an inferior talisman while the other was a low-grade talisman. Clearly, he was quite wealthy, probably from an aristocratic clan. He was born with the talent to practice Qi. The one on the right was much older, in his 30s or 40s at the very least. He wore tight, gray robes, and there was an extremely eye-catching red scar on his face. He gave off a fierce aura, and a treasured sword hung from his waist. If he had guessed correctly, he should have been a fighter, converting his inner force into true Qi. Both of them were second-layer Qi practitioners. Li Qingshan was unable to determine who was stronger in such a short amount of time. The Qi practitioner in green definitely possessed a few powerful talismans, which gave him an advantage in terms of wealth. However, he definitely lacked actual battle experience. Even if there were, it was mostly the strong bullying the weak. On the other hand, that gray-clothed Qi practitioner had fought his way up from the wilderness of the rivers and lakes with real weapons, so his combat experience must be extremely rich. Moreover, Yen Song had said that among low-level Qi practitioners with martial arts backgrounds were usually stronger. In the light rain, the two of them faced each other. Ding! The gong sounded, and the first battle began. The gray-robed Qi practitioner moved. His body turned into a streak of gray light as he pounced towards the green-robed Qi practitioner. He casually pulled out the sword from his waist. His movements were smooth and natural. One moment he was still 10 steps away. In the next moment, the cold, sharp sword was already stabbing towards the green-robed Qi practitioner's throat. Li Qingshan also cheered in his heart, as expected of a martial artist. Unflustered, the green-robed Qi warrior spread his arms and retreated like a gliding bird. At the same time, he circulated his true energy and shot out a fist-sized fireball. Spell. Li Qingshan immediately focused. He had long since learned from Yen Song that true qi was not simply an enhanced version of inner force. Apart from increasing one's speed and strength, it could also be used to cast many magical spells. Those talismans in essence were spells sealed in talismans that could be activated and used at any time. The rainwater was vaporized by the high temperature emitted by the fireball. Even the wet ground became dry, giving off white steam. It could be seen how powerful the fireball was. If a body of flesh and blood collided with it, it would most likely be set ablaze. The gray-clothed Qi practitioner also seemed to be extremely fearful, but he did not panic. Using a mysterious footwork, his body swayed left and right, and he actually avoided the fireball by a hair's breadth. Although his hair and eyebrows were burnt beyond recognition, his speed did not slow down much. Sacred Hall. The green-robed Qi practitioner panicked. Clearly, he had underestimated the desperation of Qi practitioners who were born as martial artists. He wanted to force back the gray-clothed Qi practitioner, but his plan to pull away had failed. He had yet to recover his true Qi, so he could not use another technique in time. He gritted his teeth and slapped a talisman on himself. A gentle breeze rose up beneath his feet, and he immediately sped up. Li Qingshan understood that while techniques were powerful, they could not be used quickly. It would have been fine against Qi practitioners like him, as their reactions were limited. However, against Qi practitioners who were born as martial artists, he would struggle a little. The green-robed Qi practitioner pulled away and shot out fireballs from his hand. Large swathes of white mist rose up. Suddenly, a fireball flew towards Li Qingshan. Just when he wanted to dodge, a wind blade swept through the air and cut the fireball into two. Waves of heat surged over, causing Li Qingshan's clothes to ruffle. Li Qingshan raised his head. A black wolf guard had sheathed his blade. When he saw Li Qingshan look over, he snorted coldly in disdain. In the midst of the steam, the gray-robed Qi practitioner was in a sorry state. His body was covered with scorch marks, but none of them were fatal. He was both fierce and cautious, chasing after the green-robed Qi practitioner without letting go. Instead, the green-robed Qi practitioner became flustered because of his depleted true Qi. Inferior-grade talismans could only last for an extremely limited amount of time. The gentle breeze beneath his feet gradually dispersed, and he took out another low-grade talisman in a hurry. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. The outcome had already been determined. He should have used his strength to overwhelm his opponent in the very first moment. Being indecisive like this would not work. However, he could understand that there would be fewer talismans with each use. The more talismans he used at the start, the smaller his chances of victory would be. In the end, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing and waste a valuable talisman. A vicious light flashed through the gray-robed Qi practitioner's eyes. Before he knew it, he had already formed a talisman in his left hand. The talisman shattered and suddenly turned into a swath of white light. It was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. The spectating Qi practitioners all looked over. However, Li Qingshan could clearly see that the talisman was only an inferior-grade talisman. Apart from being dazzling, it did not possess any offensive power at all. However, the green-robed Qi practitioner became flustered. Due to fear, his body stiffened up slightly. In a battle between experts, there was only a single line. There was a flash of light, and with it was the flash of a sword. The green-robed Qi practitioner let out meaningless gurgles. A metal sword that shone with light had pierced his throat. His eyes were filled with regret. He still had a few talismans he had not used. If he had used them right from the start, he would definitely have won. 2 streaks of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, drowned by regret and death. The green-robed Qi practitioner announced loudly, "Lu Yiming is victorious." He did not even mention the green-robed Qi practitioner's name. Either he amazed everyone with a single move or he died a nameless death. Abundant battle experience and decisiveness became the key to victory. Li Qingshan also gained a deeper understanding that whether it be talismans or techniques, it all depended on the person to use them. Even if a sheep had the claws and teeth of a wolf, it would still be a sheep. Unfortunately, Lu Yiming failed to amaze everyone with a single move. He encountered a third-layer Qi practitioner in his second battle. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity in time and forfeited early, which was why he did not lose his life for nothing. Under the gloomy sky, the rain drizzled down slowly. The matches continued one after another. Not every single match would result in death. If they were not the opponent's opponent, they could forfeit. The other side could not force them into a corner. This was part of the Hawkwolf Guard's efforts to reduce the number of casualties. However, whether it be spiritual artifacts or techniques used by Qi practitioners, they were just too powerful. Basically, every single one of them was strong on the offensive but weak on the defensive. Most of the time, it was impossible for them to forfeit. Once they were struck, only death awaited them. Victory and defeat were separated by a thin line. The second round of matches ended. There were already 4 corpses on the side. The noble Qi practitioners just lay in the muddy water lifelessly. Li Qingshan suddenly felt very foolish. They had already obtained everything that ordinary people could never obtain in their entire lives. Yet they risked their lives to fight for even more, only to lose their lives as a result. However, he suddenly thought about it. Wasn't he the same as well? Surely he could not say that he had great dreams and others had foolish ambitions. He could not help but shake his head in a self-deprecating manner. However, he had no plans to change his mind at all. The so-called contentment was just a way for the weak to console themselves. It was the creed of life for those who had lost their drive to live and the spirit to forge ahead. A man's ambitions were everywhere. His ambitions had yet to be fulfilled, so what was there to talk about contentment? Only constant struggle and forging ahead was the source of happiness. Even if he died in defeat, he would not have lived in vain. The pretentious thoughts in his head vanished. When he looked at the battlefield again, there was no longer any mockery or self-deprecation in his eyes. Instead, there was admiration. He admired the Qi practitioners mobilizing all of their wits and strength to fight it out with their opponents, seeking victory in the face of danger and seeking survival in the shadow of death. The exuberance of life they gave off made death seem insignificant. Battle intent and fighting spirit flowed through his body. Zhuozhibua had been paying attention to Li Qingshan the entire time. He could clearly sense Li Qingshan's great fighting spirit. He saw how he was almost admiring the matches. This was very unusual. Due to his anger, the Black Wolf Guards upstairs were afraid to make a ruckus and jeer like before. However, they still looked down on him like they were watching a battle between beasts, even though they had also emerged from the arena. Only Li Qingshan was admiring the battle and thirsting for slaughter. Zhou Wenbin was also observing Li Qingshan. This teenager, no man, possessed a bearing that was completely different from ordinary people. Although he usually kept it hidden and seemed ordinary, it would erupt and reveal itself as soon as an opportunity presented itself. However, no matter how special he was, it would all be useless if his cultivation and strength were insufficient. A first-layer Qi practitioner in his teens was quite talented in Jiaping City, but in the context of the entire Clear River Prefecture, it was very mediocre. He would probably remain as a Black Wolf Guard for the rest of his life. He would be lucky if he could even split open a sea of Qi. Zhou Wenbin glanced at Zhuozhibua and shook his head. And under this person's command, it would probably be very difficult for even this wish to come true. Chapter 117. Slaughter of Qi practitioners in this competition. The strongest were undoubtedly Diao Fei and the other third-layer Qi practitioner, but the one who attracted the most attention was Qian Rongji. Although there were many female Qi practitioners, and there were quite a few among the Qi practitioners who had come to participate in this competition, it was still rare to see a natural beauty like her. Beautiful women would attract attention no matter where they went. Sacred Hall, however, Li Qingshan had taken up one of the 3 spots. The final 2 spots belonged to the 2 third-layer Qi practitioners without a doubt. As long as they did not run into each other, the other Qi practitioners basically had no chance at all. The competition progressed very quickly. Many of the battles were decided in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. In less than 4 hours, it was the 4th round. Just as the 2 third-layer Qi practitioners were about to win against the 2 second-layer Qi practitioners, the situation suddenly changed. The green-robed messenger read out the names, but it was 2 second-layer Qi practitioners against 2 second-layer Qi practitioners, and 3-layer Qi practitioners against 3-layer Qi practitioners. The expressions of Diao Fei and the third-layer Qi practitioner changed slightly, but the two second-layer Qi practitioners suddenly exploded with hope. One of them was Qian Rongji. Her attitude was calm, as if she had already expected this. When Qian Rongji walked into the field, Li Qingshan lowered his eyes. The outcome had been decided. Since Qian Rongji had a mid-grade talisman as a trump card, whether it was cultivation or status, Qian Rongji was slightly above her. How could she not have one? As expected, the moment Qian Rongji entered the field, she immediately held a talisman in her hand. However, contrary to Li Qingshan's expectations, she did not immediately activate it. Instead, she said gently to the Qi practitioner in front of her, "Young Master Zhang, you should be able to see that this mid-grade talisman of mine is extremely powerful. However, I don't want to use it to harm others. Please admit defeat." Young Master Zhang could not help but hesitate. He had indeed seen Qian Rongji's strength. Coupled with this middle-grade spiritual talisman, he did not even have a 30% chance of winning. Qian Rongji used her advantage as a woman to the fullest. The rain drenched her clothes, outlining her beautiful figure. Her eyes were misty like the rain. She did not seem like she was threatening him but basically pleading. "Unless I have no other choice, I really don't want to become enemies with you. If there is a day when you come to Ancient Wind City as a guest, Rongji will definitely receive you well." Upstairs, Zhou Wenbin smiled and said, "Commander Zhou, will this work too?" Zhuozhibua said, "Why not? The competition isn't just a test of cultivation, it's also a test of wisdom." Li Qingshan could not help but admire this woman's cunning. As expected, the Qi practitioner referred to as Young Master Zhang chose to forfeit under the beauty's soft pleading and the threat of the talisman. Qian Rongji also passed through the square and arrived below the building. She stood beside Li Qingshan and even smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan. "I've underestimated young master before. If I've offended you, please do not take offense." Vaguely, she displayed her impressive figure, as if Li Qingshan was not the murderer related to Qian Rongming's death, but a young man of outstanding talent who had moved her heart. This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard someone refer to him as young master, but he only felt a chill. He gave an undetectable "yep" before ignoring her. Regardless of whether she really did not care about Qian Rongming's death or if she was suppressing the hatred in her heart, she was still a terrifying beauty with a venomous heart. This kind of cold heart probably came from the education of a large clan. No matter how beautiful a woman like this was, she would not be able to move his heart. Not only did Qian Rongji not care about Li Qingshan's coldness, she also continuously tried to find a topic of conversation. "Who do you think will win?" Li Qingshan frowned. He completely focused on the battlefield. The clash between the two third-layer Qi practitioners would be the highlight of the competition this time, but it was not as intense as he had imagined it to be. It was not an anxious confrontation. After a few probing attempts, Diao Fei activated the lightning strike talisman he had bought from Li Qingshan. In the blazing white light, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky, easily breaking through the protective true Qi and turning his opponent into charcoal. The traces of the lightning only disappeared from his face after a long time. The power was so great that even Li Qingshan was shocked. Lightning was heaven's punishment. Even he would be injured if he transformed into his demon form. Sacred Halqian Rongji's eyes flashed. "Young Master Jiao, you came at a good time. All spells were about the right time in the right place. Today the dark thunder rumbled in the clouds. In this summer stormy weather, the lightning strike talisman was almost as effective as a high-grade talisman. It was not something low-level Qi practitioners could resist, so it became an absolute trump card." Diao Fei also walked to Li Qingshan's side. Although he tried his best to remain calm, he could not hide the ecstasy on his face. He even thanked Li Qingshan in a low voice, as if he did not care about the Pearl du Pill anymore. The two mid-grade talismans became the key to victory. The three of them became the final victors. It could be said that they continued their previous relationship on the boat. However, the relationship between the three of them could not be considered friends. Zhuozhibua said from upstairs, "Come up. I don't accept this." Suddenly someone howled. His face was twisted from jealousy. He became rather mad from the shock of defeat. He stared at Li Qingshan in hatred. "You're just a piece of trash. You're just a first-layer qi practitioner. How can you surpass me? Zhuozhibua did not take action. Instead, he said to Li Qingshan, you're already a Hawkwolf guard. If someone provokes you, they provoke the Hawkwolf guard. You know what to do, right? As if he had not realized the difference between a first layer and a second layer, the other Hawkwolf guards all seemed like they were watching a show. They were waiting for Li Qingshan to be defeated, and they would like to see if he still had the face to stand here. Li Qingshan turned around naturally and walked towards the qi practitioner. From the match earlier, he had learnt that the qi practitioner's name was Lu Hui. He was the one who had provoked him right from the beginning, only to be called trash by him instead. He said, since you want to die so much, I'll give you what you want. In the ears of others it was arrogant. What do you want? You're just a first-layer qi practitioner. Lu Hui looked at Li Qingshan, who walked over slowly. For some reason he actually felt deep fear. His mind cleared up a lot and he regretted what he had said just now. When he was still 20 steps away, Li Qingshan stopped. He leaned forward and bent his knees, like a vicious tiger lurking in the forest, ready to pounce on its prey. After a momentary suppression, his strength erupted violently, and he leapt into the air. Li Qingshan's gaze was calm and composed, like a young beast king that had leapt out of the forest gracefully. There was no violence or fury, only calmness and composure from confidence. It was chilling. Lu Hui looked at the pair of emotionless eyes and felt an almost suffocating pressure. When Li Qingshan stopped, he had circulated all the true qi in his body. However, when Li Qingshan moved from extreme stillness to extreme movement, all he saw was a blur gliding past him. The speed of the blur was so fast that it created an illusion. It was as if a gust of wind blew in his face after a long time, bringing with it a cold drizzle that hit his face. The figure in front of him disappeared, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head, and where his chest should have been was empty. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw that Li Qingshan was holding a bloody heart in his hand. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he fell face up to the ground. The entire square fell silent for a moment, and the sound of the rain suddenly became clear. Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Even Zhuozhibua and Zhou Wenbin revealed expressions of shock as they exclaimed in unison, a body refiner. A second-layer qi practitioner had been killed in a single strike, and it was not a sneak attack or a talisman. It was a direct confrontation. Everyone felt a deep chill. The qi practitioners looked at Li Qingshan like they were looking at a monster. Was he really just a first-layer qi practitioner? The qi practitioners no longer grumbled about Li Qingshan not participating. Instead, they felt extremely fortunate. If he were to participate, there would probably be a few more corpses lying on the side of the square. Perhaps they would be among them. Sure enough, no one was an idiot. Those who were bold enough to sell talismans before the battle had absolute confidence in their own strength. It was a pity that they were still mocking him. Fortunately, they were not like that idiot who actually leapt out to oppose him. Even the Black Wolf Guards, who had always been dismissive of the upcoming battles, stared at Li Qingshan in shock. Originally, they felt great disdain towards this kid who had openly entered through the back door and relied on his connections. But now their opinion of him had completely changed. This kid was definitely not someone they could teach a lesson to casually. The shock that Li Qingshan had given everyone surpassed the shock that Zhuozhibua had received from killing the qi practitioner just now. One of them had used his strength against a weaker opponent, so it made perfect sense for him to kill his opponent instantly, while the other had used his strength against a stronger opponent and defeated him easily. This was just far too unusual. Li Qingshan abandoned his heart and calmed his breathing. Just now he had instantly erupted with his physical strength and true qi. Even he was rather surprised by the results. However, when he lunged out, he possessed absolute confidence. The tiger demon leaps over the ravine and the tiger demon digs out the heart. After he had become a demon, these moves seemed to have fused with his blood, becoming a part of his instincts. Back then, when he did not even have a shred of true qi, he was able to defeat Fengzhang in a single stroke with his physical strength and an opening. During that time he cultivated every single day. With the nourishment of several dozen qi gathering pills, the demon qi he converted into made his body even more powerful. Furthermore, his spiritual qi had almost reached the peak of the first layer of qi practitioner, and it was extremely pure. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. However, Lu Hui was the exact opposite. He had just gone through 3 battles, so his true qi and physical strength were at their weakest. The outcome was extremely clear between one being stronger and the other being weaker. Li Qingshan gained a new evaluation of his strength. In his human form, killing a 3rd-layer qi practitioner in a direct confrontation should not be a problem. However, he had never seen a 4th-layer qi practitioner before, so it was rather difficult to say. Of course, this was all under the premise that his opponent did not possess any particularly powerful trump cards. However, when it came to trump cards, just how many people could surpass him? Li Qingshan returned to Qian Rongji and Diao Fei's side. They could not help but take a slight step back. The terrifying power that Li Qingshan had erupted with pressured them greatly. Chapter 118. Excellent benefits. Even the 3rd-layer qi practitioner Diao Fei's palms became covered in cold sweat. Within 3 steps, he would not even have the time to activate his talisman against an enemy like that. He felt extremely fortunate that he had not fallen out with Li Qingshan. Under the guidance of an attendant, the 3 of them climbed the tall stairs. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji followed behind Li Qingshan conscientiously. Afterwards, they passed through a long corridor. Over a dozen black wolf guards parted to make way for them. Li Qingshan could clearly see that there were both men and women among them. There were young people in their 20s, but there were plenty of middle-aged people and even elderly people. They were also observing Li Qingshan. Under the gloomy, rainy weather, the various expressions in Li Qingshan's head blurred together. He was in no mood to remember them. All he could do was silently estimate their strength. Most of them were at the 3rd layer, while there were relatively few at the 2nd and 4th layer. He did not see any 5th-layer qi practitioners. His conclusion was that there was no one here that was particularly worthy of his attention. Strength was the best calling card for qi practitioners. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan had also learned to use strength to evaluate a person. He directly arrived before Zhuozhibua and Zhou Wenbin. The powerful auras they gave off could not be ignored. Zhuozhibua glanced past the 3 of them. His gaze paused slightly on Li Qingshan's face before smiling amiably. Congratulations. From today onwards, you've become a member of the Hawkwolf Guard. You've all done extremely well. The welcoming banquet will begin soon. Little Gu, take them to collect their items. Yes, Commander. A short, nimble qi practitioner answered. He had a rather baby-like face, but he had a beard above his lips. He seemed rather comical, but he was very likable. Zhou Wenbin said, Commander Zhua, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. He did not mention the matter of the spiritual stones, as he knew that Zhuozhibua would naturally deliver them to him once he returned. If he asked about it in front of a group of black wolf guards right now, it would be far too disrespectful and overbearing. Zhuozhibua pretended to keep him and accompanied Zhou Wenbin down the stairs politely. Before Zhou Wenbin left, he did not forget to say to Li Qingshan and the others, "Oh right, don't forget to report this to the district office." Nominally, the district magistrate was still the highest authority in Jiaping. He had the right to deploy the Hawkwolf Guard and assist with governance. As a result, whenever a new Hawkwolf Guard was added, they would have to report it to the government office. Although the Hawkwolf Guard had the right to supervise, they could not directly defy the district magistrate's orders. As a result, they kept each other in check. In reality, who was strong and who was weak depended on one's own skill and strength. Although the words were said to the 3 of them, everyone could feel that it was specifically for Li Qingshan. County Magistrate Zhou was very interested in it. Under the lead of Little Gu, Li Qingshan finally managed to venture into the depths of the Hawkwolf Guard. There were exquisite, luxurious pavilions, terraces, and buildings. They seemed more like the palaces of royalty than a government office. The azure-clad attendants that Xiao Chan met along the way no longer had any arrogance. Instead, they were extremely respectful. Xiao Gu was very good at talking. Along the way, he introduced the names and functions of the various buildings, as well as all kinds of anecdotes and stories. He kept asking Li Qingshan how he built them. It was just a coincidence. Li Qingshan smiled. He already knew that Xiao Ji's name was Gu Jian, and he was actually over 30 years old. The reason why Xiao Gu was so friendly was definitely related to the strength he had demonstrated just now. Although he was cautious, it was always a good thing to be treated as an equal. Gu Jian said, "There aren't a lot of people who practice this nowadays. There are a few methods of practicing the body in the collection, and they've almost gone moldy. However, I never thought they would actually be so powerful. Even I'm interested in practicing them. You have to teach me properly when the time comes." He was just joking around. Although body practitioners seemed like they were equal to Qi practitioners, that was just people who practiced the body trying to flatter themselves. It was not some hidden, powerful occupation. It was just like the Taoist ability of the 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Most ancient cultivation methods were lost because they were unsuitable for the times. Compared to the great power they displayed in battle, there were many more drawbacks to methods of practicing the body. Every single path was a summary of the countless experiences and lessons of predecessors. However, Li Qingshan was not human, so there was no need for him to follow the path of these former humans. Arriving in the depths of the mountain, they entered a stone building carved into the side of the mountain. Gu Jian led the 3 of them through a series of stone doors. Every single stone door was engraved with inscriptions. Even spiritual artifacts could not break through it. This was the treasury of the Hawkwolf Guard. To the Hawkwolf Guard, no amount of treasure was worth protecting like this, unless they were items that possessed spirits. Gu Jian chose 2 sets of black wolf uniforms for each of them in the treasury first. Li Qingshan touched the glossy material gently. After Gu Jian's introduction, he learned that it was made from black silk. It was fireproof and waterproof, and even crossbows could not pierce through it. This was the best set of clothes he had ever worn in both of his lives. However, he did not mind too much. With his ox demon forges its hide, he had never been afraid of crossbows. If this was the benefit of joining the Hawkwolf Guard, then it would be a little disappointing. However, Diao Fei and Qian Rongji did not show any disappointment at all. They held the black wolf uniform like it was a treasure as their minds wandered. Qian Rongji's heart was filled with both resentment and joy. If she returned to ancient Wind City in this set of clothes, then those old coots would learn to respect her a little. All the people who had offended her and looked down on her would have to pay the price. Her hatred towards her family was actually 10 times, no 100 times greater than the person who had killed her family, Li Qingshan. The items Gu Jian took out next completely attracted their attention. Even Li Qingshan became eager. They were 3 exquisite 100 treasures pouches. They were nothing like the piece of trash in his hand. Gu Jian passed the 100 treasures pouches to the 3 of them. There are some things in there. They're all gifts for joining the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan channeled his spiritual qi into the 100 treasures pouch, and sensed that the space inside was the size of a box. It was 10 times larger than the tattered 100 treasures pouch he had obtained from Qian Rongming. Could hold weapons like blades. He could finally stuff his cursive sword calligraphy inside. There was also a bottle of pills in the 100 treasures pouch. There were at least 30 qi gathering pills in the tiny bottle. Every single one of them was only the size of a soybean, but they were perfectly round and crystalline. They possessed extraordinary spiritual qi, and their effects surpassed regular qi gathering pills. There were also 3 low-grade talismans. It made Li Qingshan sigh in amazement. The Hawkwolf Guard really was wealthy. They really were one of the organizations of authority in a country after all. The benefits they received were really great. Sure enough, there was a reason why so many qi practitioners would go as far as to risk their lives to join them. Then he glanced at Diao Fei and Qian Rongji beside him. They held their 100 treasures pouches and were both overjoyed as well. However, that was not all. Gu Jian brought the 3 of them to the armory and opened 3 stone doors. When the last stone door was opened, the dazzling light dazzled Li Qingshan's vision. The large armory was filled with various weapons. There were knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, tridents, and everything else. They flickered with light like stars. Every single one of them was a spiritual artifact. Why are there so many spiritual artifacts here? The spiritual artifacts that Qian Rongji saw right now were even more than all the spiritual artifacts she had seen in her entire life. She had grown up in ancient Wind City, so she believed the Qian family was one of the greatest clans in the world, a colossal existence that could not be overthrown. However, only after coming to the Hawkwolf Guard did she realize she was just a frog in a well. Gu Jian explained, "Over all these years we've killed many enemies, and there were quite a few qi practitioners among them. We took their spiritual artifacts, but they were useless to us, so we handed them up and exchanged them for contribution. We tossed them all here. Li Qingshan asked, "What's contribution?" Gu Jian explained patiently. As it turned out, the official affairs of the Hawkwolf Guard were not that busy. As long as they dealt with a few cases every month, they would be free to do whatever they wanted. Whether they wanted to practice qi on the mountain or go sightseeing outside, it was all up to them. It was extremely relaxing and leisurely. However, in the Hawkwolf Guard, strength was everything. No matter how hard they worked, they could not be promoted if they were not strong enough. As a result, in order to motivate everyone's passion for work, they set up a contribution system. Every time they dealt with a case, they would receive a corresponding amount of contribution, which could be exchanged for pills, talismans, or spiritual artifacts. And the Hawkwolf Guard did not give them a salary. They did not even receive a single tael of silver. However, they would receive 10 qi gathering pills every month for cultivation. High wages, high benefits, high freedom, and bonuses. They were respected wherever they went. Apart from the boss who seemed to be slightly displeased with him, it was basically a perfect job. But if they were displeased, then they were displeased. They sent people to steal my things, so they deserved to be displeased. If they developed ill will because of this, then they had to be careful of walking at night and falling into the hands of demons. Li Qingshan smiled unconsciously, which made both Qian Rongji and Diao Fei shiver. Gu Jian said, "Everyone can choose one as their personal weapon. If you're not confident in your insight, I'd recommend you choose the standard wind entwining blade. Hurry up. We still need to look at the houses later." The three of them immediately began to choose eagerly. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to choose a heavy weapon, the heavier the better. Originally, he had already taken a fancy to a huge long-handled axe. However, with a thought, he directly went to the weapons rack to the west and chose a wind entwining blade. He drew the blade from its sheath. The patterns on it were densely packed, and it shone with a cold light. It was obvious that it had never been used before. It was brand new and shiny. The mouth was engraved with inscriptions. As long as he channeled true qi into it, he could unleash wind blades. It could be regarded as a well-made low-grade spiritual artifact. Gu Jian gave him a thumbs up, praising his choice. Li Qingshan smiled back. He was extremely satisfied with the wind entwining blade as well, but it was not because he was not confident in his insight. There was a certain level of care in choosing what weapon to use. Right now, it was no longer the time for him to trample over the Black Wind stronghold. Weapons that were too large could not be stored in his 100 treasures pouch, which made it difficult to carry around. It was very inconvenient. He had made his name with the blade in the first place, so it was perfect for him to return to the blade now. Moreover, he lacked long-range attacks right now, so he could not just show the cursive sword calligraphy to others. The wind entwining blade's wind blade technique suited him very well. Chapter 119. Hidden killing intent. Many two-storied buildings stood on the mountain, hidden among the vegetation. They seemed tranquil and elegant. These were the residences allocated to the various Hawkwolf Guards. A few had already been cleaned out, allowing the three of them to choose freely. As a result, Li Qingshan gained an even better understanding of the welfare of the Hawkwolf Guard. Gu Jian said, "Once you've chosen, please wash up and change your clothes. I'll come pick you up at noon." Li Qingshan chose the most tranquil building on the edge. He bid farewell to Gu Jian and walked over. There were flowers planted in front of the building, currently blooming brilliantly. Li Qingshan was not familiar with this, so he had no idea what they were. They were colorful and quite beautiful. Bees and butterflies circled around them, collecting pollen while the rain stopped. Li Qingshan stood there and admired it for a while before opening the door with a key. It was an ancient-looking room divided into two by hanging bamboo curtains. At the front was a hall for receiving guests, while at the back was a tranquil tea room. The jar on his waist moved, and Li Qingshan said, "Come on out, little Anne. You must be bored out." He opened the jar and a skull flew out. The bones pieced together to form a body, standing before Li Qingshan. It shook its head at Li Qingshan, expressing that it was fine. Those who practiced the path of white bone and great beauty were neither alive nor dead. Neither dead nor alive. They existed in a wondrous state, coinciding with the most profound principles of Buddhism. In terms of hiding their auras, even Li Qingshan, who practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, could not compare to them, as dead people did not have auras. Little An ran over to the wall and admired the ancient paintings before nodding at Li Qingshan, expressing that they were all real. Li Qingshan held onto the stairs and climbed up. Little An followed behind him in a hurry, making his way up the stairs with a series of thumps. Smoke curled up from the red-crowned crane incense burner on the table for 8 people. The furnishings in the building were all extremely luxurious and not exposed. With a glance, one could tell that they had been designed by the best craftsmen. Any one of these items could not be bought by an ordinary person in a lifetime. Li Qingshan pushed open the window and gazed into the distance. His gaze passed through the layers of treetops, taking in the entirety of Jiaping City. Tens of thousands of households were neatly arranged like matchboxes. In the center of the city, a sparkling blue belt of water passed through the city. That was the Qing River. Compared to living in a cowshed in Crouching Ox Village, it really was like living in hell while it was like living in heaven. This was the free and unfettered life that Qi practitioners deserved. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the freedom and happiness into his stomach. The bloody fight under the dark rain was instantly far away. Little An tilted his head and looked at Li Qingshan. His eyes flickered with fire, and he was also happy for him. Li Qingshan called out to Little An and sat down at the table for 8 people. Like a miser, he poured out all the items in the 200 treasures pouches and counted them carefully. He smiled from ear to ear and rubbed Little An's head. Once I officially take up my post, I'll definitely work hard and help you refine that ability as soon as possible. All right? At that time you might even be able to refine Qi. Then I'll have to work harder and earn more Qi gathering pills. Little An nodded vigorously to express his agreement, guessing what taking up your post meant. A big monster and a little skeleton were seriously planning their lives just like that. In this aspect they were like the most ordinary of commoners. Work hard to earn money. Earn money to marry a wife. Wait. In the end, he put everything into the new 100 treasures pouch and gave the old one to Little An. We'll each take one. You don't have anything, so I'll use this big one. But don't worry, I'll definitely make an even better one for you in the future. The one on Zhuojibua's waist seemed pretty good. Li Qingshan could not help but think, do I hope you come and make trouble for me? Or do I hope you don't come and make trouble for me? Little An obviously had no interest in that. He accepted the 100 treasures pouch obediently and placed the scholarwood tablet inside. Li Qingshan took a comfortable, hot bath and changed into the black wolf uniform. He equipped the wind-entwining blade and told Little An to look after the house before making his way out. A banquet was set up in the large hall. Zhuojibua sat at the center, with over a dozen tables lined up on either side. 2 people sat at each table, and they were all arranged according to their cultivation. Gu Jian patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Just bear with it for now. Because he was a first-layer Qi practitioner, he had the lowest cultivation among all the Hawkwolf guards, so he could only sit at the very back. However, everyone knew that if they actually fought, he would probably be no weaker than a third-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan did not care about this. As soon as he sat down, there was a fragrance from beside him. Qian Rongji actually sat down beside him. She said charmingly, logically speaking, I'm the weakest. You've really been wronged. Li Qingshan wondered, is it really like the legends, where the colder you are to a beauty, the more coquettish a beauty will become to cling to you? However, this thought only lasted for a moment. He could not forget how this woman behaved when she achieved what she wanted. If he really could forget about her actions in the past, then that would not be forgiving. Instead, there would be something wrong with his head. It was already too late for him to put on an act now. However, since she had welcomed him with a smile, he refused to lose his bearing. He said indifferently, looks like the strong and the weak are separated everywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where you go. Qian Rongji did not seem to hear the sarcasm in his words. She continued to smile. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood now that she had joined the Hawkwolf Guard. Zhuojibua arrived late. He said a few polite words and welcomed Li Qingshan and the others. Afterwards, he introduced the Hawkwolf Guards present to the 3 of them with a chuckle. including Li Qingshan and the others. There were a total of 31 Hawkwolf guards around Jiaping City. Apart from a few who were in secluded cultivation or out on missions, all of them were present. Under Zhuozhibu's lead, everyone raised their cups and congratulated the three of them on joining the Hawkwolf Guard. No matter how cold and arrogant they were in the past, they had all become colleagues now. Obviously, they could not argue with each other. At the very least, they could not bring their conflicts to the surface. They had to be harmonious. Of course, Li Qingshan's vague support played a relatively large role. Otherwise, someone would have come over to provoke them a long time ago. It was very impressive that Li Qingshan could instantly kill a second-layer Qi practitioner. It shocked everyone, but upon further thought, the bastard who had died was just a frightened bird. Li Qingshan was only a first-layer Qi practitioner at the end of the day. He was at the very bottom of Qi practitioners. Most of the Qi practitioners here were at the third and fourth layer, so they were not afraid of him. If a regular newcomer had behaved so arrogantly, someone would definitely have stepped forward to teach him a lesson. However, under Zhuozhibu's orders, none of them acted recklessly. However, their attitudes were rather playful and cold. As a result, not only did Li Qingshan no longer sense any hostility from Zhuozhibu, but it was the exact opposite. When he was drunk, the great commander of Jiaping City even personally walked over. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji stood up in a hurry, while Li Qingshan remained seated, which formed an extremely clear contrast. When it came to opponents like Yan Song and Lu Hong who had been defeated by him, he could take the initiative to ease their relationship. He understood the ways of the world very well. However, when facing a strong opponent like Zhuozhibu, he instead had to straighten his back. He didn't think that if he gave in now, he could change the other's impression of him. And he was also very clear about the twisted dignity of these Qi practitioners. When they were slapped in the face by the strong, they felt that they deserved it. When they were provoked by the weak, they had to be killed. On the ship, he had merely refused Qian Rongming's rude request, and Qian Rongming had ambushed and killed him in the middle of the night. Would Zhuozhibu's tolerance be any better? He had no confidence in this. A person with authority like Zhuozhibu would probably only be even more abnormal. Right now, this kind of superficial peace was only a layer of illusion maintained by Gu Yanying's reputation, and this illusion would always dissipate very quickly. He wasn't Gu Yanying's person, although he very much wanted to make Gu Yanying his one day in the future. With the experience of his two lives, Li Qingshan understood his own position extremely well. As a result, he chose the method he believed to be the most suitable. He did not rely on luck at all. In the story of the donkey running out of tricks, the donkey had relied on his extremely composed attitude to deter the tiger from attacking him recklessly. He did not mind learning from the donkey of Qian County and bluffing his superior. At the very least, he would be able to exchange for a period of peace. When the time came, he would see who was the donkey, who was the tiger, and who was running out of tricks. Zhuozhibu's smile did not fade, but his killing intent grew. He personally clinked cups with Li Qingshan and said many intimate things to him. Qingshan, this must be the first time you've left home, right? Yes. Don't worry. Just treat the Hawkwolf Guard like a writer. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone here is your brother and sister. I'm your big brother, so it's only right for me to take care of you. That was what Zhuozhibu said. Li Qingshan sneered inside. He could tell that Zhuozhibu was trying to find out about his relationship with Gu Yanying through his words. Li Qingshan had only met him once, which instead made Zhuozhibu even more suspicious. This was exactly Li Qingshan's intentions. Intelligent people would definitely be suspicious, so he was more than happy to let Zhuozhibu continue to doubt him. He understood the rate at which his strength was growing the best. Once Zhuozhibu understood the truth, just how powerful would he be? Diao Fei was extremely envious of Li Qingshan's treatment. Zhuozhibu basically did not even look at him properly, so he had no idea about the twists and turns. Zhuozhibu shot a glance at Qian Rongji before returning to his seat. Qian Rongji treated Li Qingshan even more eagerly, as if she wanted to mend her relationship with Li Qingshan. As a matter of fact, she did not even wait for the female attendants, personally pouring wine for Li Qingshan. She drank quite a lot, and the charm in her eyes seemed like it was about to drip. It attracted the gazes of many black wolf guards, who were envious, but they all looked away as soon as they glanced at Zhuozhibu. Li Qingshan really did not hold back. He downed the wine as soon as it was poured, enjoying her service calmly. With how sharp his senses were, he had sensed a long time ago that Qian Rongji had some dirty ties with Zhuozhibua. As it seemed, while he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 3 days, she had not been idling around either. Sure enough, things like unwritten rules were everywhere. He felt even more disdain towards her. However, he could not be bothered with her matters. If she could be sold, then so be it. The only thing he considered was whether these two potential enemies would work together against him. Chapter 120. The Tower. Although he had absolute confidence in his own strength, he did not want to be a fool with fists and no brains. He only made up nonsense about Qian Rongji's various inquiries. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed. At the highest point of the mountain, in the Black Eagle commander's personal pavilion, Zhuozhibua asked, "How was the investigation? What is the relationship between that brat and Commander Gu?" Qian Rongji sat on Zhuozhibua's lap and gritted her teeth. That brat kept beating around the bush and refused to tell the truth. As Li Qingshan expected, Qian Rongji had formed a relationship with Zhuozhibua during the 3 days she was on the mountain. Zhuozhibua said, "Then wait and see. I will figure it out. If he is really valued by that person, then you can forget about taking revenge." Qian Rongji suppressed her hatred and extended her index finger to touch Zhuozhibua's face. She smiled charmingly. "My grievances are nothing. It's not like I have enough brothers and sisters to die off. What matters is your dignity, great Commander Zhuo. You only have one face. You've seen that kid's attitude today." Zhuozhibua said, "If that person is really standing behind him, then it doesn't matter if he tramples on my face. If not, humph." He slapped Qian Rongji's butt hard. "You don't have to provoke me. Even if he is really valued by that person, I have a way to deal with him now. Even if he is a genius, I can still turn him into a useless person. Let's see if anyone will still take him seriously then." Qian Rongji grumbled coquettishly and wriggled about in Zhuozhibua's arms, which made his lust rise. Then he asked in confusion, "Since you don't mind him killing your elder brother, why are you so obsessed with revenge?" Qian Rongji said, "Because he looks down on me. Everyone who looks down on me has to pay the price." If Li Qingshan was here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Not only did his attitude not attract the love of a beauty like the rumors said, but it also attracted deep hatred. It seemed that rumors were just rumors. Zhuozhibua took a deep look at Qian Rongji and did not comment. At his age, he had played with many women, but female qi practitioners were rare. Even if there were, they were not necessarily beautiful. Therefore, the first time he saw Qian Rongji, he had an idea, and Qian Rongji also wanted to take the opportunity to rise up. As the saying goes, after a while it became adultery. His body had already started to weaken, and it was impossible for him to make any progress in qi training. All kinds of enjoyment were the first priority. Qian Rongji said, "I heard that those who train their bodies are relatively strong." That single sentence triggered Zhuozhibua's bestial nature, and he threw himself at Qian Rongji. "I'll let you taste my power today." Qian Rongji giggled. The room fell into chaos. Li Qingshan was currently submerged in a sea of books. The library of the Hawkwolf Guard contained all sorts of martial arts manuals, allowing him to browse through them freely. There were all sorts of martial arts manuals, kicks, blades, and swords. Many of them could lead to conflict in the Jianghu. Yet they were like trash here, placed casually. There was only an old man watching over them. However, Li Qingshan failed to find any cultivation methods for qi practitioners. Just when he wanted to go to the second floor, he was stopped by the old man. 2 hours, 10 points of contribution. No credit. Li Qingshan could only give up. Even though they were just martial arts manuals, they gave him quite a lot of inspiration. He read through them for 2 hours, but he was afraid that little and would worry, so he returned to the residence. Afterwards, he continued with his rather dull cultivation, eating pills and practicing qi. However, as soon as night fell, Gu Jian knocked on Li Qingshan's door and said mysteriously, "I'll take you to a good place." He even specially told him to change his clothes and stash his blade away. Don't tell me he's trying to harm me? That was what Li Qingshan thought, but he agreed immediately. What would come eventually. All he had to do was raise his vigilance. At most, he would just kill to his heart's content. He told Gujian to wait for a moment and returned to his room with little, and, arriving at the gateway at the bottom of the mountain, he discovered that Jiao Fei was already waiting there. Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" Surely he did not want to kill Jiao Fei as well. Jiao Fei said, "Brother Gu said he'd take us on a stroll around the night scenery of Jiaping City." "Oh right, why aren't you bringing Qian Rongji? Places like that aren't suitable for women." Gujian revealed a smile that all men understood. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei looked at each other, neither saying anything. This kind of thing was not easy to refuse in the first place, not to mention that it came from the good intentions of a colleague. Li Qingshan considered himself a man who drank with women, so he did not take it too seriously. Gujian couldn't help but smile when he saw the two's attitudes. He then remembered Zhuojibua's instructions. Regardless of the cost, they had to take Li Qingshan to have fun to their heart's content. The more fun they had, the better. It would be best if all cultivation and training were cast aside. Li Qingshan still did not know that Zhuojibua had already begun to deal with him in a different way. There was no need to fight or kill to destroy a person. Many times, sugar-coated bullets were even more frightening than torture. Extravagance and debauchery could easily obliterate a person's will, causing them to wallow in their most instinctive pleasures. In Zhuojibua's opinion, Li Qingshan was just a wild kid from the mountains. How could he resist this temptation? Even if Li Qingshan really did catch Gu Yinyingsai, it was not Zhuojibua's fault. He could only blame Li Qingshan for being useless. This was an insidious move he had come up with based on his deep understanding of human nature. It was silent, yet it penetrated deep into the bones. Jiaping City was lit up with lanterns. Even at night it was still brightly lit. It was very different from the small city of Qingyang, which made Li Qingshan think of the large cities from his past life. Under Gu Jian's enthusiastic greeting, the three of them merged into the light, entering the most dazzling and prosperous place. Building. This did not seem like the name of a brothel, but it was not just a brothel. It was the largest and most luxurious brothel in a radius of several hundred kilometers. From various perspectives, this was the grandest building Li Qingshan had ever seen in this world. It was a towering building in the shape of a pagoda, reaching 7 stories in height. It was so brightly lit that it seemed like it was burning. Large streams of people moved through the entrance, which was hung with large red lanterns. It was even busier than a market. Before they had even entered, a steaming exotic fragrance assaulted their noses. Li Qingshan shrugged. It's just a brothel. Although it was a little luxurious, it still paled in comparison to the skyscrapers and neon lights of his past life. Gujian said mysteriously, "You'll know once you go in. This isn't a regular brothel." Before the three of them had even entered, a person came out. He had been tossed out from the 3rd floor, landing on the ground like a sack. A murder case? Li Qingshan shivered inside. From a certain perspective, the Hawkwolf Guard was the police of this world. He never thought he would encounter a case as soon as he took up his post. However, when he looked at the passers-by in the surroundings, apart from being surprised in the beginning, they all went about their own business as if nothing had happened. Then he looked at the person on the ground. He actually stood up with a groan, rubbing his waist as he cursed aloud. An even louder curse rang out from upstairs. "What gang leader or branch leader? If you don't have any money, piss off. If you don't piss off, I'll cripple you of your martial arts and leave you as a pimp." The man who had been tossed out of the building was actually a first-rate master, which was why he was unscathed. However, just how skilled was he to toss out a first-rate master so casually? The man seemed to be stunned by the voice. He cursed a few more times before merging into the stream of people as if nothing had happened at all. Gujian said, "Even the Hawkwolf Guard has to pay if you want to play here. It's best if you don't cause any trouble." Li Qingshan said, "It's just a brothel. How can they be so arrogant?" Jiao Fei said, "The sect is a renowned sect in the Clear River Prefecture. They're skilled in dual cultivation, and they've set up brothels in various major cities. This is only one of them. However, this is the first time I've come here." Gujian smiled. Jiao Fei sure is knowledgeable. "Qingshan, you should know what dual cultivation is, right? Isn't it just doing that?" Li Qingshan truly felt like his horizons had been broadened. So be it the violent organization and the government formed by Qi practitioners, but there were actually brothels run by Qi practitioners. He could not help but lower his opinion of the three words, Qi practitioners, a little. Gu Jian said, dual cultivation is the same as external pills and ingestion. They're both extremely ancient Taoist techniques that focus on the harmony of yin and yang. However, you're not wrong. It's doing that, which is the art of intercourse. Think about it. A sect that specializes in intercourse and teaches a girl. Li Qingshan grinned. Don't tell me they want to harvest yang to replenish their yin. Did Zhuozhibo want him to die on a woman's belly? That would be far too much of a joke. Gu Jian broke into laughter. How can that be? If that's the case, why would there still be so many people? Anyway, you'll know once you try. Li Qingshan shook his head. Forget it. He did not think that this was a good place. Diao Fei also wanted to back out. If it was an ordinary brothel, then it would be fine. He had heard many rumors about brothels. No matter when, seeking pleasure was not beneficial to the cultivation of Qi practitioners. Gu Jian moved his lips and tongue, talking non-stop. Qi refinement is so hard. Shouldn't you reward yourself? Only by striking a balance between work and rest can one's cultivation be beneficial. It's fine to do it once or twice. If you're a man, then don't be so hesitant. Have a good time. As a man, why would he be afraid of a few women? He diligently played the role of the most common person in the world. A hypocrite with a honeyed mouth and a dagger in his heart. A vicious friend was more terrifying than an outstanding enemy. He persuaded, encouraged, and half-dragged the two of them into the brothel. The roar of voices filled the air. Many men and women were hugging each other in disheveled clothing. It was a scene of revelry and bliss. In this strange atmosphere, everyone had no scruples, releasing themselves to their heart's content. It was like the legendary pool of wine and forest of flesh. Even Li Qingshan, a transmigrator from the modern era, was a little dumbfounded. Uncle Gu, you've made the ladies wait for a long time. The room you booked is the first room in the sky. Please come upstairs. A fat woman with heavy makeup came up to greet them. When she saw Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, she said, "Hey, these two little brothers, you look unfamiliar." Li Qingshan saw that the lady boss's body was also flowing with true energy. She was a Qi practitioner. Chapter 121. Beating up the courtesan, Li Qingshan slapped her hand away rudely. But Gu Jian said, "If you want us to take care of you, that'll depend on what you're capable of. Don't worry, it'll all be the best. Miss Furong has already been waiting for quite some time. She's not receiving any other guests today. Who knows how many people she's offended." The sacred hall. At this moment, as if to prove her words, a skinny man grabbed the procuress' arm while wailing, "Mummy, I have to see Furong tonight. I'll give you whatever you want." However, he was immediately restrained and chased out by two sturdy guards who were second-rate at the very least. When they heard that the three of them would be accompanied by Furong, all the men became envious. Even Diao Fei, who had always been cold, became curious. The procuress chattered as she flirted with Gu Jian, shooting flirtatious glances at him. Diao Fei would listen in at times and look at the men and women in the hall from time to time. He was overwhelmed. He had cultivated arduously in the sect for many years, so it was not easy for him to see a sight like this. However, Li Qingshan raised his head and looked up. The building was built like a patio, so it was difficult to see the very top with a single glance. There were murals of flying women. From the top to the bottom of the long corridor, the sounds of singing, dancing, and orchestral instruments could be heard everywhere. The lowest floor had the most customers, and they were all hugging the lowest and most coquettish women. There was a warm atmosphere, as if it was going to overturn the roof. In a daze, Li Qingshan seemed to see the women in the paintings move. Their eyes moved about, enchanting all living things, but at a closer glance it turned back to a regular painting. Was it just a hallucination? The best room was the highest floor of the building. It was specially reserved for esteemed guests. The three Qi practitioners of the Hawkwolf Guard were obviously esteemed guests. Under the procuress' lead, they climbed up the tall building and passed by room after room. With his extraordinary hearing, Li Qingshan could clearly hear the sounds of many men and women making love. It was enough to make him blush. As he sat down on the luxurious golden silk cushion, the sound of stringed instruments could be heard from behind the curtains. It was faintly captivating. Suddenly, a group of flower-like dancers came up to welcome him. They only had light muslin draped over their bodies, revealing their graceful curves and waving hips. Holy Church tasting the fine wine in his cup and appreciating the singing and dancing in front of him. An extremely faint and exotic fragrance mingled with the many fragrances of cosmetics entered Li Qingshan's nose and mouth. His mind seemed to be even more intoxicated. He just wanted to immerse himself in the spring breeze and not care about the rise and fall of the world. And among the dancers, the figure of a woman was faintly discernible. Amidst the swift and messy dance, she was like the moon surrounded by stars, but she was only faintly discernible. Even if she occasionally appeared, it was a face covered by a veil. Who was she? Could it be Hibiscus? The sound of the wind instruments suddenly rose to the sky. The dancers suddenly dispersed, and the woman appeared in front of everyone. She was the only one left on the stage, dancing passionately alone. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei watched with rapt attention, not even noticing Gu Jian's departure. Outside the corridor, Gu Jian was talking to the old procuress. "This is something arranged by our boss Shua. You better not neglect it." The old procuress laughed. "How would I dare? Our brothel still wants to continue operating in Jiaping City. Bewitching fragrance, bewitching dance, and decadent sound. I'm using all three at once. I guarantee that those two brats will be bewitched." She glanced at Gu Jian's lower body. "Master Gu, didn't you also come out because you couldn't endure it? Do you want our hibiscus too?" Gu Jian said, "Shut up." His face was clearly a bit unnaturally red, and his emotions were a bit out of control. Clearly, those three things were not unaffected by him. But Zhuozhibua had specifically said that this woman was absolutely not to be touched. She had ruined more than one or two practitioners, and there were countless ordinary people of the Jianghu. What was even more frightening was that these people actually did not regret it in the end, and were still willing to give their everything to her. At this time in the room, the veil fell to the ground, as if it was a small accident in the midst of an intense dance. Hibiscus stood there not knowing what to do. The music stopped just in time. The two men were stunned at the same time. Li Qingshan once again felt a strong sense of awe, but he could not accurately describe the woman's appearance. It was as if there was a hazy layer of fog, and within it, he could faintly see Xianyue, Gu Yenying, and even further back in the past, to that ignorant first love of his previous life. The Templar's mind was bewitched, and his heart was intoxicated. Diao Fei stared straight at Hibiscus, and murmured, "Ah Ning." He completely ignored the wine in his hand, which had already spilled all over the floor. Many memories surfaced in his mind, the mixture of pain and sweetness that was engraved in his bones. He wanted to protect her. He wanted to own her. Hibiscus sneered inside. Doing something like this was basically a piece of cake for her. It was extremely easy. Her target this time was only a teenager, so it was even easier. She had already begun thinking about how she could use him to earn some pills. She had heard that the treatment of the Hawkwolf Guard was quite impressive, so she should be able to squeeze quite a lot out of him. However, he was only a first-layer Qi practitioner, so he probably would not be able to last for too long. The other one, on the other hand, might be able to allow her cultivation to break through again and reach the third layer. Thump, thump, thump. The jar on Li Qingshan's waist produced a few gentle sounds, rousing Li Qingshan. Little and was extremely obedient. He had never been willing to make things difficult for Li Qingshan, so he had always been extremely quiet in the jar. This was the first time something like this had happened. Li Qingshan immediately sensed that something was wrong with him. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, and the turtle shell-shaped demon core in his body began to revolve. It shone brightly, suppressing everything. Whether it was his restless true qi or his disorderly thoughts, they were all completely suppressed. His mind suddenly became clear, and spiritual energy gathered in his eyes. When he looked at the woman named Furong again, the layer of mist on her face immediately dispersed. That enchanting face suddenly became mediocre. It was not even as beautiful as the dancers beside her or the maids who served her. Even the expression on her face seemed to be extremely artificial. It was no longer as moving as it was a moment ago. This feeling was like when he saw some beauties on the internet after removing their makeup in his past life. It was a horrible sight to behold. However, it was much more ingenious. She could actually influence a person's senses, drawing out the most beautiful parts of a person's heart to move them. These people had not come to see this woman at all. They clearly wanted to see the woman in their hearts. This woman had shamelessly used the most beautiful parts of a person's heart. Was this the legendary arts of charm? Li Qingshan furrowed his eyebrows. He was not an idiot. He immediately understood the deep ill intentions behind this. Originally, he believed that with his strength, even if he could not move about freely in Jiaoping City, there would be no opponent he could not deal with. As a result, he could enter the building fearlessly. He was confident that as long as he could control himself, no one would be able to harm him. However, the various tricks of the secular world were far more than he had imagined. It was said that various external demons would appear during the process of cultivation, messing with their minds and ruining their cultivation. Was this not what he was seeing right now? Then he looked at Diao Fei beside him. He basically stared at Hibiscus like he was infatuated. Hibiscus looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. She had never thought someone could escape from her arts of charm. Under the intense gaze of those eyes, she could not help but take a step back. Smack! There was a loud slap. Gu Jian and the brothel keeper glanced at each other. When they hurried into the room, they saw Li Qingshan standing there, slapping Diao Fei to the ground. There was a clear mark of 5 fingers on his face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how vicious that slap had been. Diao Fei wanted to fight back in rage, but a hand like an iron pincer gripped his neck. A terrifying killing intent restricted his movements. He felt that if he dared to move, his neck would be broken. What are you doing? Li Qingshan carried him in front of Hibiscus. Look carefully. Diao Fei had already subconsciously circulated his true qi. Anger and fear had broken his just now state, and Hibiscus, in her shock, seemed to have forgotten to use her charm arts. And then Diao Fei, like Li Qingshan just now, saw that shocking change and was instantly stunned. That was not his Aning. Aning was no longer here. The brothel keeper cried out in shock. "WW, what are you doing?" Gu Jian said righteously, "Stop." Li Qingshan loosened his grip. His appearance earlier was just too ugly, so I couldn't help but hit him. Diao Fei collapsed on the ground. After quite a while he said just now, "Thank you." As someone who came from a sect, he knew much more about charm arts than Li Qingshan. He knew what would happen if he fell for it. Once he was deeply intoxicated, even his parents and children would not be able to rouse him from his infatuation. Li Qingshan pointed at Hibiscus and said to the brothel keeper, "Make this ugly woman piss off, or I won't be able to hold myself back any longer." Hibiscus shrieked, "Just you." She had already grown accustomed to using her charm arts to toy with men. Since when had she ever been treated like this? In particular, when he called her an ugly woman, it made her completely furious, but it only made her face twist and uglier. The brothel keeper said angrily, "Master Gu, isn't this newcomer of yours a little too unruly? How could a measly first-layer Qi practitioner be so rude to her? If it were not for his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, she would have attacked him a long time ago." Li Qingshan suddenly vanished from where he was and appeared before Hibiscus. He raised his right arm and swung it viciously. Within 10 steps, a person could rival a country. Li Qingshan used his tough body to carry out this sentence perfectly. Although Hibiscus was a second-layer Qi practitioner, she was not skilled in battle as she was skilled in the arts of charm and sexual intercourse. She did not seem to think Li Qingshan would do something as despicable as hitting a woman before so many people. "You fucking found a fake beauty to screw me over. And you're even saying I don't know the rules? You're in a bad mood, but I'm in a worse mood." The anger from having his feelings tricked and the embarrassment from almost falling for it all made his mood as horrible as it could get. His reaction was his arm turning into a blur as he forcefully lashed out with the crack of a whip. Hibiscus spun a few times on the spot like a spinning top. Half of her face swelled up and 2 teeth flew out. She collapsed on the ground, dazed. Chapter 122. Blood splattered across the building. As for the men, they all treated Furong as obediently as dogs. Never in their wildest dreams did they think she would take a slap from a man. The procuress struck out furiously. She filled her chubby hands with true qi and swung them towards Li Qingshan. Not only was Furong the courtesan of the brothel, but she was also her disciple. But to her surprise, Gu Jian blocked her way. The procuress forcefully pulled back her hands. You, Gu Jian said coldly, are you going to attack the Hawkwolf Guard? As long as Li Qingshan was still a Hawkwolf Guard, he could not just stand by and watch. This had to do with the dignity of the Hawkwolf Guard. Most importantly, he doubted whether the procuress could defeat Li Qingshan with her strength. The brothel would give Zhuozhibua a large number of pills and various women every year for Zhuozhibua to enjoy. As an errand boy, he would receive a share of the profits as well. He obviously did not want to see the brothel suffer. The procuress took in a few ragged breaths and said, "All right." She pulled Furong, who was still in a daze, away. However, Li Qingshan sat back down. He said, "Hurry up. I'm still waiting for the next program. I don't think your brothel has anything like that, right? Brother Ge, I'm still waiting." All he heard was Furong's shrill howl from outside. She finally returned to her senses. "I'll kill him. I'll kill him." Gu Jian looked back, and his sunken face vanished. He smiled helplessly. "Qingshan, if you don't like her, then don't like her. Why must you hit her? Women skilled in arts of charm aren't common. Even if I try it once in a while, it won't affect me at all." He felt so wrong that even Diao Fei doubted whether Gu Jian had done it on purpose. A whore. So what if I hit her? Li Qingshan leaned back against the soft cushion indifferently and raised his chin. A female attendant beside him plucked a grape in a hurry and carefully delivered it to his mouth. She was just like a scoundrel. This Western brothel actually dared to join hands with Zhuozhibua to harm him. He wanted to learn from Lu Tianyu. First, he wanted 10 caddies of lean meat, cut it into minced meat without the least bit of fat on it. Then he wanted another 10 caddies of fatty meat, without the least bit of lean meat on it, also cut it into minced meat. Finally, he wanted another 10 caddies of inch of gold cartilage, also cut it into minced meat, without the least bit of fat on it. Holy Church, if the women who came later were skinny, he would ask for a voluptuous one and slap the old procuress's face. If she was fat, he would have chosen the slim one, and he would have slapped the old procuress's face. However, this did not seem to be Commander Lu, but some crosstalk joke segment. "I'll go take a look." When Gu Jian walked out of the door, anger surfaced on his face. He didn't expect that Lu Cheng's ultimate moves were actually unable to subdue a country bumpkin from the mountains. However, he couldn't turn hostile now. As long as Zhuozhibua didn't figure out the relationship between Li Qingshan and Gu Yinying, he wouldn't dare to turn hostile. And if Zhuozhibua didn't dare to turn hostile, he wouldn't dare to turn hostile. Most importantly, he was worried that even if he turned hostile, he might not be a match for this kid. The slap just now had shocked Gu Jian. Within 10 steps, if Li Qingshan suddenly attacked, it would be as fast as a tiger or a leopard. Even he dared not say whether or not he would be at a disadvantage. Was a physique practitioner really that strong? In less than a quarter of an hour, Gu Jian returned, followed by the old procuress. She had a smile on her face as if nothing had happened. No one knew what Gu Jian had instructed, but he also brought along 7 or 8 young girls. No matter how thin or fat they were, they all had good looks. The oldest was no more than 16 or 17, and the youngest was only 14 or 15. "Little brother, it seems like you don't like mature girls. These are all newly trained girls, and I guarantee that they are absolutely clean. Why don't you pick a few back to be your maids to warm your feet? The price is negotiable." The old procuress pinched the cheeks of a young girl beside her and introduced them to Li Qingshan. Those girls all looked at Li Qingshan, their eyes filled with hope. To be able to be redeemed and taken away before they could even put up a sign to receive customers, that was their good fortune. Not to mention that this person was a tough young man, and not a pot-bellied rich merchant or a skinny old man. Gu Jian said, "I think you should have 1 or 2 people to serve you on the mountain. Such a big bed, one person can't finish lying on it." Seeing that he couldn't complete Zhuozhibua's task, he thought of another plan. Seeing that this kid seemed to be a person who valued friendship, as long as he had a burden by his side, he could use it to threaten him in the future. Holy Church! Looking at these young girls who were like mules waiting to be picked, Li Qingshan suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Looking at the fat old procuress again, he felt even more disgusted. He really wanted to hack her with a knife. But he also knew that in this era, brothels were a legitimate business. Many women who had given birth to girls, but because they valued boys more than girls, were unwilling to raise them, or could not afford to raise them, so they were sent to brothels as a way to survive. Li Qingshan asked, "Are all of you willing?" The young girls looked at each other, then finally lowered their heads and said yes. Li Qingshan's interest was gone. He stood up and said, "Let's call it a day, I want to go back to sleep." He walked out, and when he passed by a young girl, she stuffed a ball of paper into his hand. Qing Xiu gazed at the tall, broad figure eagerly. Ever since she was abducted here, so many years had passed. Originally she had already despaired a long time ago, but Li Qingshan's slap had given her a sliver of hope once again, allowing her to do something bold and risky. He was different from other men. If it was him, he might report to the authorities and save her and her sisters. She heard that the district magistrate was a good official, and he would definitely help them. But she saw that Li Qingshan suddenly stood still, opened the ball of paper, and asked her, "Did you give this to me?" Everyone's eyes focused on Qing Yuer, especially the brothel keeper's eyes. When she saw the words on the paper, there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Qing Xiu lowered her head. She felt like there was a dagger on her back. She thought of the tragic fate of her sisters who wanted to escape or betray the brothel, and despair appeared on her face. Her heart was filled with regret, and she kept blaming Li Qingshan in her heart. "Are you an idiot? Do you know how deep the water in the brothel is? This time I'm dead because of you." Li Qingshan kept the ball of paper, and patted Qing Yuer's shoulder with a smile. "I asked you just now, why didn't you say it? You should have said it earlier. This daddy has sharpened my sword for 10 years, and I'm full of chivalry, waiting to meet with injustice." He felt that he was very kind, and Qing Xiu's face became paler. The brothel keeper could see that Li Qingshan was a troublemaker, and she pulled Qing Xiu behind her. "She has lost her mind, don't take it to heart." Qing Xiu had always been obedient, and she never resisted when she was asked to do something. The brothel keeper thought that she had trained her well enough, so she let her out to meet the guests. She didn't expect that she would do such a thing at such a critical moment. When she returned, she would definitely beat her to death as a warning to others. Li Qingshan said, "Didn't you let me pick? I'll pick her." The brothel keeper said, "Why are you still not taking her away?" As she smiled at Li Qingshan, she said, "There are plenty of girls in our building. It really isn't appropriate for you to choose this crazy one." She was tangled up in a messy manner. Immediately, 2 strong and sturdy guards escorted Qing Xiu out. "Stop!" Li Qingshan wanted to chase after her, but the fat body of the brothel keeper blocked his way. He wanted to go around her, but Gu Jian pulled his hand. "Qingshan, where are you going? She's just a whore." That was what Li Qingshan had said earlier, but Li Qingshan immediately turned around and said, "You're the whore. Let go of me." His arms shook, but how could Gu Jian resist Li Qingshan's strength? He immediately let go, and his face changed. "What did you say?" He was a mighty hawkwolf guard, yet he had been called a whore, so he could not help but lose his temper. He could no longer hold back. The 2 guards both possessed martial arts. They seemed to be walking normally, but they moved extremely quickly. They arrived outside in the blink of an eye, merging into the crowd. Li Qingshan ignored him. He took a step forward and directly collided with a ball of fat. The brothel keeper felt like a rampaging elephant had collided with her. She smashed through the window and the railings of the corridor behind her, flying into the courtyard and falling straight down to the 7th floor. She shrieked in the air, "Stop him!" With a clap of her hand and a surge of true qi, her plump body drifted away, landing in the corridor of the 3rd floor. Li Qingshan had already made his way out through the hole the brothel keeper had created. All he saw was a crowd of people moving about, but Qing Xiu was nowhere to be seen. However, he sniffed and caught a hint of her scent. Among his 6 senses, the one that surpassed ordinary people the most was his sense of smell. For ordinary qi practitioners, as long as they cultivated their jinqi and opened up their acupoints, their sense of sight and hearing would become extremely sharp. They would be able to see flies flying within 100 zhang away, and hear ants walking within 100 zhang. However, their sense of smell would not improve much. It would not even be as good as a stray dog on the street. This was the limitation of nature. However, Li Qingshan's sense of smell had already become even sharper than a dog's. He followed the trail left behind by the scent. "Where are you going, bro?" A few gorgeously dressed brothel girls with heavy makeup came out of nowhere and filled the corridor. One by one, they wrapped around him and hugged his hands and feet. Li Qingshan said, "Get lost." He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. With a burst of true qi, he sent the girls flying. Thud 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 down to the 6th floor. A sturdy guard dressed in yellow rushed out of the room beside him as if he had heard the brothel keeper's call. He immediately saw Li Qingshan and stood in front of him. Judging by his aura, he seemed to be a first-rate expert in Jianghu. He had just thrown out a first-rate expert today, so his arrogance was at its peak. When he saw Li Qingshan striding towards him, although he could tell that he was a qi practitioner, he was only at the first layer of qi practitioner. He was confident that he could fight him and even win. He had never paid attention to those people who trained their qi directly because of their natural endowments. Thus, he used the voice he used to berate the brothel patrons and shouted, "Stop right there. It's fine if you're a weak woman. You're just being ordered around by others. But you're a good man, yet you're helping the wicked. You deserve to die." As Li Qingshan spoke, his feet did not stop moving. Unknowingly, the wind-entwining saber was already in his hand. The snow-white blade flashed. The guard in yellow was just about to attack when he felt a chill on his neck. Then he flew up. The world spun around him and he saw his own body. The guards were just about to rush forward when they saw their leader's head being sent flying by the blood spurting out from his neck. Immediately, they felt as if their feet were nailed to the ground. They did not dare to take another step forward. Chapter 123. Splattering blood middle. Li Qingshan lifted his leg and kicked the headless corpse downstairs. While the men and women downstairs were still in a daze from the madam's scream, a bloody corpse suddenly fell in front of them. After a moment of silence, someone screamed at the top of their lungs, "Murder!" The people downstairs immediately burst into an uproar. What a big wet dream, but it was shattered by the shock. Li Qingshan laughed out loud when he saw this. He turned around and saw Qingxiu's emerald green gown. She had already been brought to the opposite 4th floor. Li Qingshan leaped into the air like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey or an eagle hunting for a rabbit. Just as Qingxiu was at the edge of despair, a strong gust of wind blew against her face. When she looked again, Li Qingshan was already standing in front of her, sheathing his long sword. The two guards who were holding her hostage spat out blood and fell backwards. Qingxiu stammered for a long time but couldn't say anything. He actually dared to kill someone in the brothel. She had never seen such an audacious person in her life. This was completely different from what she had imagined at the beginning. Li Qingshan said, "If you have any grievances, feel free to tell me." The brothel was in a mess. Guards rushed out from all directions and corners. Qingxiu hurriedly complained, I was captured by them. I didn't come willingly. If I didn't want to, I would be beaten and not given food. I would have to practice martial arts. If I didn't, I would still be beaten and not given food. Bitch, shut up. Amidst the roar, the madam directly smashed through the floorboards and came to the 4th floor. She met Li Qingshan's murderous gaze head-on. You came at the right time. Li Qingshan shouted. The wind-entwining saber formed a wind blade in the air and slashed at the madam's face. The madam had never seen such a fierce person. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. She often welcomed people in the brothel. She had forgotten when was the last time she personally attacked someone. She couldn't even use half of her vital energy. With a scream, she fell back to the 3rd floor. Holy Church, looking up, she saw Li Qingshan appear above the large hole, both hands gripping the blade as he chopped down. She didn't even have the time to take out the talismans from her 100 treasures pouch to protect herself, or perhaps she was scared silly. She instinctively rolled on the ground, rolling away like a ball. One was good at fighting, the other was not. One relied on his powerful physique to kill a level 2 Qi disciple head-on. One of them was focused on the Tao of dual cultivation and the art of the bedroom. Although she was in the third layer of the aura refining realm, her battle prowess was only at the second layer. Blood spurted out as the wind-entwining saber sliced off a large chunk of flesh from her buttocks. The procuress squealed like a pig being slaughtered. She lost all will to fight. Li Qingshan didn't wait to land on the ground. He stepped on the wall and used the momentum to fly out. He caught up with the procuress and stepped on her back. He smiled viciously and said, "Old hag, let's see where you can run to." If the procuress dared to make even the slightest movement, she would feel that foot pressing down on her like an iron pole. All the bones in her body were about to be broken. A sharp blade was placed right next to her face, causing her to not dare to move at all. A sharp sword stabbed towards her from behind. Before the blade even reached her, it spat out a 3-feet-long green light. Hibiscus held the spirit sword with a vicious expression and stabbed it straight towards Li Qingshan's back. Good. Li Qingshan wasn't surprised but happy instead. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the blade. Even the procuress, who was in the third layer of the aura refining realm, was no match for him, let alone Hibiscus, who was only in the second layer of the aura refining realm. His left hand formed a claw and grabbed Hibiscus's neck, pulling her in front of him. He stepped on one and grabbed the other in his hand, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Qingshan pointed the wind-entwining saber at the procuress. As a chi practitioner, you are above tens of thousands of people. You live a luxurious life, yet you still want to do such a heartless thing. You really deserve to die. The procuress screamed in fear, "Hero, spare me. I won't spare you." Li Qingshan was about to swing his saber down. "Stop." 2 voices rang out at the same time. One was Cui Jian, but the other wasn't Yao Fei. Instead, it was a middle-aged man wearing a sapphire blue gown. Like a withered leaf, he floated down to the 3rd floor. He was actually an expert in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. He had a feminine face and said darkly, "Customer, you seem to be very dissatisfied with our service. Saint Hall." He was the real owner of this building, Zhao Liangqing. Normally, he only let the procuress greet guests outside while he hid behind the scenes, using the women as human cauldrons to cultivate. If Shuozhibo wanted to take care of a newcomer, of course he would have to go through him to set up this trap. However, he didn't care too much. How could he have a good ending after being tricked by a vulture like Shuozhibo? He thought that Hibiscus would also be easy to capture, but he didn't expect such a sudden change to occur. Li Qingshan predicted that if he didn't use his demonic energy, he would be able to defeat a 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. He also had a high chance of winning against a 3rd layer of the aura refining realm, but it was hard to say against a 4th layer of the aura refining realm. Against a 5th layer of the aura refining realm, there was absolutely no chance of winning. He called out, "Gujian, get our big brother Zhua here. I've found a nest of bandits that force women into prostitution. Why would we, the mighty Hawkwolf Guard, fear a chicken head like you?" His shout was filled with true energy and shattered a few wine cups nearby. Many people's ears were ringing. "Big brother Zhua?" Gujian staggered and almost lost his footing. He had personally witnessed Li Qingshan's arrogant attitude towards Shuozhibo, yet he called him Big Brother Zhua now. He was clearly using Shuozhibo and the Hawkwolf Guard as a shield. Zhao Liangqing frowned heavily as well. Although Li Qingshan had demonstrated strength that surpassed regular chi practitioners, he was confident he could kill him. However, he was afraid to take action. It was not only because of the 2 hostages beneath Li Qingshan's feet, but also because of his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard. People from the Hawkwolf Guard did not die. On the contrary, due to the various dangerous missions, the casualty rate was quite high. If they died during missions or assassinations, they would be unable to find the culprit, and the matter would be left unresolved. It would be treated as an unresolved case. However, if he killed a Hawkwolf Guard in public, that would be challenging the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard, and he would be hunted down by the entire world. Even Shuozhibo would not spare him. Instead, he would come to kill him first and draw a clear line between them. If he were an independent cultivator, perhaps he would still be bold enough to kill someone out of anger, but he had a clan as great as Lu Cheng, so he became even more cautious. Li Qingshan snickered. Just as he had expected, the wolf hide really did have some use. Only an idiot would be a hawk or a dog of the empire who did not know how to use his identity as a hawk or a dog of the empire. If Zhuozhibua wanted to be his big brother, then he would let him be. Zhao Liangqing said, "Please release the people from my sect. They're all criminals who have forced women into prostitution and harmed young girls. I can't let them go." "Oh right, don't leave either. I represent the Hawkwolf Guard to open a case for investigation. You can remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court." Li Qingshan had no idea what to say either, so he just spouted some nonsense he had heard from his past life. He completely ignored Zhao Liangqing's powerful strength as a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Zhao Liangqing paled in anger. "Force women into prostitution? What evidence do you have?" Li Qingshan said. "I have witnesses and material evidence." Zhao Liangqing said sinisterly. "Where's your proof?" Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. 2 guards held the dejected Qing Xiu hostage. Zhao Liangqing pinched Qing Xiu's chin. "You really do have some beauty. No wonder he lost his temper over you. Can you release her now?" Qing Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared straight at Li Qingshan. "I'm done for now," Li Qingshan said. "That's one of the girls in your building. What has she got to do with me?" Zhao Liangqing said, "Oh, fair enough. There's no point in keeping a femme fatale like her." He placed his hand on Qing Xiu's shoulder, but before he could even exert any force, Qing Xiu let out a miserable shriek. However, it was immediately drowned out by an even more miserable shriek, frightening Qing Xiu so much that she shut her mouth. Li Qingshan raised his blade and chopped off the procuress' arm. His eyes reddened as he said, "Why don't you try touching her again?" Heroes who would lay down their arms and surrender after being threatened by the enemy with a hostage were all idiots. Li Qingshan would never do something as stupid as that. "If you're vicious, then I'll be even more vicious." Gu Jian finally gave up on dealing with this matter by himself. This bastard possessed a sense of viciousness and wildness that came from the mountains and forests. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Everything that had happened today was a counterattack against Zhuozhibua's trap, and the matter had completely slipped out of his control. He crushed a talisman in his hand. It was a talisman that the Hawkwolf Guard used to call for help, to show that he was in danger. Zhao Liangqing glared at Li Qingshan. He had not done anything yet, but he was no longer bold enough to do anything. He could clearly tell from Li Qingshan's gaze that if he killed Qing Xiu, Li Qingshan would be bold enough to cut off 2 heads for him to see. That would be an almost irreparable loss to him. On one side was a measly Qing Chui, and on the other side were 2 of his important subordinates. He obviously had no idea which was more important. His eyes flickered, and he circulated his cultivation method. In everyone's eyes, the rather effeminate landlord Zhao had suddenly changed. He had become extremely terrifying, like a terrifying demon from the legends. His malevolent aura directly overwhelmed them, and the guards directly collapsed on the ground from fright. He was almost roaring. "I said release them." In the sect, apart from using arts of charm to conjure statues of jade women to charm everyone, there were also other uses. It could also be used in the opposite manner, conjuring the image of a demon to frighten everyone. They were all techniques that could directly shake up a person's soul. With that, the noisy building immediately fell silent. Everyone felt a great fear descend upon them. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone shout or run. Even Gu Jian was afraid to look at Zhao Liangqing's face, so just what kind of pressure did Li Qingshan, who was being stared at by him, endure? However, Li Qingshan only smiled gently. "I said release them." He was a demon in the first place, and his cultivation was even greater than Zhao Liangqing's. Charm was very effective against him, as his body was much tougher than ordinary people. He had to use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress it. However, threatening him was just displaying one's slight skill before an expert. He did not even need to use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. "You want to scare me? Do you believe I won't show my true form and scare you to death?" Seeing that intimidation was useless, all Zhao Liangqing could do was give up. He stared straight at Li Qingshan. If his gaze could be a sword, Li Qingshan would have been pierced already. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Li Qingshan gestured at the procuress below him with his blade. "What do you want?" Li Qingshan pointed at Qing Xiu. Give me back my witness. Chapter 124. The procuress said, "Sir, save me." She really was a chi practitioner after all. She had not fainted from the pain. The Holy Church Furong saw this bloody sight. When she heard that she was next, she cried out, "Save me!" Before she could even finish, her neck was tightened. "Stop! Let go of Miss Furong." The building fell into an uproar again. It was not just the ground floor. Even the railings upstairs were filled with people. They all discussed among themselves as they watched this rare show. Isn't the Hawkwolf Guard the building's backer? Why are they against each other today? There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The building ran amok in Jiaping City. If it were not for the protection of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would have closed down a long time ago. There were plenty of discerning people in the world. That kid hit Furong. What? He's actually willing to do it? Many people ground their teeth in anger. Many of them treated Furong as the goddess of their dreams. Even if they could not obtain her, they could not allow others to harass her like this. Look, that's Furong. That kid is currently gripping her neck. It led to a wave of public anger. In their eyes, Furong was frowning in pain. Her beautiful face was filled with sorrow, which was enough to shatter their hearts. It also made many of them ache. Aning. Even though Jiao Fei had just woken up from Li Qingshan's beating and seen Furong's true appearance, he was still dazed. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and woke up. Furong's call for help made many people who knew martial arts want to take action. Even those who did not know martial arts cursed and yelled at her. Both upstairs and downstairs, there was a tidal wave of condemnation directed at Li Qingshan. Let go of Miss Furong. If you don't, I'll make you die a horrible death. Humph. A bunch of idiots. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it easily drowned out the tidal wave of condemnation, making everyone's heads ring. He only looked at Zhao Liangqing. Are you going to let go or not? The blade in his hand had already been placed against the procuress' neck. The Holy Church Zhao Liangqing's hands trembled as he let go of Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu rubbed her shoulders and jogged over to Li Qingshan's side, carefully avoiding the large pool of blood on the ground. Looking at the madam's pitiful state, even though he knew of her many evil deeds and that she had personally caused the death of a sister, he still felt sorry for her. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, he didn't have the slightest of such emotions. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since he wanted to be a hero, of course he had to have a stronger will than ordinary people. Punishing evil was the most enjoyable thing in the world. Li Qingshan, what are you doing? Zhuozhibo rushed in furiously. Beside him were 5 or 6 black wolf guards, including Qian Rongji. When they saw the situation in the building, they were all surprised. Zhuozhibo believed that the perfection of his scheme was that even if Li Qingshan didn't take the bait, he couldn't be blamed. I asked someone to take you to a brothel out of goodwill. Can you say that I'm not good? Even if he really did have a relationship with Gu Yenying, he couldn't tell her that he had been tricked while visiting a brothel. If Li Qingshan fell for it, only death would await him, but if he did not fall for it, all he could do was suffer in silence. It was flawless. It was perfect. In reality, if it were not for the small accident that was Qing Xiu, Li Qingshan would have been forced to endure it for now. Apart from slapping Furong, he could only wait for his revenge in the future. However, now that he had made a name for himself, he wanted to cause a great disturbance. He wanted to show Zhuozhibo that if you dare to set up a trap, I'll make a mess. Zhao Liangqing said, Commander Zhuo, is this how your Hawkwolf Guard does things? If you don't pay when you visit prostitutes, then so be it, but you're even causing trouble. Is that so? You've gone too far. This building is doing its job. What are you trying to do? Release Miss Furong. If even a hair on Miss Furong is harmed, I'll cut you to pieces. Don't pay when you visit prostitutes? What a huge pile of shit. If Li Qingshan became known as such, he would no longer be able to make a living in Jiaping City anymore. Zhuozhibo also said sternly, Qingshan, is that so? It was as if he was not the one who had asked Gu Jian to bring Li Qingshan here. No, it's them. Qing Xiu tried to explain loudly from behind Li Qingshan, but her words were drowned out by the clamor. Li Qingshan did not waste his breath. With a spurt, he plunged his blade into the procuress' heart before pulling it out again. There was not a single trace of blood on it. The Holy Church, if you curse at me, I'll hit the procuress. If you hit me, I'll hit the procuress back. If you falsely accuse me, I'll kill the procuress. You. Zhao Liangqing was enraged. Li Qingshan leisurely placed his blade on Furong's neck and muttered to himself, "One dead, but there's still one left." He kicked the procuress' enormous body down the stairs. Kill one first. In the entire building, who didn't recognize the procuress? Who didn't know of this fat woman's slyness and ruthlessness? She had run this building in Jiaping City for many years. She had single-handedly handled all the welcoming and sending off of customers. She could be considered a celebrity. Now she had been killed with a single blade and turned into a corpse. The scene was silent. Everyone wanted to ask, who was this youth? Why was he so fierce? Shuozhibua also did not expect that Li Qingshan would dare to commit murder in front of him. His heart was filled with rage. Qian Rongji suddenly felt a wave of fear. This youth who killed while talking was not like the men she had met in her life. He was definitely not easy to deal with. When Li Qingshan lifted Furong up, Zhao Liangqing finally lost his composure and shouted, "You dare?" She was his money tree, the foundation of the entire building. If the procuress died, he could find another one, but if she died, the entire building would collapse. Li Qingshan said to Shuozhibua, "Commander Zhua, this building hides evil and forces women into prostitution. The young girl beside me is a witness. Please punish her impartially." Zhao Liangqing also looked over, as if to say, "I've given you so many pills every year." Shuozhibua felt like he was in a terrible fix. Of everyone present, he was the one who was the most cautious. He still wanted to use the power in his hands to enjoy the rest of his life, so he did not dare to take the risk to kill Li Qingshan. But if he agreed with Li Qingshan's opinion, it would be like slapping his own face and cutting off his own source of income. Li Qingshan had seen through his mentality, so he had viciously defeated him. It had to be mentioned that the reason why he was bold enough to make such a bold gamble under the threat of two powerful Qi practitioners was directly related to his own strength. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could use his hidden strength to escape. By releasing a little bit of his Yao Qi, he could easily escape from this place. But it was clear that his worries were unnecessary. Shuozhibua said sincerely, "Qingshan, you are too impulsive. Investigating and deciding cases is the district magistrate's job, not mine." Zhao Liangqing looked at Shuozhibua in disbelief. "So many of my people died because of you, and you say I am too impulsive." However, Shuozhibua immediately glared back at him, reminding Zhao Liangqing of the difference in strength between them, as well as who had the final say in Jiaping City. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. "Shuozhibua, this district magistrate is here. What case do you have? Speak." At this time, Zhou Wenbin stepped into the building wearing a red official robe embroidered with a python. "Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou is here." There was a series of rustling of clothes. In the building, whether it was the commoners downstairs or the esteemed guests upstairs, they all knelt before this man. Their eyes were not just filled with fear towards authority. Instead, they were filled with fervent respect. They knelt willingly and sincerely. Only now did Li Qingshan realize that Zhou Wenbin was actually so popular in Jiaping City. Only now did he realize whether the little Qing Chuan had given him the slip of paper for him to seek help from Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin was all alone, yet he received more respect than Shuozhibua and the entire Hawkwolf Guard combined. He said politely, "Everyone, please rise." Zhou Wenbin glanced at Shuozhibua before glancing at Li Qingshan. Something so major had happened in the building, yet he had learnt as soon as it happened. Not only did he know about it, but he even understood the whole story. He had even guessed Shuozhibua's scheme. He glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, this kid really is a genius at making trouble. He's trying to catch a big fish with a small fish. He's actually managed to make Shuozhibua unable to back down. Shuozhibua said coldly, "Sir Zhou sure has come at the right time." Zhou Wenbin smiled. You flatter me, you flatter me." With a wave of his hand, he drifted up and arrived before Li Qingshan. He asked despite already knowing the answer, "Qingshan, what are you doing?" "She has grievances. Originally, I wanted to take her to the government office to see you, sir. But I never thought there would be despicable people standing in my way. I thought about how my great Hawkwolf Guard is upright, punishing evil and purging evil in an awe-inspiring manner, pleading for the people, so why would I be afraid of these despicable people? As a result, I accidentally killed a few of them. Please investigate this properly, sir. Li Qingshan pulled Qing Xiu out from behind him and passed the slip of paper in his hand to Zhou Wenbin. The idioms made Zhuojibua's eyebrows twitch as he cursed inside. He was tempted to cut down Li Qingshan in a single stroke. My name is Qing Xiu. I'm from Fish Gully. 7 years ago, I was playing by the river and was captured here. Qing Xiu bowed gracefully. Her speech had already become much more organized. Clearly, she had thought about it countless times already. Zhao Liangqing said, Sir, you're being wrongly accused. We originally bought this girl for 20 taels of silver. There's proof. She only wanted to escape, which was why she came up with a lie like this to fool you, sir. Qing Xiu defended herself. No, I'm not. You're the one who's lying. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand to settle their dispute. I will definitely investigate this case thoroughly. I won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I spare a bad person. With an order, over 20 government servants swarmed in. Although they were not chi practitioners, they all possessed great martial arts. Under Qing Xiu's guidance, they went to rescue her and the other girls, but when they returned a while later, they had found nothing. Clearly, they had been moved away a long time ago. Please investigate this properly, sir. Zhao Liangqing instead made the turtle servant produce a piece of paper. It clearly stated that Qing Xiu had been sold to the brothel for 20 taels of silver. Qing Xiu immediately became so frantic that she began to cry. Sir, I'm not lying. Zhou Wenbin said gently, don't worry. I'll send people to Fish Gully to investigate. He understood very well that it was impossible for a place that hid evil like this to be clean. It was obvious who was telling the truth. Chapter 125. Over the years, Zhou Wenbin had invested several million taels of silver in Jiaping City. Jiaping City only had its current prosperity because of the light taxes. As a county magistrate, not only was he not greedy for money, nor did he accept bribes, but he also raised money himself to invest in the local government. He managed Jiaping City so well that there wasn't even a beggar on the streets. It was precisely because of this that the moment he arrived at the building, he had such an authoritative aura. Of course, he didn't do this just because he had been taught by the sages to be a good official who made decisions for the people. Instead, he had his own considerations as a chi warrior. But under such governance, very few families were willing to sell their daughters into this pit of fire. For a brothel, if there was no fresh and sufficient supply, it was only natural that they would think of all sorts of ways and unscrupulous means. Because of Lu's relationship with Zhuojibua, as well as his family background, he had never really paid much attention to Zhuojibua, the district magistrate. He would only give him a perfunctory greeting during the festive season. Zhuojibua did have some scruples and did not want to stir up trouble, so he had always ignored this extremely popular Lu. But now that someone was the vanguard, of course, he had to seize the opportunity to do something beneficial to himself and force Lu Cheng. Of course, he could only force Lu Cheng a little. It was impossible to destroy Lu Cheng in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. He had already expected this. If the building could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have lasted until now. Even if he went to the fish ditch to investigate, it would be in vain. In short, saving one person was one person, killing one thief was another thief. He didn't want to flatten the building in one fell swoop. For such an evil force, even if he couldn't destroy it in a short time, he had to strike it hard. Now the strike was not enough. Zhao Liangqing's face revealed a sinister and proud smile. Lord Zhou, since there's nothing else, please punish Li Qingshan for killing the innocent. Also, release my brothel's top courtesan, Furong. His last sentence caused the entire building to roar in response. Li Qingshan said, this is a matter of my Hawkwolf Guard, so it's not up to an outsider like you to butt in. Those guards obstructed the Hawkwolf Guard from carrying out their duties, so their deaths are not to be regretted. That old hag even directly attacked me. Many people witnessed it. Big Brother Zhuo personally taught me what to do at a time like this. The Great Wall. Zhuozhibua squeezed out from between his teeth. Brothel Lord Zhao, Zhuozhibua Cheng. He had to endure it. Endure it until he completely understood Li Qingshan's background. It was possible to imagine what kind of eruption he would have once he learnt that Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying did not even have a close relationship at all. Would Li Qingshan waste this beautiful period of time? Of course, it was to disgust you once and take advantage of you first. Luli said. 7,000 Jibua Li Cheng. I Li Cheng Jibua. I Cheng and Zhao Yan, Chen Zhang Zhou. Zhou Cheng smiley face Liang Jibua Zhou Lu Zhou Cheng. Zhang Zhou Yan, Lu. Yan Zhou Yan Li Zhou Yan Zhou, and I Feng Cheng Yan. He coughed twice and suppressed his smile. What do you want to sue me for? Li Qingshan raised the hibiscus in his hand. I will also sue you for selling fake and shoddy goods. Selling shoddy goods, deceiving consumers and the common people. You have deeply hurt my feelings. Zhao Liangqing resisted the urge to curse out loud. Li Qingshan released some true qi from his palm, and hibiscus immediately fainted and lost consciousness. Naturally, she could no longer use her seductive techniques. Even ordinary people would be able to see her true appearance. Li Qingshan lifted her up high. Everyone, please take a look. This is the true appearance of the top courtesan hibiscus. Ask your conscience and see if I was right. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes at the same time and were stunned. The dream was shattered. Is this really hibiscus? Then who was the woman in his dream? Then why did he not hesitate to go bankrupt just to see her? They asked their conscience and realized that they were really idiots. Takitara vomit. Many people vomited. The strong psychological contrast made them feel more disgusted than if they had eaten 100 flies. Filthy vomit flowed freely in the golden building, as if this was its true appearance. There were also people who couldn't believe it, or who had been deeply poisoned by the seductive techniques. They knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, shouting, "This is impossible. This is not hibiscus. It's all fake. It's all a conspiracy." Zhao Liangqing was furious. He took a step forward and pressed down with his true qi, causing the floor to collapse. However, two more powerful auras instantly locked onto him. One was Zhuozhibua and the other was Zhou Wenbin. Both were experts in the 6th layer of qi refining who had opened their sea of qi. Regardless of the reason or goal, they couldn't just watch as Zhao Liangqing attacked Li Qingshan. The two of them were the symbols of the rules of Jiaping City, the representatives of the court's authority. This kind of rule and authority could not be violated or broken. Li Qingshan seemed arrogant and despotic, but he had always been reasonable when he did things. Li Qingshan didn't even look at Zhao Liangqing. He only said loudly, "I spent an astronomical amount of silver just to see this thing. Don't you think I'm wronged?" He then casually tossed hibiscus to Zhao Liangqing. "Don't ask me for it. I don't want this thing even if you give it to me." Hibiscus slowly changed her form. Seeing that everyone's gazes on her had changed, she instinctively used her seductive techniques. However, she had just suffered a huge mental blow. Unless one's willpower was especially weak, it was very difficult to be seduced. She shouted hysterically, "What's wrong with you? Don't you like me? I'm hibiscus." She was restrained by Zhao Qingliang. He ordered his subordinates, "Send her to her room." Of course, as time passed, the memories in many people's hearts would gradually become blurry. Perhaps her seduction technique would regain the upper hand, but who knew how long it would take? This kind of technique that could affect one's soul did not only work on the caster, but also on the environment. Not only did it have to be influenced by sounds and smells, but it also had to be complemented by word of mouth. When everyone thought that you were a peerless beauty, you would be a peerless beauty. Otherwise, it would be twice the effort for half the result. Li Qingshan's actions were equivalent to ruining the courtesan queen hibiscuses and the many years of hard work of the brothel. No wonder Zhao Liangqing had lost his composure. Zhou Wenbin smiled slightly and stroked his long beard. This matter is one person's will and one person's will. It's not easy for this official to decide. If he agreed to Li Qingshan's words, then half of the men in Jiaping City would have grievances to complain about. Afterwards he said to Qing Xiu, "Miss, please come with me to the government office first. There'll be an outcome tomorrow." A runner had already gone to Fish or Gully overnight to investigate. Although he probably wouldn't come up with anything, he still had to try. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, "You're involved in this case as well, so you'll need to pay a visit to the government office tomorrow." Clearly, he had something to tell him, but it was inconvenient to say it in front of everyone, so he reminded him again. Li Qingshan said, "I've woken up." Qing Xiu bowed and thanked him, but Li Qingshan said, "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, I should be thanking you instead." He made Qing Xiu keep her eyes open. She had no idea what he was trying to say, but it was fantastic to be able to break free from the sea of suffering. Sir Zhou really is like the rumors. He's a good official. I'll definitely expose Lu Cheng and save my sisters who have suffered. Zhou Wenbin left with the runners and Qing Xiu, while Zhuozhibua left with the Hawkwolf guards too. Li Qingshan followed obediently at the very back. He did not forget to say, "Thank you for standing up for me, Commander Zhua." The guests all dispersed as well. Many of them were dejected or resentful, swearing they would never come again. However, this was just how the world worked. Some people were unhappy while others were happy. Many of the resentful women of Jiaping City discovered to their joy that their men had actually returned. They were no longer trapped in the brothel. They thanked Li Qingshan profusely, thanking him for wrecking the brothel. The men also discovered that compared to Farong, their wives and concubines were all first-rate beauties. As a result, there was no need to say too much when a husband and wife were in harmony. Li Qingshan was in quite a good mood as well. As a result, Zhao Liangqing looked at the cold, cheerless brothel and roared inside, "I'll definitely make you die a horrible death." What a coincidence! Li Qingshan was thinking the same thing. He had witnessed injustice this time, so if he did not punish the culprit, it would never be over. You bear a grudge against me, but I haven't forgotten about you either. However, it was inconvenient for him to revert to his demon form to kill Zhao Liangqing. They had just fallen out with each other, so if he died the next day, it would probably raise suspicion. He wanted to save this precious opportunity for Zhuozhibua. Trump cards were things that could only be used in the dark. He did not want to use them so easily unless he had no other choice. Right now, strengthening his strength in the open was more important. Even if he came across fourth-layer Qi practitioners right now, he could put up a fight. He believed that as long as he broke through to the second layer, he could put up a fight openly. Along the way, Zhuozhibua and the Black Wolf Guard said nothing at all. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became more and more hostile. Li Qingshan was happy to have some peace and quiet. He directly returned to the small building and said to Little Anne, "It's all thanks to your warning today, or I would have fallen for their tricks. How did you know I was bewitched?" Little Anne used the tip of his finger to write under Li Qingshan's hand. As it turned out, he had used his fiery eyes to see through the thin jar and see hibiscus. The so-called path of white bone and great beauty had always been about breaking through all barriers, making the heart as pure as a sarira, unhindered by lust. Let alone a trifling art of charm, even the most brilliant illusions could not escape his eyes. The path of white bone and great beauty completely surpassed this cultivation method. It even surpassed most cultivation methods in this world. The remaining few cultivation methods could not be mentioned on the same level as it either. And most they were not that far off. Li Qingshan spent the entire afternoon in the collection. Not only did he read through the martial arts manuals, but he also gained a rough understanding of the cultivation methods of this world. There was no need for him to go to the second floor for these informative books. There were plenty on the first floor. Chapter 126. First of all, cultivation methods were not divided into detailed grades like spiritual artifacts or talismans. However, their grades were much clearer than spiritual artifacts or talismans. The level one could cultivate to would determine the level of the cultivation method. Vows. For example, the innate method of practicing Qi that Li Qingshan was currently cultivating would only make him a third-layer Qi practitioner, even at the 9th layer. This meant that this cultivation method was not very advanced. It was basically the weakest entry-level cultivation method in the world of cultivation. After that, he would have to find a new cultivation method to cultivate. There were many more advanced cultivation methods that could help Qi practitioners reach the 9th layer of Qi practitioner, or even overcome the first heavenly tribulation and reach the legendary foundation establishment realm. As for whether there were more advanced cultivation methods, the book he read was very vague. It only said that there must be, but it could not explain why. Clearly, the author's knowledge was limited. However, there was indeed such a cultivation method. The path of white bone and great beauty was such a cultivation method. Oxen had told Li Qingshan from the very beginning what it would be like when cultivated to the highest level. Bodhisattva. The so-called bodhisattva was to develop a bodhi heart and make 4 vows. The vow to release the boundless sentient beings. The vow to sever the boundless afflictions. The vow to learn from the boundless Buddhists. The vow to become a bodhisattva. This was what the Buddhist scriptures said. When little N was on the ship, he had written it word by word on Li Qingshan's palm. The path of white bone and great beauty also had 4 vows, the vow to kill the boundless sentient beings, the vow to sever the boundless Buddhists, the vow to destroy the boundless Buddhists, the vow to sever the boundless Buddhists. When little N wrote these 2 diametrically opposed vows on Li Qingshan's palm, he was expressionless. Of course, this was just nonsense, but Li Qingshan could sense that he was particularly serious. It had to be mentioned that Li Qingshan did not really understand these 2 great aspirations. Of course, he refused to admit that he was illiterate either. He just felt like the Buddhist great figure must have suffered a very great shock, which was why he had undergone such a great change in his ideology. After some thought, Li Qingshan came up with a more direct explanation, which was that it was very awesome. As for how awesome it was, he did not know. Perhaps no one in this world knew. Even in this world where there were all kinds of great cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas, the Bodhisattva still sat quietly on the lotus throne, looking down at the common people with benevolent or indifferent eyes. Takitara cultivators only dared to call themselves cultivators. They did not dare to call themselves immortals or Buddhas. Those were things that did not exist in this world. Perhaps they could only be seen in the 9 heavens mentioned by Oxen. In Li Qingshan's mind, those were even more powerful cultivators, so powerful that he could not even look up to them. The conclusion was very simple. It was self-evident what kind of divine ability it was that could allow one to cultivate to become a bodhisattva. If this matter were to be leaked out, it would not be as simple as just slaying the demon and eliminating the devil. Instead, it would cause a raging wave in the 9 prefectures. Little Anne, who cultivated a high-level divine ability like the path of white bone and great beauty, could be said to have an overwhelming advantage over cultivators of the same level who cultivated low-level cultivation methods. Meanwhile, little N had only cultivated for a few months. He could be said to have just grasped the basics. He had not even mastered the first layer. As his cultivation deepened, this advantage would gradually expand until it was completely manifested. These were all things that Li Qingshan was thinking about. Usually, at times like this, little N would just silently look at the side of his face and feel satisfied. He did not think too much. He just wanted to stay by his side. He searched for flesh so that he could stay by his side more openly. He wanted to become stronger so that he could be of help to him and not be a burden to him. With his extraordinary intelligence, he could understand the great terror contained within the path of white bone and great beauty even better than Li Qingshan. He could feel how great the despair the mighty figure of Buddhism had experienced to create such a magical power. He threw himself into the Avicii hell without hesitation, built a lotus throne with white bones, and used flesh and blood as food. He felt ecstasy from despair, and used his position to enter the pure land of ultimate bliss. However, for the sake of this goal, he would not hesitate even if he had to kill all living beings, sever all worries, destroy Buddhism, and end Buddhism. Li Qingshan took out a brightly colored 100 treasures pouch from his bosom and smiled. Take a look at what this is. If one were to ask where this 100 treasures pouch had come from, it would obviously be from the procuress. How could one forget to loot after killing someone? Being chivalrous and robbing the rich to help the poor were inextricably linked. He had robbed the procuress of her wealth and helped his own poverty. It was a pity that Furong had not brought 100 treasures pouch, or else he would have had another 100 treasures pouch. However, one could not be too greedy. How about it? You kept your word. The blood flames in little Anne's eyes flickered happily. Li Qingshan said, "Let's see what we've gained this time." He channeled his spiritual qi into the 100 treasures pouch, and a new space opened before his eyes. However, it was about the same size as the one he had on him. However, there were quite a few items inside. Miscellaneous items like rouge, cosmetics, clothes and handkerchiefs were all swept past by him. The only things that entered his eyes were pills, talismans, spiritual artifacts, cultivation methods, and other items that were directly related to cultivation. However, there were no talismans or spiritual artifacts in the 100 treasures pouch. Clearly, after being the procuress for so many years, she had long since stopped participating in battles, which was why she had not prepared anything. There were a few bottles of pills, but 2 of them were aphrodisiacs called pills of passion. Li Qingshan only needed to take a whiff to feel a ball of fire rise up in his abdomen. He had no idea what kind of medicine was used to refine it, but it actually had such a powerful effect on Qi practitioners. The other 2 bottles were the exact opposite. They were called pills of calming. He sniffed them gently, and his mind cleared up, but the fire in his abdomen refused to subside. His lust really was like fire, but his mind was as still as water. There was a cultivation method called the minor formula. Li Qingshan browsed through it. Upon mastering it, he could reach the 6th layer of Qi practitioner and split open his sea of Qi. It was much more powerful than the innate method of practicing Qi, but unfortunately it was a dual cultivation method. It required a man and a woman to cultivate together, using the other person as a cauldron. This was where the pills of passion and pills of calming were used. Once the cauldron ingested the pills of passion, they would be able to absorb yin and yang qi without restraint, while the person ingested the pills of calming would balance their yin and yang, allowing them to practice the minor formula. It was no wonder that the sect opened brothels on a large scale. That way they could find cauldrons legitimately. Earning money was secondary while practicing qi was primary. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the Hawkwolf Guard a long time ago for engaging in such a troublesome cultivation method. It was obviously impossible for Li Qingshan to practice such a troublesome cultivation method. Although the innate method of practicing qi was of a low level, it was easy to practice. It was a wondrous method for establishing a foundation. Unless they were truly talented prodigies, basically all cultivators would start with this cultivation method. Casting all of these aside, he finally found 2 bottles of qi gathering pills. As it seemed, qi practitioners of all sects and clans would not lack basic pills like this. Although there were at least a dozen or so, it was enough to console himself. As a result, the number of qi gathering pills on him reached over 70. He could be regarded as a small wealthy man. The other items that caught Li Qingshan's attention slightly were a pile of inconspicuous accounts. He was utterly confused by them, so he decided to pass them to Zhou Wenbin tomorrow. Next was money. A lot of money. Li Qingshan had never seen so much money in his life. There were several 100,000 taels of silver in total. Although they were all worth 1,000 taels of silver notes, they still formed a thick stack. Although Lu Chang prioritized earning money, when he did earn money it was like robbing money. There was no place safer than his own 100 treasures pouch, so it ended up benefiting Li Qingshan in the end. If it were the past Li Qingshan, he would definitely go mad with joy when he received so much silver. How much meat and ginseng could he buy with that? Now, he lived a luxurious life and his pills completely surpassed the ginseng, so he instead had nothing to spend money on. However, if he really wanted to practice the minor cultivation method, several 100,000 taels of silver should be enough to buy quite a few girls. He fantasized about it for a while before stowing the silver and qi gathering pills into his 100 treasures pouch. He passed the brightly colored 100 treasures pouch to Little Anne. "You've got your word. This is yours." Little Anne placed the wooden tablet into the new 100 treasures pouch, and returned the old one to Li Qingshan. He played with the items inside one by one, overjoyed. Only now did he seem like a child. Li Qingshan looked at him and smiled slightly. He felt his taut nerves gradually relax, and he felt a trace of peace at home. No matter what, he was not alone. A qi gathering pill was tossed up high and landed in Li Qingshan's mouth. Li Qingshan began to meditate and cultivate again. At this moment, Zhuozhibo was in a rage. "Fuck Li Qingshan. How dare you play me like this?" Gu Jian and Qian Rongji were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to reply. "Commander, why don't we go all the way?" A black wolf guard made a gesture of killing, and the black wolf guards beside him all revealed vicious expressions. They were Zhuozhibo's trusted subordinates, so they obviously had to share their master's burden right now. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was as a body practitioner, Only death awaited him if he was encircled by 5th, 3rd, or 4th layer Qi practitioners. If I could kill him, I would have killed him myself a long time ago. Zhuozhibua suppressed his anger. I've already sent people to investigate him in the Clear River Prefecture. There'll be results before long. We'll talk about it then. For now, none of you should come into contact with him. Gujian, don't go see him again either. I'll send someone else. Rongji, you're all new. You'll spend a lot of time together, so you need to investigate him more. Gujian let out a sigh of relief, while Qin Rongji's expression changed slightly. She was a vicious person, but she had been frightened by Li Qingshan's viciousness tonight. Gujian then said in worry, if they really do fight, Zhou Wenbin seems to value this kid very much. And the vice commander, Zhuozhibua, said, if they really do fight, no one in Jiaping City will be able to protect him. Li Qingshan had no idea about these schemes in the shadows. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. He currently ate qi gathering pills like candy, strengthening himself. As long as his fist was tough enough, he could fuck Zhao Liangqing first, and then fuck Zhuozhibua. Chapter 127. Once the qi gathering pills entered his body, half of the effects were directly converted into demon qi by the demon core, while the remaining half was purified by the Sumera ring. In the end, he only had 1/10 of it left. That was equivalent to him eating 10 pills before someone else ate one, which was why he could consume them in such large quantities. If regular qi practitioners were willing, they could eat a pill every 3 days, or even a pill every day, but the effects would be greatly wasted. They would not be able to convert it into true qi, and it would instead be harmful if it remained in their bodies. Li Qingshan was not afraid of wasting it, nor was he afraid of harming it. He only suddenly wondered if he had been too stingy with his demon core. In the beginning, it was because practicing qi was too difficult, which was why he suppressed his demon core so that he could practice qi faster. However, since he had so many qi gathering pills now, was it possible for him to change his mindset? His foundation was still the path of demons and demons, the 3 abilities oxen had left him. After learning that the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers was not the true strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, he automatically separated the ox demon's fist of great strength from the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. This was the path that oxen had paved for him, the path that led beyond the 9 heavens. If he only focused on practicing qi, he would be neglecting the essentials. Had he not chosen to return to the human world in the first place for the resources that the wilderness lacked? Now the resources were in his hands. It was these qi gathering pills. It was time for him to return to his original path. He thought this through and shuddered inside. That very night, he rose up with little and leapt through the treetops like a great bird. They traveled far away from the Hawkwolf Guard in a while, and arrived on the other side of the mountain. He could not see Jiaping City from here. Below him was a cliff several hundred meters tall, and below him was the surging waters of the Clear River. When he first arrived in Jiaping City, he had seen this cliff blocking the water. The water here was particularly turbulent. Over the years, it had carved out a deep cave at the bottom of the cliff. It was perfect for cultivation. Li Qingshan leapt off the cliff and into the Clear River, kicking up a wave several meters tall. The black water surged over from all directions, swallowing his body. There was a small splash next to the holy hall, and Little and also jumped down. He swam in the water for a while, and sure enough, he found an extremely deep underwater cave. It was pitch black, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth. He was not afraid, but rather happy. He dove deep into the cave until he reached the bottom. He took a deep breath, released his demonic energy, and revealed his true form. A pair of eyes that were as red as fire, skin that was as black as iron, and fangs that were as sharp as knives appeared one by one in the deep water. In a sense, this was the real Li Qingshan. His 22 feet tall figure forcefully pushed away the river water, but did not stir up any undercurrents. The water was manipulated to revolve around him, giving him a viscous texture. The deep water could isolate the demonic aura very well. He just controlled the water and tried to do a better job. Little Anne, on the other hand, stood guard at the side, making it safer for Li Qingshan to cultivate. Although the demonic aura had the absolute upper hand, the extremely pure true qi was like a clear stream at the bottom of the raging yellow river. Although it was small and weak, it was continuous. and would not be assimilated by the demonic aura. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the water split into two. He took out all the qi gathering pills, and after some thought, he decided to keep 10 for his daily cultivation. Then, he threw the remaining 60 or so qi gathering pills into the ferocious mouth filled with sharp teeth, and swallowed them in one gulp. He was not cultivating the innate method of training of qi, but the ox demon's fist of great strength. In the pitch-black depths his scarlet hair danced wildly. He stomped his hooves, pointed his horns and moved his skin. Every movement was extremely practiced. This was the mystical power that had opened his path of cultivation. Everything was so familiar to him. When the qi condensation pills entered his body, it was like dozens of lightning bolts exploding in the water. The demonic qi, which was like a raging yellow river, began to circulate at a speed 10 times faster than before. It roared and roared, as if it wanted to rip his body to shreds. Although qi gathering pills were the most gentle and suitable pills, the consequences of ingesting so many in one go would be devastating to regular qi practitioners. However, right now he was not a qi practitioner but a demon that had condensed a demon core. The sacred hall suppress, Li Qingshan bellowed out. It was like thunder underwater. The demon core pressed down. The figure of a spirit turtle could vaguely be seen in the surroundings of the demon core. It raised its head and let out a soundless roar. Its 4 huge pillar-like legs stepped into the raging demon qi. The demon qi that had almost gone out of control immediately calmed down. The demon qi became tamed, flowing under Li Qingshan's control, merging with every part of his body. The medicinal effects were converted into demon qi by the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression, and they were converted into great power by the ox demon's fist of great strength. He was delighted. That's right. This is where my roots lie. He did not stop moving. Strange sounds like steel being pulled rang out from his body. His muscles that were like pieces of metal seemed to be filled with air. They swelled and twisted, producing a series of tiny hissing sounds. His body was growing larger bit by bit. 23 feet, 24 feet, 25 feet. In an instant, his body grew by 3 feet. Powerful strength surged within his body. He casually punched out, squeezing the water like a cannonball. In the mud at the bottom of the lake, a large pit with a radius of several feet was blasted open. Although he had yet to reach the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and reach the strength of 2 oxen, his strength had increased significantly. Clearly, the ox demon's fist of great strength lived up to its name. The strength of 2 oxen was not the strength of 2 regular oxen, but the strength of 2 demonic oxen. As his body changed, his mind silently changed as well. He lost the caution of a human and gained the violent confidence of a demon. With such strength, who could he not kill? Even if he faced Shuozhibua, he could defeat him, so why would he fear a mere Zhao Liangqing? He might as well take advantage of the night to rush back to the tower and crush him to death before collecting some pills for cultivation. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression and turned back into human form. His violence calmed down, but the thought lingered in his head. He seriously considered the pros and cons. His greatest worry was exposing his demon form. However, he understood the huge difference between the 6th and 5th layers. His demon form was equivalent to a 6th or even 7th layer qi practitioner at the very least. As long as he grasped the opportunity, he might be able to kill him in a single strike. He would not raise anyone's attention at all. As long as he did it cleanly enough, he might be able to make people think that this person had gone missing and fled. Although it would be hard to avoid suspicion afterwards, he was only a 1st layer qi practitioner on the surface. Who would think he could kill a 5th layer qi practitioner? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was worth the gamble. If he kept his trump card hidden and did not use it, it would be a waste. However, as long as he killed everyone who had seen his trump card would still be his trump card. Li Qingshan told Little and his thoughts. Little and obviously did not object. Afterwards, the two of them began discussing how to assassinate a 5th layer qi practitioner, Zhao Liangqing, in the deep waters. It was both for the sake of eliminating an enemy, and for the sake of obtaining even more resources so that he could reach the 2nd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength sooner. Li Qingshan swam out of the cavern and followed the flow of the clear river. He arrived in Jiaping City and silently climbed ashore in a secluded area. He did not get wet at all as he quickly entered a pitch-black alleyway. He moved through the maze-like alleyways. The 7-story building in the distance provided him with the most obvious guide. The moon was bright tonight, but he only walked in the shadows and darkness. All of the aura on his body had been withdrawn, whether it was demon chi or true chi. He was like a tiger walking in the forest, his footsteps light and silent. When he swept past a man who was walking, the man did not even notice his existence. He only felt a gust of night wind blow past him. In this stuffy summer night, it brought with it a trace of coldness. The coldness seeped into his bones and the man shivered. He could not tell that it was the smell of killing intent. Li Qingshan stood still in the alley behind the building. Outside the 20-foot-high wall was the backyard of the building. Guards patrolled the inside and outside of the wall. It did not look like a brothel but more like a fortress. This was naturally not a problem for Li Qingshan. He no longer cared about the so-called martial arts masters. He flipped over the high wall and first hid in a small garden with lush vegetation. He raised his head slightly and slowly inhaled a large amount of air through his nose, gathering information about the various smells in the air. He did not have a deep memory of the smell of Zhaoliangqing, but he had a deep impression of the smell of top courtesan hibiscus. It was a special aphrodisiac. In order to strengthen his sense of smell, he released wisps of demon chi. A black color quickly covered his whole body. His hair became long and red, and 2 bulges appeared on his forehead. His body also grew by 1 foot, turning him into a strong man like a black iron tower. However, before there was a bigger change, he found what he was looking for. He was not in a hurry to return to his human form, but sneaked into the building. The quiet business of the building tonight had brought him a lot of convenience. But he soon discovered that the smell of hibiscus did not come from above, but from below. He sneaked into the cellar and saw hundreds of jars of wine on display, but he did not see hibiscus. The smell was still below, and there was a deep underground palace below the building. No wonder he did not find those kidnapped girls when he searched today. Following the trail of the smell, he came in front of a wall, where the smell stopped. Li Qingshan put his ear to the wall, and as expected, he heard very soft human voices. The underground palace was below, but he could not find a way to open the door. He was worried that if he barged in, he would beat the grass and the golden snake, and leave too many traces. In the end, it was Little N who looked carefully and found a jar of wine that was firmly embedded in the ground. It was the mechanism to open the door. But Li Qingshan already understood that this was probably not just a matter of looking carefully, but also a certain understanding of the structure of the building to be able to grasp the key points. He turned the wine jar, and a door opened in the wall. As soon as the two entered, the wall closed behind them again. In front of them was a deep staircase that extended downwards. Li Qingshan walked down without hesitation. Moans rose and fell, and the 2 bodies collided fiercely. Zhaoliangqing said fiercely, "I must kill him." Hibiscus responded randomly. The 2 did not use the calming pill to dual cultivate, but used this most primitive method to release the pressure in their hearts. Chapter 128. Furong was shocked. "You're going to?" Zhaoliangqing said, "I'm going to use them. From today onwards, these people can't appear again." Use. Extremely cruel words, as if he was treating them like objects, but the reality was even more cruel. Not only did he treat them as objects, but he also treated them as consumables. Isn't it forbidden to use this method according to the sect rules? Hibiscus's body trembled. She knew that he was going to use a vicious technique from the sect to completely absorb the vital yin qi of those young girls. This was a method of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It was already a thoroughly evil path, so it was strictly forbidden by the sect. If it wasn't discovered, then they would become the public enemy of the world, and the only road left for them was death. Dual cultivation sect had been an orthodox Taoist sect since ancient times. Minor secrets was not an evil method. However, cultivating this method required more willpower than other methods. Otherwise, the mind would be invaded by desires and often sink into the demonic path, turning it into a demonic method. Zhao Liangqing said, if we don't use this method, how can we break through quickly? If you don't say and I don't say, who will know? Don't you hate that kid? When I open my girth meridian and break through to the 6th level of qi training, I will be able to use a flying sword to kill him and avenge you. At the mention of Li Qingshan, Furong immediately made up her mind. She didn't even put on her clothes and walked out the door. Zhao Liangqing just laid on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Just as Hibiscus walked out of the door, a large hand with sharp claws grabbed her throat. With a crisp sound, she fell to the ground. The blood flame of corpse incineration quietly spread. In just an instant it had completely engulfed her, turning her into a pile of white bones. Furong's breath disappeared. Zhao Liangqing suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" His voice echoed in the underground palace. Zhao Liangqing was extremely vigilant, but he saw Li Qingshan push the door open and enter with a relaxed smile on his young face. "It's me." He had completely returned to his human form. His breath was also at the 1st level of qi training, just like when he was at Havoc Pavilion tonight. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Zhao Liangqing looked at Li Qingshan with red eyes and growled, "You killed her?" "Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll be leaving first." St. Hall. Li Qingshan finished speaking, and then actually retreated from the room. "Still want to escape?" Zhao Liangqing jumped up from his bed and rushed towards the door. He didn't even bother to grab the 100 treasures pouch next to him. Right now, his hatred for Li Qingshan had reached its peak. He just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could a mere 1st-layer qi be a match for a 5th-layer qi practitioner like him? Even if he was empty-handed, he could still easily kill him. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Zhao Liangqing had just rushed out of the door when he suddenly turned his head. He saw a skull made of blood flames biting at him from the left. There was no burning sensation, but he could instinctively feel how terrifying the blood flames were. The surging true qi set off a gust of wind in the dark hallway. Zhao Liangqing raised his right palm and formed a giant true qi palm. He smashed the flaming skull into pieces with one palm. Just as he was about to rush forward to attack, he suddenly stood still as if he had been nailed to the ground. It was 10 times more terrifying than facing the flaming skull. Murderous and demonic qi surged from behind him like a huge wave. He felt that if he moved, he would be devoured and torn to shreds by the monster lurking under the huge wave. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment he clearly saw the origin of the blood flames. A small skeleton stood in front of him. The blood flames in its eye sockets rose, but it didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead it looked behind him. What was behind him? He was gripped by an unprecedented fear, but he roared in his heart. He was unwilling to give up. He was a qi practitioner with a bright future ahead of him. As long as he broke through to the 6th layer, there would be a very good position waiting for him in the sect. He regretted not taking his 100 treasures pouch with him. Instead, he had to face this kind of terror with his body. He slowly turned his head and saw the true face of the monster. The narrow hallway couldn't contain the enormous body that seemed to be forged from black iron. He could only crouch there. Crouch in the darkness, darker than the darkness. Long scarlet hair draped over his shoulders. It was like a burning flame, but also like a flowing waterfall of blood. A pair of copper bell-like crimson eyes stunned him, rendering him unable to move. "I'm dead." For the first time in his life, this thought surfaced clearly in Zhao Liangqing's mind. However, his survival instincts spurred him to fight back. He turned around at the fastest speed he had in his life, using every bit of true qi in his body to fight back against this terrifying monster. Holy Hall. He didn't really want to fight to the death with the monster. Instead, he planned to use his true qi and use the rebound force to escape to the other end of the hallway. Although the little skeleton was strange, he was confident that he could deal with it. The monster's body was so huge that it would be difficult for it to move around in the hallway. He could escape from the other side of the hallway. There was still a chance. There was still hope. Zhao Liangqing's movements came to an abrupt halt. Blood and shattered organs sprayed out of his mouth. He looked down in disbelief. A giant claw had grabbed him, and with a terrifying speed that he couldn't react to, it slowly lifted him up in front of its eyes. It was like a cat that had just learned how to hunt and was studying the first mouse it had caught. The pain almost caused Zhao Liangqing's thoughts to stop. How did this happen to him? Hadn't he chased after a qi practitioner who was only at the first level of qi refining? How had he run into a monster like this? His heart skipped a beat, and he said with difficulty, "Li Qingshan? That's me." The voice was like the ringing of metal, but also like the bubbling of lava under a volcano that was about to erupt. It spoke the truth, a truth that Zhao Liangqing couldn't believe. Li Qingshan was indeed shocked. He was too weak. Zhao Liangqing was simply too weak. The powerful pressure he felt when facing Zhao Liangqing in his human form had disappeared without a trace. Now, he only needed to use a bit of force to crush this fifth-level qi practitioner like a bug. So it turns out that I've always been lacking in confidence in myself? Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. Spare me. Zhao Liangqing said with difficulty. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. In your dreams. Li Qingshan exerted force in his hand. With a bang, his palm exploded into a bloody mist. His flesh was crushed into a pulp. The blood flame of corpse incineration surged up and transformed every drop of blood into a part of the flames. It perfectly cleaned up the murder scene that Li Qingshan had turned into a mess. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and stood up to stretch his muscles. He muttered to himself, "To think that I took you seriously. So you're nothing more than this." Little and pointed his fingers like a sword. The scattered bones on the ground suddenly trembled and flew into his 100 treasures pouch, completing the destruction of the corpses. As if he had walked into his own home, Li Qingshan walked into the luxurious bedroom in the underground palace, or rather, the training room. He picked up the 200 treasures pouches from the bedside and stuffed them into his clothes. Then he raised his head to study the dozen or so large erotic paintings on the wall. Finally, he commented, "The paintings are really ugly." Little and also put away Zhao Liangqing and Furong's scattered clothes. After a moment of hesitation, he did not tidy up the bed. Instead, he carefully cleaned up the many small traces to make the scene look more like the two of them had fled to avoid punishment and not been killed. Li Qingshan could not do this kind of thing. After confirming that there was nothing else worth admiring, he asked, "Are you done?" Little and nodded. The two of them returned the way they came and quietly left the building. By the time they returned to the mountain, it was just past the 4th watch period. Li Qingshan did not light any lamps. Instead, he used the moonlight shining through the window screens to examine his gains from this trip. 1,200,000 taels of silver and a pile of gold and silver utensils were Furong's many years of collection, as well as the income that Zhao Liangqing had accumulated after so many years of managing the building. None of the talismans were inferior. They were all low-grade at the very least, and there were even 2 mid-grade talismans. More than 50 qi gathering pills instantly replenished the qi gathering pills that Li Qingshan had used up. A few pebbles the size of pebbles contained pure spirit energy. They must be the legendary spirit stones. However, this was not the greatest gain from this trip. The greatest gain was a small crystalline sword that he had taken from Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch. The sword was less than a foot long and did not have a hilt. Its entire body was crystalline and shone brilliantly. It was clearly made of metal, but it seemed to have the texture of jade. Li Qingshan held the small sword in his hand and examined it closely. It felt light as a feather, but there was an extremely powerful spirit energy circulating within it. It was even more powerful than the wind-entwining blade at his waist. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon. However, it did not even have a hilt. How was he supposed to use it? Li Qingshan suddenly thought of the soaring dragon elder and Wang Puxi's pitch-black iron ruler. Could it be that this sword was also used to control it? Not understanding, he could only put it away for now. Li Qingshan's heart was greatly at ease. As expected, money came quickly from the evil path. The human world was truly a good place. If he stayed in the mountains and forests, where would he get so many pills to eat? His cultivation speed would definitely be much slower. Although the cultivation of fiendish demons could be measured in hundreds of years, he believed that as long as he continued like this, he could greatly reduce the time. Tonight's battle had increased his confidence. No matter how strong Zhuo Zhibua, a 6th-layer qi practitioner who had opened his sea of qi, was, he still had the confidence to fight him. Zhuozhibwa, oh Zhuozhibwa. Just what kind of good stuff would you have in your 100 treasures pouch? Li Qingshan licked his lips as he speculated maliciously. Truly, a man harms a tiger, and a tiger harms a man. A very, very long time ago, a young man emerged from the depths of the mountains. A hawk soared in the sky, and a wolf ran before him. They were the young man's pets and playmates. They hunted prey for him and dispelled his loneliness. They accompanied him through many difficult times. When the young man accepted the will of the heavens and picked up a treasured sword, the hawk and wolf turned into demons and fought with him across the 9 provinces. They helped him defeat countless powerful enemies and overcome many disasters. This continued until the young man swept through the 9 provinces and established himself as the true son of the dragon. He had countless famous ministers and valiant generals under his command. He had a harem of 3,000, and he was extremely wealthy. However, no one of his kind could surpass his trust towards his 2 most loyal friends. He conferred them the title of king, bestowing them with authority that reigned supreme over millions. When Long Yu passed away, he ordered them to protect this empire. This was the origin of the Hawkwolf Guard. Oh right, this empire is called Great Xia. P.S. I like the name Great Xia. It's the beginning of 5,000 years of civilization. Its founder, Yu the Great, is a figure of myth, while the people after him can only behave themselves. They can't be like their predecessors, who mend the heavens and create humans, and have a concubine of 3,000 women before passing away. The name Great Xia itself is like the dividing line between myth and history. It's both the beginning and the end. Even more wondrously, its existence has been questioned. This sort of ambiguity, whether it exists or doesn't, the beginning and the end, is where this novel, as well as me, resides. Chapter 129. The Daughter of the Hawk God. When the morning of the 2nd day arrived, a dense layer of fog floated between the mountains. Opening the window and looking down, Jiaping City was submerged in a sea of fog. Only a few tall buildings like the tower were visible. They were like isolated islands in the sea, bobbing up and down in the sea of fog. No one truly realized what had happened last night apart from Li Qingshan. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. It was a hand covered in calluses and thick knuckles. The marks of many years of toil had not simply vanished with cultivation. It was exactly this hand that had crushed an opponent to death last night. The feeling of being crushed remained clearly in his palm, engraved in his memory. If he were a regular person, he would probably sigh over the blood on his hand and lament over it. However, he found it to be very wondrous and quick. It was not just his demonic nature that made his heart cruel. He could shed tears for little and he could cry for Xianyue. But a piece of trash like Zhao Liangqing was not even worth a sigh from him. You could choose not to accept the dark side of your heart and pretend you were still a regular human, or you could accept it calmly and find a few more pieces of trash like that so that you could properly enjoy the pleasure of crushing them to death. Between the 2 options, Li Qingshan chose the latter without the slightest hesitation. To quote what he had said in the beginning, why did he have to suppress his interest? Weren't there a lot of people in the world worth killing? On the first day of joining the Hawkwolf Guard, the newcomers were usually given time to rest and familiarize themselves with the environment. Today, the true training of the Hawkwolf Guard would begin, under the guidance of a senior. Originally, this person was Gu Jian, but the person who came was the Brandy Nose, who had made a bet with Li Qingshan. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and smiled. "Kid, you really were impressive last night. Even I wouldn't be bold enough to do that." Just from that, Li Qingshan knew he was probably not Zhuozhibwa's trusted aide. Speaking of which, even if Li Qingshan wanted to accept a trusted aide, he would never accept someone so unscrupulous. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji sat beside Li Qingshan. They each had their own thoughts, so they said nothing. Brandy Nose cleared his throat and began the first lesson of the Hawkwolf Guard. The history of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan listened attentively. For the first time he knew exactly where he was. He was shocked by the magnificent story in the thick history. He murmured, "The Great Xia dynasty? What would a dynasty established by a cultivator look like?" What was even more shocking was that the commander of one of the most powerful organizations in the human dynasty was actually a demon. This was simply too inconceivable. But he could understand Emperor Taizu's feelings. His wife would fight for his favor, his children would fight for the throne, and even loyal ministers and generals would clash with him for their own ideals. The human heart was too complicated, and only their loyalty would never change. Although Li Qingshan was unwilling to admit that Little N was his pet, it was difficult to find a more accurate way to address him. The reason why he could trust him so much was because of his pure thoughts and unreserved reliance on him. Brandy Nose was like the most outstanding storyteller. Spittle flew everywhere as he talked about this period of history in a grand manner. But when he reached there, he suddenly stopped and looked at Li Qingshan with a smile. When you mention the head commander of our Hawkwolf Guard, Sir Protector Hawk God, you have to mention his daughter. Li Qingshan, who was in thought with his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. All he heard was the name that Brandy Nose said slowly, Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan closed his eyes slowly as if he had sunk into his thoughts once more. The graceful figure in snow-white clothes appeared in his head again. When Yen Song mentioned Gu Yenying, he had mentioned that she had an impressive background, but Li Qingshan had never thought it would actually reach such a level. Brandy Nose continued, of course you can't tell anyone else about this. This might be an open secret within the Hawkwolf Guard, but it's also a taboo. The White Wolf Commander has specially written that if anyone dares to gossip about this, I'll watch them chew their tongues to pieces. Don't think that's just a saying. You can treat this as the #1 rule of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. You can just ignore it. It's not like you'll ever have the chance to get involved with such an important figure in your lives anyway. Reaching there, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan did not respond. After his slight shock, he recovered his composure. The goal that Oxen had given him was far too lofty. His gaze had never stopped at this world right from the beginning. When your ultimate goal was to fly into the sky, even if someone told you just how tall Mount Everest was and how difficult it was to climb, you could agree, but you would not feel too pressured. As a matter of fact, you might even find this goal to be much simpler. As for whether he could get involved with them or not, that would be up to fate. However, if he could, he would. He was not afraid of others calling him lustful, as he admitted that he was lustful. He also liked fine alcohol, delicious food, and he liked crushing his enemies to death. He even had good pills and spiritual artifacts. Passing through the bustling streets, Li Qingshan arrived before the government. There was a pair of large stone lions at the entrance. In Li Qingshan's opinion, they were not just there to frighten ordinary people, or to demonstrate their might. The spiritual chi they gave off told him that if anyone intruded, the pair of stone lions would immediately spring to life and rip the enemy to shreds with their claws and teeth. Compared to them, the two guards were more like decorations. Seeing Li Qingshan in the black wolf uniform, no one dared to stop him. After he introduced himself, the runners immediately let him in. The government was bustling with all kinds of people, led by the runners hurrying to and fro. It seemed that they all had their own business to attend to, not just to complain. Zhou Wenbin received Li Qingshan in the garden behind the government office. In the bright sunshine, Zhou Wenbin, dressed in a green robe, sat cross-legged on a futon, enjoying the scenery under a big willow tree by the pond. He did not look like a county magistrate, but more like a hermit living in the forest. He was extremely leisurely, which was a far cry from the busy government office. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, you are so carefree." Zhou Wenbin waved his hand, and another futon fell in front of him, along with a few exquisite tea sets. Li Qingshan sat down casually. He saw Zhou Wenbin wave his hand, and the steam rising from the pond seemed to condense in his palm, turning into water that flowed into the teapot. Then hot steam came out, and the fragrance of tea spread out, filling 2 teacups. "Just now," Zhou Wenbin said leisurely, "we cultivators should not be entangled with too many mundane affairs." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Then why do you still want to be the county magistrate, Your Excellency? Why don't you find a beautiful place to cultivate?" "This is something you don't know. This is a method of the Confucian sect. It gathers the wishes of all living beings, and it can also be used for cultivation. That's why I am the county magistrate of Jiaping City." Zhou Wenbin explained slowly. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that there was actually a method like this, and it was an extremely efficient method of cultivation. It did not require too much effort. Zhou Wenbin had a group of secretaries and aides under his command to help him deal with various administrative matters. Normally, all he had to do was stay in the backyard, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. There really were countless paths of cultivation. Li Qingshan returned to the main topic. May I ask why you've summoned me here, sir? Zhou Wenbin said. Do you know that you don't have long to live? Li Qingshan said. I really don't know about that. Zhou Wenbin said. You've deeply offended Zhuozhibua. He's a coward, which is why he chose to endure it. Don't we both know you extremely well? You don't have any decent backing. Old Wang of the Clear River Prefecture should dislike you very much. Zhuozhibua will realize this sooner or later. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. Then what do you want, sir? Don't tell me you want me to join you instead, sir? Zhou Wenbin said, I'd like to have a subordinate like you. I've heard about what you've done in Qingyang district, but you've directly made me a district lieutenant, and I've even wasted a portion of grain. Only then did Li Qingshan remember the prefect's brother-in-law, Yi Dechuan. Calculating the time they should be arriving today. However, since you've joined the Hawkwolf Guard, you can't just leave as you please. Li Qingshan said. Then all I can do is run. Zhou Wenbin shook his head. The crime of betraying the Hawkwolf Guard is even greater. It's enough to issue a warrant for your arrest. The world is so vast, so where can you run to? You really can run to the depths of the mountains or forests and coexist with those demons. Li Qingshan thought about it. That was not a difficult matter. Zhou Wenbin said, if you want to avoid Zhuozhibua's schemes right now, there's only one place you can go. Li Qingshan asked where. The 100 Schools of Thought. Where are the 100 Schools of Thought? Obviously in the Clear River Prefecture. What kind of place are the 100 Schools of Thought? It's a place for ordinary people to cultivate, as well as the foundation of the Great Xia Empire. As the district magistrate, apart from watching over the region, I also have the responsibility of selecting talents for the empire. I can recommend talented Qi practitioners to study in the 100 Schools of Thought. Even the duties of the Hawkwolf Guard can be temporarily set aside, so there's obviously no need for me to worry about Zhuozhibua. I'll be honest with you. I come from the 100 Schools of Thought. Going there will be much more beneficial to your cultivation than being a Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said. May I ask why you're so fond of me, sir? Zhou Wenbin said, your talent is mediocre, but I like your personality very much. I can't bear to see you destroyed in the hands of a crafty old man. There will be a day when you return to the Hawkwolf Guard. I don't mind if you come to Jiaping City. We can continue working together. If there were people who disliked your personality, there would obviously be people who liked your personality. When you received ill will, you received goodwill. It was very fair. After a moment of thought, Li Qingshan replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. There will definitely be a day when I go there and take a look, but not now. I still have some matters to attend to in Jiaping City. He guessed that the 100 Schools of Thought should be a place similar to a school for Qi practitioners. They raised geniuses for the Great Xia Empire and could suppress the geniuses of sects and cultivators. However, since it was a school, there would definitely be tuition fees, and there would definitely be many inconveniences for him to do things. At the very least, he would not be able to go on a killing spree in the name of justice. Right now, he needed flesh and blood to help little and refine his body, and he needed to obtain even more Qi gathering pills from these missions for cultivation. These two matters complemented each other, so they were extremely suitable for Jiaping City. Most importantly, he was not afraid of Zhuozhibua, not at all. Zhou Wenbin frowned. Looks like you don't understand the strength of 6th layer Qi practitioners. P.S. It's Monday. I strongly summon everyone's recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets are free. Chapter 130. Li Qingshan, of course, understood the power of a 6th layer Qi practitioner. Opening the Sea of Qi was on par with condensing a Yao core. He knew very well how much his strength had increased after condensing a Yao core. It was a qualitative change. But when it came to information about the enemy, it was never too much to know. He also wanted to know how humans were able to fight against the demons. A 5th layer Qi practitioner like Zhao Liangqing was simply not enough, so he humbly asked, Please enlighten me, sir. Zhou Wenbin said. The strength of humans isn't in their bodies. Otherwise, whether it's their qi or their physique, they won't be able to fight against normal demons. You know this, right? Li Qingshan nodded. The strength of humans is in their use of tools. He deeply remembered what his teacher said in politics class in his previous life. The biggest difference between humans and animals is the invention and use of tools. Even in this world of cultivation, this hasn't changed. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up. Well said, but do you feel the importance of tools now? For example, the wind entwining blade on your waist. Do you feel how much it has increased your strength? Li Qingshan subconsciously touched the wind entwining blade, then slowly shook his head. Although the wind entwining blade was a good weapon, it wasn't indispensable to him, and it didn't increase his strength in any way. Zhou Wenbin said, because you haven't truly learned how to use tools? This blade to you is just the claws of a beast. You're only using your instincts. Those people of the Jianghu who wield blades and swords are actually just slightly stronger beasts. Li Qingshan leaned forward, picked up the teapot, and filled Zhou Wenbin a cup of tea. May I ask what is considered a true use of tools? Like this. A bright light flashed in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. From his wide sleeves, a sword light that was as powerful as a dragon flew out. It moved around him at lightning speed, sometimes low, sometimes flying high, drawing a continuous arc of light. Under the afternoon sun, the blade reflected a bright light that flickered beside the two of them. The sword light soared into the sky, shuttling through the green willow trees. The willow leaves fell like rain, but before the rain could fall, the sword light flashed and nailed hundreds of willow leaves to the tree trunks. Zhou Wenbin pointed his finger, and the sword light moved again. It streaked across the calm surface of the pond like an extremely sharp pair of scissors, cutting the surface of the water. Then, it suddenly disappeared from the surface of the water. The next moment, it passed through the duckweed on the shore and returned to Zhou Wenbin's sleeve. Li Qingshan was dazzled by the sight. If he did not transform into his fiendish demon form, there was no way he could block such a sword. He had once witnessed the terror of a flying sword assassination in the Dragon's Gate sect's ancestral hall. However, that flying sword had no one controlling it. It only knew how to fly in a straight line, so he did not have a deep enough understanding of the terror of flying swords. Only now did he understand that when he encountered a true flying sword, he had no chance of clashing head-on with it. This was because without the restraint of a human body, the nimbleness of a flying sword had surpassed the profound swordsmanship of any supreme swordsman. It was possible to imagine that if a flying sword like that stabbed towards him, if he could not hit the lightning-fast flying sword in a single strike, it would be like a snake wriggling into his heart. He would not even be able to reach the enemy. He would not even have the chance to risk his life against the enemy. Unless you could withstand the sharpness of the flying sword, or be faster than the speed of the flying sword, but not many people could do that. This was the true use of tools, and it was what humans relied on to suppress the magical beasts. He had basically seen this method of using tools in the hands of the soaring dragon elder of the Sword Collection Palace. Zhou Wenbin's sword obviously paled in comparison to the soaring dragon elder's sword. However, due to the great difference in strength, the sword was like rain and the sword chi was like a rainbow, capable of splitting mountains and splitting the earth. His mind was filled with the terrifying, undefeatable power, so he failed to understand the ingenuity and terror of flying swords. He was not as shocked and surprised as he was right now. The reason why he was even more shocked was that he could also use tools like this. The sacred hall, Zhou Wenbin said. Using tools is a rather common way of saying it. More accurately, it's called controlling artifacts. Swords are relatively common spiritual artifacts. There are thousands of spiritual artifacts in the world. They can be used to kill enemies, to defend against enemies, or to enchant minds. In short, there are thousands of ways to use them. As long as you have enough true qi, you won't have to worry about your limbs being restrained anymore. You can use many spiritual artifacts at the same time, and killing people will be as easy as pie. All of this requires you to open your 4 yin and yang meridians and balance them. Then you can open your girdle meridian and open up a sea of yin and yang in your body. There's even a saying that only qi practitioners who have opened up a sea of qi are truly qi practitioners and have embarked on the path of cultivation. Anyway, it's extremely easy for a 6th layer qi practitioner to kill a 5th layer qi practitioner. In other words, a measly first-layer Qi practitioner like you can forget about it. Even if you're skilled in body tempering, you definitely won't be Zhuo Zibu's opponent. Li Qingshan was completely convinced. I see. Thank you for your advice, sir. However, the reason why I chose to stay wasn't because I don't know my limits. The two of them looked at each other in silence. One was determined, the other was suspicious. Zhou Wenbin said, since you insist, I won't say any more. If you need any help, you can find me at the Yamen. However, you're still Zhuo Zibu's subordinate, and I can't fall out with Zhuo Zibu because of you. You have to take care of yourself. Li Qingshan smiled. Of course. Li Qingshan's relaxed attitude made Zhou Wenbin wonder if he was mistaken. Could it be that this kid really has a powerful background? Right now, there's one thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Where can I learn the art of controlling spiritual artifacts? After seeing Zhou Wenbin's display, Li Qingshan's heart was moved. He suddenly remembered the hiltless sword he found in Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch last night. It seemed like Zhao Liangqing had prepared it for the 6th layer. Now that it was in his hands, of course he would make full use of it. Zhou Wenbin looked at him deeply. Do you really think the 6th layer is that easy to break through? Li Qingshan said, I'll try my best. His eyes were filled with great confidence. At the very least, from the perspective of a demon, he had already reached that level. Zhou Wenbin did not comment. All he said was, everyone in the cultivation world knows about regular artifact controlling spiritual artifacts. There's no harm in teaching you beforehand. Li Qingshan asked curiously, are there other unusual spiritual artifacts? Zhou Wenbin said, the Sword Collection Palace has a special technique for controlling swords. It's not controlling spiritual artifacts but swords. The Umbral sect has techniques for controlling ghosts, using ghosts as artifacts. There are also some demonic paths that refine and control corpses, using corpses as artifacts. Every single sect's techniques for controlling spiritual artifacts have their own uniqueness. It's impossible for me to know everything. The Umbral sect's techniques for controlling ghosts. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He thought about the page he had obtained from the witch. Was it not the Umbral ghost control? There must be some connection between the two. If he understood the witch's origins, he might be able to understand Little Anne's origins too. He asked in a hurry, where's the Umbral sect? To the cultivators of the Green Province, this was common knowledge that they needed to know, so Zhou Wenbin explained it casually. He did not notice the strange expression on Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, memorized the words, the southernmost lands, the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. This was the first time he had learnt about the supreme sects of the Green Province. However, Zhou Wenbin did not say much about it, nor did he ask. He was still not strong enough. He could not go to such a distant place. Little Anne had not thought of so many things yet. He had not recovered his body yet. Under these countless reasons lurked a selfish thought. He did not want Little Anne to leave his side. He did not want to become a lonely person again. Although it was laughable, he was a tyrannical fellow that could transform into a 20-foot-tall demon that could crush people as easily as crushing ants. His heart was the same as an ordinary person. He hated loneliness. Thus, when he had the chance to pry into Little Anne's origins for the first time, he was not as resolute as before. The sunlight was sliced into pieces by the knife-like willow leaves, sprinkling over the youth's body. He was not particularly handsome, but a rare trace of confusion appeared on his bronze face. However, he immediately became determined. He decided to stick to the agreement and let nature take its course. Zhou Wenbin slowly explained the methods of controlling spiritual artifacts. The principles were not complicated, but it had absolute requirements for one's cultivation realm. After opening the Sea of Qi, although Qi practitioners could not simply communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they were still progressing in this direction. They could begin to sense all sorts of spiritual objects. Of course, all things had spiritual energy. Flowers and grass were no exception. However, the higher the spiritual energy, the stronger the sense. Moreover, they could not control flowers and grass to attack their enemies. Qi practitioners would choose a kind of spiritual artifact and use their true Qi to purify it day and night until they formed a subtle connection with the spiritual artifact. Then, they could control it from a distance, like turning themselves into a magnet to control iron. Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude. The more common sense it was, the more helpful it was to him. Because if it could be accepted as common sense by Qi practitioners, it was an indispensable foundation. He was born in the wilderness. He did not have a master or a sect, so he had no chance to learn systematically. Zhou Wenbin stroked his beard and smiled. Is it just empty talk? Li Qingshan was startled. Was this person planning to accept bribes? Zhou Wenbin hinted, you should have gained quite a bit last night, like silver or something? Li Qingshan had stolen the Procuress 100 treasures pouch. Of course, it did not escape Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. You are a county magistrate, a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. You rule over hundreds of thousands of people. You actually want money from a poor kid like me? Zhou Wenbin said, why so loud? It's not like I want it for free. Because there are too many people, there are too many places to spend money. You have no use for that silver. Why don't you give it to me? I'll exchange it with Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why? Of course he was willing to use silver to buy Qi gathering pills. Unless he really wanted to buy girls, silver was really not of much use to him. Chapter 131. Only with Zhou Wenbin's explanation did Li Qingshan learn that his position as district magistrate had not been easy. In order to obtain a sufficient support rate, so that the people of Jiaping City would remember him as a just and upright man, he had to reduce taxes and levies, establish irrigation works, and set up a large number of public facilities. He also had to pay a high salary and maintain his integrity. He had to support his group of advisors to handle government affairs for him, so he often struggled to make ends meet. Zhou Wenbin spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I don't get a single copper coin as an official, and I have to think of ways to raise money. Li Qingshan found it a bit funny. In this era, although the gap between the rich and the poor was incomparably large, it wasn't a bad thing for the common people. In the Great Xia dynasty, from top to bottom, no matter what rank of official, no one had a salary, but they didn't have to pay taxes either. Even when gold and silver mines were discovered, it was all handled by the local officials. This was impossible in any of the dynasties that Li Qingshan knew of, but it was the truth. From the start, the focus of cultivators was different from that of ordinary people. If Zhou Wenbin wanted to, he could squeeze out tens of millions of silver from Jiaping in a year, but it was meaningless. There was only one kind of mine that belonged to the state, and that was spirit stone mines. Officials of Zhou Wenbin and Zhuozhibu's level also received spirit stones as their salaries. Li Qingshan took out the hundreds of thousands of silver from the brothel keeper and gave it to Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin said, why don't you ask me how many Qi gathering pills I can get? Li Qingshan said, I've never been stingy. Of course, I also hope that people will be more generous to me. Zhou Wenbin took out a small porcelain bottle with 12 Qi gathering pills and gave it to Li Qingshan. This is the first time, so I'll give you a discount. If you have more silver, you can come find me. But it'll be 100,000 for one pill. Li Qingshan said, very fair. Thinking about how a small Qi gathering pill was worth 10,000, he couldn't help but sigh. But in the Jianghu, there were many people who would be willing to spend 100,000 silver for one Qi gathering pill. Li Qingshan then passed the account book he got from the brothel keeper to Zhou Wenbin. I wonder if there's any evidence of Lulu's crime on it. Li Qingshan didn't want his behavior to arouse suspicion, so he didn't take it out immediately. However, he thought that there were still quite a number of women locked up in the underground palace. He had to think of a way to get Zhou Wenbin to investigate the underground palace and rescue those women openly. Otherwise, if he left them alone, wouldn't they starve to death inside? Zhou Wenbin didn't even look at it. He clapped his hands, and immediately a servant came up with the account book to show it to the advisors who were proficient in this field. Before long, a person who seemed like an advisor arrived. He glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise at first. The Hawk Wolf Guard was impressive, but regular Black Wolf Guards had no right to stand on equal footing with his master. Afterwards, he bowed towards Li Qingshan slightly before reporting to Zhou Wenbin, Sir, there are quite a few problems up there. Li Qingshan gazed at the pond and considered how he should speak. Only when Zhou Wenbin and the advisor finished talking did he say, "Sir, can this be used as evidence for moving the building?" Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really think you can move the building with a single account book? You're underestimating the strength of the school. The people I sent to fish, Gully have already returned. Qingxiu's family are all dead. They've dealt with it very cleanly." Li Qingshan said furiously, "Those animals. Sir, you're an official, so why are you still afraid of these sects?" Zhou Wenbin said, "I'm not afraid but helpless. These cultivation sects all have their own foundations and legacies. Some of the larger sects have existed for even longer than the Great Xia Empire. When the founding emperor was still alive, all he could do was placate them, promising not to harm their interests and to coexist peacefully with them. Afterwards, he established the 100 schools of thought and raised geniuses to contend against them. In short, they wouldn't go out of their way to provoke Zhou Wenbin. And Zhou Wenbin didn't want to provoke them either. He had come here to cultivate, not to actually become an upright official and plead for the people. However, no one could criticize him any further than that. Li Qingshan thought, fortunately, I went to crush Xiao Liangqing, or I really wouldn't be able to complete this through legal channels. That's why you need to be wary of the plots of the school. Sometimes they might be even more terrifying than Zhuozhibua. Zhuozhibua is a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he has some qualms about your background, but they don't have that many qualms at all. Most of the losses of the Hawkwolf Guard come from conflicts with these sects, and then they'll be finished off silently. Even if it's a hawk commander like Zhuozhibua or a district magistrate like me, there have been people who have died mysteriously. Li Qingshan was not too surprised. He had personally witnessed this happen a long time ago. Despite Gu Yanniang's identity, she still failed to kill the White Lotus mother. Although she managed to force her into hiding, she had lost quite a few subordinates in the process. The White Wolf Guards under her command were all powerful cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation at the very least, reaching foundation establishment. In Jiaping City or even the Clear River Prefecture, they were figures who could do whatever they wanted. The Soaring Dragon Elder of the Sword Collection Palace did not fear the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard at all. He was bold enough to kill the Dark Queen's beloved pet right before her, even engaging in battle with her, and that was with the Hawk God standing behind Gu Yanniang. The strength of these cultivator sects was evident at a glance. He could not help but sigh. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. Things like status will never be as useful as strength. Zhou Wenbin said, "You have a mental map of the Green Province, right? You might as well take it out and take a look." Li Qingshan took out the mental map of the Green Province and unfurled it. Zhou Wenbin stroked the map gently. It really is something good. Countless specks of light lit up on it, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The places that light up on it are marked with the status of the empire. Even 5th-layer Qi practitioners wouldn't be bold enough to kill a 1st-layer Qi practitioner like you in front of everyone. However, there's no status beyond the specks of light. There's only strength. You have to remember this. As long as they have absolute confidence, there will be people who will attack you for the items in your 100 treasures pouch. Not only will this wolf hide not protect you sometimes, but it'll even attract killing intent more easily. Li Qingshan gazed at the mental map of the Green Province he had read through many times and gained a brand new understanding. Although the stars were bright and densely packed, they were nowhere close to the vastness and darkness of the night sky. The remote mountains, swamps, and lofty ridges were lawless lands. It was a stage where demons danced about, a battlefield where cultivators fought and killed each other. This revelation was even more helpful than giving him a few Qi gathering pills. It allowed him to gain a brand new understanding of his status and position. However, he did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt enlightened. Originally, he was still worried about how he could kill Zhuozhibua if he wanted to make things difficult for him. Only then would he reduce the suspicion on himself. But now, the land of darkness beyond the light provided him with convenience. He could go on a killing spree and then push the blame onto some powerful cultivator of unknown identity, or some terrifying demon that passed by. Zhou Wenbin saw that there was no fear on Li Qingshan's face at all. That was an emotion that all cultivators of orthodox origins would show when they heard something like that for the first time. Even Zhou Wenbin himself was no exception. As a result, he was determined to remain in the light for the rest of his life. He wanted to protect himself and maintain his distance from the world of darkness. He could not help but admit that this young man was different from regular people. He seemed to have a strong interest in battle, slaughter, and chaos. However, he was not a brainless battle maniac. Instead, he was bold and careful. Perhaps he was more suited to join a large sect than follow the path of the Hawkwolf Guard or the 100 Schools of Thought. Basically, all large sects liked disciples like him. Whether it was purging demons or purging demons, they all needed people who were skilled in battle. In the eyes of regular people, cultivators seemed to be otherworldly. They did not have to be contaminated by the smoke, fire, or blood of the world. All they needed to do was meditate and chant scriptures every day, eating wind and drinking dew. And they could extend their lifespans or even achieve immortality. If they just followed their hearts, who would be willing to take the risk and fight others? Who wouldn't want to walk the path of immortality and peace? They would spend all the time they spent crafting spiritual artifacts and talismans on refining pills and ingesting bait. They would spend all the time they spent learning techniques on cultivation and seeking the way. However, this path was far too difficult and far too crowded. Everyone needed pills and medicines, but there was a limit to the spiritual herbs. Everyone needed blessed lands, but there was a limit to the number of good dwellings. They could either avoid it and watch as others enjoyed the pills and blessed lands, cultivating extremely quickly, while they could only gradually age and turn into bones in a grave in the end. Or they could fight for victory and defeat. Not only did they have to contend against the heavens, but they also had to contend against others. Even if the world was united and everyone lived in harmony, did the demons and monsters hidden in the shadows not want to occupy the upper reaches again and rule over the 9 provinces? In that lawless wilderness, who knew how many sects had been founded and destroyed? They only followed the most primitive law, survival of the fittest, where the strong were revered. The Sword Collection Palace and the Umbralene sect, one wielded swords, while the other controlled ghosts. Perhaps they were not the most skilled sects in cultivation, but they relied on their respective advantages and this law to survive. Li Qingshan stowed the mental map of the Green Province away and said, "Since I've already offended them, there's no harm in offending them a little more. Since I have this identity, it'll be a pity if I don't use it." Zhou Wenbin knew that Li Qingshan had killed a member of his sect in front of everyone, so there was no chance for him to compromise or reconcile. However, considering how young he was, he still had some lingering resentment, so Zhou Wenbin said, "All right, I'll give you another dozen or so government guards. Although I can't overturn the account book, I can pressure them a little and make them cough up some money." At this moment, a caretaker came to report, "Sir, a fatty is requesting an audience at the government office. He says he's the district magistrate of Jiaping City. This is his document." Zhou Wenbin smiled. "Looks like your old boss has arrived." Li Qingshan smiled as well. The security of the city has always been the responsibility of the district magistrate. Isn't it much more suitable for Sir Yi to bring people there instead of me? Zhou Wenbin waved his hand. "Go tell him that I'm going to begin cultivating. Tell him to come see me tomorrow." Clearly, he did not take a regular person like Yi Dechuan seriously at all. He would just give him an extra stipend out of respect for the prefect. Li Qingshan arrived at the government office in front, and saw Yi Dechuan pointing around with the advisor. "Look, this is a large city. It really is different. Although it's still a little worse than the Clear River Prefecture, it's much better than that godforsaken place of Qingyang." The advisor was overjoyed on the side as well. Following this fatty, he finally felt like he had made a name for himself. "Sir Yi, it's been a while. How have you been?" Yi Dechuan turned around and saw Li Qingshan in his black wolf uniform. Although he knew this was exactly why he had come, he still could not help but become surprised. "Why, you really," Li Qingshan smiled. "I have great riches and honor to give you. Do you want it?" Chapter 132. Chapter 30. The Clouds and the Rain. How could Yi Dechuan refuse? He hurriedly agreed. He pulled Li Qingshan's hand and said, "You really are my lucky general, no, my benefactor." Thinking about the current Li Qingshan, his status was no longer the same as before. Takitor Li Qingshan asked, "What about Guardian Yan and the others?" Yi Dechuan said, I went back to Iron Fist to rest and reorganize. Japping's Iron Fist. They even said that they would pay you a visit tonight. I didn't expect that I would be the first to arrive. More than a dozen vigorous Yamen runners came up behind Li Qingshan. Lord Li. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "This is your Lord Yi." Lord Yi. Standing in front of the building, Yi Duchuan was excited. Was he going to visit the biggest and most luxurious brothel on his first day in Jiaping? Li Qingshan said, "Lord Yi, don't forget that we're here to cause trouble today." Yi Duchuan said, I won't forget. Squeezing money out of them is the right thing to do." Then he ordered righteously, "Charge in and sweep this brothel clean." "Yes, sir." A group of bailiffs rushed in like wolves and tigers, startling all the women in the building. The guards came out, but seeing Li Qingshan, who dared to step forward? Yi Duchuan said, "Where's your boss? Where's your boss?" A woman said timidly, "We don't know either." Yi Duchuan said, "Search." Li Qingshan watched from the side as the bailiffs searched the building. He whispered in Yi Duchuan's ear, "It looks like they've already escaped. Could there be some sort of treasure room here, just like the one in the Black Wind stronghold?" At the mention of the treasure room, Yi Duchuan's eyes immediately lit up. "Let's search the cellar." With his sharp intuition for money, he found the switch in an instant and opened the door of the underground palace without waiting for Li Qingshan's reminder. Holy Church. Yi Duchuan looked at the pitch-black door of the underground palace and felt a little timid, but he couldn't suppress his desire for the treasure. He first ordered the bailiffs to go in, then pulled Li Qingshan down. As expected, they quickly found the women who were locked up and confirmed Lu Cheng's crimes. Zhao Liangqing and Furong had disappeared. Of course, they had fled to avoid punishment. Yi Duchuan was not disappointed. Although Li Qingshan had taken the 100 treasures pouch, there were still many gold and silver utensils and jewels in the underground palace. It was not a small amount of wealth. "Congratulations, Lord Yi. You've just arrived at Jiaping City, yet you've already accomplished a great deed." Li Qingshan smiled and raised his head to look at the flying fairy maiden on the dome. He casually pulled out the wind-entwining saber and threw it out. It brushed past the nose of a guard and nailed itself to the door. "If you don't explain everything clearly today, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, you will be beheaded without mercy." Zhao Liangqing would never do something like abducting a woman himself. The guards and thugs of the building were all involved. What? Zhao Liangqing disappeared? Zhuozhibwa suddenly stood up and looked at Gu Jian, who had come to report. Gu Jian said yes. Today Li Qingshan took out a few account books and asked for a warrant from Zhou Wenbin. He also brought people to the door, but not only did he not see Zhao Liangqing and Furong, he also found the women who were abducted in the underground palace. They have already been brought back to the Yamen. After Zhou Wenbin interrogated them, he determined Zhao Liangqing's crimes. He issued a warrant for his arrest and confiscated all of Lu Cheng's assets. Zhuozhibwa slowly sat down. There was something strange about this matter. As long as Zhao Liangqing held on, there would come a time when he would make a comeback. No one would be able to catch any evidence of his crimes. Could it be that he had returned to the sect to report on his work and discuss countermeasures, which was why Li Qingshan had taken advantage of him? He couldn't understand. For a moment he also suspected that Zhao Liangqing was already dead, but he immediately dispelled that thought. Who could kill Zhao Liangqing? Zhao Liangqing was already at the peak of the 5th layer of qi refining. He was only one step away from the 6th layer. In all of Jiaping, the only people who could kill him were himself and Zhou Wenbin. However, Zhou Wenbin would never take such a risk to make an enemy of the sect. Only that bastard Li Qingshan would dare to commit such atrocities. But no matter what, Li Qingshan was only at the 1st layer of qi refining. He was definitely no match for Zhao Liangqing. Holy Church Xin Rongji was deep in thought. This Li Qingshan was simply an unlucky star. He had just set up a trap in the building last night. But the building had already been destroyed today. Zhou Wenbin had never expected this to happen from just sending people to harass the building. The building was reduced to an empty shell. The women all tearfully described what they had gone through, exposing the many atrocities the building had committed. They pointed out many pimp guards, and Zhao Liangqing and Furong were the main culprits. There was no need to report it to the Clear River Prefecture at all. Zhou Wenbin's authority in Jiaping was basically equivalent to that of a lord. With a single order, over a dozen heads fell to the ground, beheaded cleanly. Several dozen people were sent to prison before being put up for arrest. In the end, a document was written and reported to the Clear River Prefecture so that the prefect could question the sect. Their disciples had done something like this, so they had to give an explanation. Since they were under the rule of the Great Xia Empire, they could not ignore the laws. At a time like this, even the sect could only expel Zhao Liangqing and the others to distance themselves from this matter. Zhou Wenbin's swift and decisive action only took an afternoon, which left Li Qingshan in admiration. "Sir, that's impressive." Zhou Wenbin stood to the side and said softly, "Tell me honestly, did you do this or not?" Li Qingshan said, "If only I really had that strength." Zhou Wenbin stared at him for a while. He saw that Li Qingshan's face did not give off any openings at all. Originally, he only had a flash of inspiration and felt like Li Qingshan had something to do with this. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "All right then. You're quite lucky." At this moment, Qian Rongji and Diao Fei arrived at the government office as well. Reporting to Zhou Wenbin, Qian Rongji recovered her smile. "Qingshan, you were so impressive last night. Seriously, you two. We came together, so why didn't you call me?" However, Diao Fei began to understand the conflict between Li Qingshan and Zhuo Zhibua. He was neither bold enough to offend Li Qingshan, nor was he bold enough to praise him. He greeted him half-heartedly. Li Qingshan smiled. He could not be bothered with them, so he bid farewell to Zhou Wenbin. Yi Dachuan stood to one side, dragging him to Yin Song and the others to drink and celebrate. Diao Fei called out from behind, "Qingshan, hold on." Li Qingshan looked back. "What's the matter?" Diao Fei's heart actually skipped a beat. This teenager who was many years younger than him actually made him feel a vague sense of fear. However, he had been through many trials and tribulations after all. He sucked in a deep breath and immediately adjusted his emotions. He was not a piece of trash who had never experienced battle like the procuress. He refused to believe that he was not Li Qingshan's opponent if they actually fought with his strength at the third layer. "From tomorrow onwards, we'll be carrying out trial missions together. Shouldn't we sit together tonight and discuss it?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Together? Trial missions?" He had no interest in spending time with the two of them. Zhou Wenbin explained, "This has always been the rule of the Hawkwolf Guard. After joining the Hawkwolf Guard, you have to undergo a few more trial missions before you're truly qualified. Afterwards, you'll go to the Clear River Prefecture and see the two commanders to truly join us. Very few people fail the trials. Normally, it's just a formality. However, if you don't accept it, Zhuo Zhibua will have a reason to expel you." Li Qingshan understood that there were rules within the system. He stood still and said, "All right, let's discuss it." He was very curious about what kind of mission Zhuo Zhibua would give them. He asked about their origins out of formality. Ancient Wind City, Qian family. Zhou Wenbin obviously did not take a clan as small as that seriously. However, when he asked about Diao Fei's origins, just now was slightly surprised. "Green Vine Mountain? Your master is the Green Vine Elder?" "Yes. Has your master agreed to you joining the Hawkwolf Guard?" The reason why Zhou Wenbin asked this was because clans were different from sections. Clans were all located in cities, under the rule of the empire. They were willing to let their clansmen join the empire. On the other hand, most sects were located in the wilderness, so they had their own set of rules. Most of them were unwilling to let their disciples serve as the hawks and dogs of the empire. Diao Fei's face darkened, becoming even darker. His slanted eyes seemed to sink. Zhou Wenbin did not ask any further. He put down his brush and said, "You can go." Leaving the entrance of the government office, Yi Dachuan said, "You must be the young heroes of the Hawkwolf Guard. I am Yi Dachuan, the vice magistrate of this district. Since we've come across each other by chance, why don't we go have a few drinks together?" Qian Rongji and Diao Fei both looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Let's go." The two of them nodded in agreement. The four of them walked through the streets. Even though it was already evening, the streets were still filled with people. However, when they saw the black wolf uniform of Li Qingshan and the others from afar, they all avoided them. Even carriages and horses would temporarily stop, afraid to disturb their footsteps. Only then did Li Qingshan realize just how awe-inspiring the Black Wolf uniform was. They arrived at the restaurant Yiduchuan had agreed to meet with Yen Song and the others. After entering the private room upstairs, Yen Song was already waiting there with Li Long. When he saw Li Qingshan, he stood up in a hurry. "Qingshan, you've moved so quickly." Li Qingshan casually introduced them to each other. Yen Song said, "So you're all disciples of large sections. It's an honor to meet you." However, he was slightly surprised inside. Among the three of them, Li Qingshan had the lowest cultivation and the least background, yet he seemed to be the leader. The other two did not seem to have any objections either. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji only exchanged a few pleasantries. With their cultivations and statuses, there was no need for them to treat Yen Song with too much importance. After a few cups of alcohol, Yen Song asked Li Qingshan about how his cultivation of the innate method of practicing qi was going. Li Qingshan said, "I've just reached the 3rd layer. If I want to break through to the 4th layer, it'll probably take some time." Yen Song was shocked. The innate method of practicing qi was harder to cultivate the higher one went. He wasn't surprised that Li Qingshan could quickly comprehend the 1st layer, and even break through to the 2nd layer. However, after not seeing him for a few days, he actually broke through to the 3rd layer. This kind of speed was really a bit shocking. "It's only been 7 or 8 days. I thought that your aptitude for cultivation was only average. I didn't expect that I'd actually misjudge you." "What? 7 or 8 days?" Diao Fei and Qian Rongji were both shocked. Only now did they know that Li Qingshan had officially started cultivating qi for less than 10 days. Yet he had actually cultivated the innate method of practicing qi to the 3rd layer. This was simply like a legendary cultivation genius. Chapter 133. When Yen Song heard about what Li Qingshan had done in the past 2 days, he became so surprised that his mouth hung open. The organization of the school was so great that it ranked towards the top even within the entire Clear River Prefecture. It was not something that the Green Vine Mountain or the Qian family could rival. Even the Iron Fist paled in comparison. The Sacred Hall, the main building of the school, was located in the Clear River Prefecture. That was a place where noble people came and went, so they had a very wide network of friends. Even Vice Commander Hua of the Hawkwolf Guard often visited there. It was said that the sect master of the same school was the most familiar with him. Li Qingshan had actually destroyed the school as soon as he arrived in Jiaping City. He was absolutely audacious. Li Qingshan said, "I just want justice." He subconsciously pressed down on the hilt of the wind-entwining blade on his waist. He already knew where justice was. There was no moon tonight. In the dead of night, Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in a small pitch-black building with his eyes closed. True qi constantly revolved around his body, circulating through his body according to the 3rd layer of the innate method of practicing qi. Even with the assistance of qi-gathering pills, it grew at an extremely slow rate. The Sumeru ring on his finger did not seem like anything special in the darkness, but it did not respond at all to the pure true qi that Li Qingshan channeled into it. He felt like he was guarding a great treasury, yet he was unable to enter it. All he could do was pace up and down the entrance trying to guess what was inside. He could resist the temptation from the collection of a golden core master over all these years. However, he could not resist the words that Oxen had said before they parted. "I've left something in there for you." Oxen had casually taught a terrifying ability of the demonic path like the path of white bone and great beauty to little Anne. What kind of secret treasure would it be to tell him about it so seriously? A legendary god artifact? A supreme ability that could overturn rivers and seas? A wondrous pill that could allow one to ascend to beyond the 9 heavens after ingesting it? Normally, he didn't dare to think too much about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. He sighed in his heart, brother Nyo, if you want to give me something, can't you just give it to me directly? Why do you have to make things so difficult for me? Furthermore, you have to use the human method to open the Sumeru ring. Back then, it was you who wanted to become a demon, so I became a demon." Although he was so emotional, he also felt that there must be a deeper meaning behind the Azure Ox's actions. The Azure Ox must have expected that he would return to the human world as a human. Could it be that the reason why he gave him such a test was because he wanted him to cultivate and achieve success as a human? If he couldn't figure it out, then there was no need to think about it anymore. He needed this identity as a human. He had only been in Jiaping for 2 days, and he had already obtained more than 100 qi gathering pills. The stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to obtain pills, and the safer he would be. After all, he could not transform in front of others. Most of the time he still had to rely on the path of qi refinement, and the first layer of qi refinement was indeed too weak. He suddenly stopped cultivating. The essence of the 4th tier of the Xiantian method of training of qi slowly flowed through his mind. Every word and sentence was crystal clear. He was trying to open the yang heel meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians and break through the first layer of qi refinement to the second. This was the first meridian he was about to open. He would knock on the door of the path of qi refinement and truly enter the next level. It could be said that compared to the first 3 tiers of the Xiantian method of training of qi, it had a completely different meaning. Driven by his will, his true qi flowed like water into his left leg, sinking into his ankle, where the Shunmai meridian was. This was the beginning of the yang heel meridian. If he wanted to open the yang heel meridian, this was where the door was. He no longer sat cross-legged on the bed. Instead, he changed into a strange posture. He leaned forward and stretched his left leg like some kind of yoga movement. Little N was originally squatting by the bed, concentrating on the large pile of Buddhist scriptures that Li Qingshan had brought back. At this time, he also put down the book in his hands and looked at Li Qingshan with concern. What Li Qingshan wanted to do was knock on the door. His true qi rushed towards the Shunmai meridian like a tidal wave, but the door was tightly shut, showing no signs of opening for him. Forget opening the meridian, he couldn't even move it at all. He knew that his accumulation of true qi was still too weak. His true qi reserves had not reached the peak of the first layer of qi refinement. The normal way was to continue accumulating true qi and slowly plan. In a few months' time, the true qi in his body would be able to gather into a large river and break through the dam that was blocking his way. Oh! But what he wanted to do now was to use a small stream to break through the dam. The difficulty could not be said to be low, but 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. He had to try and gamble before he was willing to give up. He chewed another qi-gathering pill to replenish his true qi. After trying many times, he still didn't gain anything. Finally, he stopped. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he focused even more on controlling his true qi, condensing it again and again. He turned the stream into ice, and then into a spear. It was 100 times smaller but also 100 times stronger. Then, when it could not be condensed any further, the ice spear suddenly pierced towards the dam with an unstoppable force. The bottom of his foot suddenly hurt, but Li Qingshan did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of surprise. This time the true qi was not blocked. It pierced deep into the Shunmai meridian, and under his urging, it penetrated deeper bit by bit with great difficulty. There seemed to be a soft sound in his body. The dam in front of the stream was pierced through, and the true qi continuously flowed into the yang heel meridian. A spot of light suddenly lit up in his body, like the first star shining in the endless universe. But before Li Qingshan could be happy, the true qi hit another barrier in front of him, the Pushan meridian, which was also located in his ankle. The true qi was smashed into pieces. It could not be condensed and was forced out by the invisible pressure in the yin heel meridian. The meridian had failed to open. Even the Shunmai meridian that had been opened closed again. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Tonight, he had been praised by Yen Song as a cultivation genius many times, but now he could not even open the first meridian. It was already so difficult to cultivate to the second level of qi disciple. Only then did he know that the path of qi disciple was not simple. Comparatively speaking, Yao cultivators were much more brainless. As long as they blindly breathed in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or ate spiritual herbs and elixirs, they would constantly strengthen their Yao qi. Once it reached a certain level, they would naturally be able to condense a Yao core. The following cultivation was also the same as before, constantly gathering the Yao qi into the Yao core. Once it reached a certain level, the heavenly lightning would strike. If they could pass it, they would transform into a Yao general. If they could not, they would turn into charcoal. It was simple and clear. Most of the monsters started as wild beasts, and some even started as plants. They all relied on their instincts to cultivate. If they needed a bit of intelligence and thinking, then there would be no monsters in the world. But even though it was simple, it still took time. Not to mention plants, a normal wild beast in the wild would need at least 100 years to become a Yao general. They would also need to eat spiritual herbs at the level of spiritual ginseng in the wild to have a slight chance. There were many monsters that took 300 to 500 years to transform. As for the meridian, it was a gift from the heavens to humans, and also a shortcut discovered by humans. But no matter how good the shortcut was, it had to be walked step by step. Take Li Qingshan for example. He had only practiced qi for a few days, and he already wanted to open his meridian. He had failed and still lamented that it was not easy to practice qi. In the eyes of other practitioners, he was simply unreasonable. But Li Qingshan was not discouraged. He first grabbed a handful of qi-gathering pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not swallow them, and then began to break through again. With his first experience, it was much easier for him to break through the Shenmai acupoint. And after breaking through the Shenmai acupoint, he did not dare to be distracted. He clenched his teeth and crushed a qi-gathering pill. As he replenished his qi, he focused on breaking through the next checkpoint. For hours passed. He had eaten 25 qi-gathering pills and broken through 13 times. His highest record was breaking through 3 acupoints on his foot, the Shenmai, Pushin, and Biyang acupoints. His qi flowed along his left leg, but when it reached the Juheng acupoint on his crotch, it was blocked. And once it was blocked, it was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would be pushed back. His qi would be directly pushed out, and even the acupoints that he had unblocked would close again. There were 12 acupoints on the Yangqiao acupoint. If he was a normal practitioner, he would probably have to give up. But Li Qingshan was different. In any case, the medicinal power that he could not digest in time went to the Yao core. The Yao core did not have to worry about wastage, and there was no need to worry about the accumulation of medicinal power. This allowed Li Qingshan to experiment more and more recklessly. It was good if he succeeded, but there was no harm if he failed. And he felt that as long as the acupoints that he had unblocked were closed again, it would be slightly easier to open them again the next time. And in this process, Li Qingshan had also accumulated a lot of experience. He had a deeper understanding of the 4th tier of the innate formula of training of qi. After some consideration, Li Qingshan took out a medicinal pill. It was like the clear dew on a flower petal at dawn. It was not a qi-gathering pill, but a pearl dew pill that he had exchanged with Jiao Fei. This was the spiritual medicine that Jiao Fei had saved for breaking through to the 4th tier. It was a bit of a waste to use it to break through to the 2nd tier, but for Li Qingshan, who had not accumulated much, it was just right. But if he did not succeed after eating it, it would be a waste of a good medicinal pill. Without much hesitation, Li Qingshan decided to take a gamble. When the pearl dew pill slid down his throat into his stomach, Li Qingshan could still clearly feel its coolness and smoothness. But as soon as it entered his stomach, it turned into a raging torrent. The torrent merged with his true qi, immediately turning the flowing stream into a raging river. He broke through the 3 acupoints, Shenmai, Pushin, and Biyang without any obstruction. Then he broke through the Juju acupoint and reached the Jianshu acupoint on the back of his shoulder. Only then did he meet with a slight obstruction. But Li Qingshan had already focused all his attention, so how could he be obstructed here? He broke through the Jianshu, and Jugu acupoints on his shoulder one by one. At this time, his true qi began to show signs of exhaustion, but he was already prepared. He chewed and swallowed qi-gathering pills one by one, continuously stimulating his true qi and pushing it towards the Daikang, Juju, Qingqi, and Jingming acupoints on his face. His true qi was already extremely close to his brain, so he needed to be extremely careful. Many qi practitioners would lose control and their true qi would rush to their brain, turning them into idiots. Of course, Li Qingshan did not want to end up like that. Along the way, he broke through these 4 acupoints, and in his body, 11 spots of light lit up. They were like stars in the dark universe, connected by a faint path of light, like a star chart. He finally saw the last point of the star chart, the Fengqi acupoint on the back of his head. As long as this acupoint was broken through, the yang-heal meridian would be opened, and a path for true qi to flow through his body would be opened. This was what people called the second level of qi cultivation. But there was not much true qi left, and the medicinal power provided by the qi-gathering pills could not be replenished from so far away. It was like an army without food supplies about to collapse. He felt exhausted, as if he had just experienced an extremely difficult journey. He could clearly see the end, but he could not take another step forward. As long as his true qi collided with the feng qi acupoint, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, he could not stop his true qi from advancing. Chapter 134. A scroll of the Diamond Sutra was thrown onto the ground. Little An leaped behind Li Qingshan and pointed at the feng qi acupoint on the back of his head with his bone finger. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of a bell ringing in his ears. True qi rushed towards its final target, the impassable dam. Then it easily penetrated through, as if it was no longer an impenetrable barrier, but a soft sponge. The last bit of light lit up and spread in all directions, like a river returning to the ocean. True qi continuously passed through the yang-heal meridian, no longer obstructed. Li Qingshan finally opened the first meridian and reached the second level of qi training. The yang-heal meridian was like a broad road that flowed through his body from head to toe, connecting his entire body. From then on, his acupoints would no longer close, and every time an acupoint lit up, his entire body would undergo a change. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The scenery in the room became clearer and fresher, as if a layer of dust had been wiped away. The cries of summer insects outside the window were loud and layered. He even felt like he could count how many summer insects were singing. Occasionally, a leaf would be blown by the wind and fall on the roof tiles. The sound was as clear as thunder. His sense of smell improved the least, but he could still smell the blooming of a wildflower outside the window and the smell of grass steamed by the hot summer night. His sense of taste improved a lot without even testing it. This was the increase in his 5 senses from the opening of the Ditsong, Jugu, Chengqi, and Jingming acupoints. When he got off the bed and stepped on the ground, it was as if there was an additional layer of air beneath his feet. His body became extremely light, and he felt like he could fly with just a little bit of force. This was the change brought about by the Shun Mai, Pu Shan, and Biang acupoints on the soles of his feet. He casually raised his hand, and the 3 acupoints on the Jianyu Jugu and Jugu lit up. True qi naturally flowed along the true qi to his palm, breaking through his palm and hitting the wall, leaving behind a palm print. Every single movement was so natural and smooth. He felt as though his entire body had been connected by this meridian from top to bottom, and his Zhenqi circulation was many times faster than before. Holy Church, it was just like when Emperor Yang of Sui opened up the Grand Canal to connect the north and the south, allowing people and goods to travel freely, driving the economy and transportation of the whole country. And those acupoints were important communication hubs. However, none of the hubs seemed to be as important as the feng qi acupoint because it was connected to more than just the aura within the body. The feng qi was the place where evil wind gathered. In the Gukong Luan, it was said that wind was the root of all diseases. When the pathogenic wind entered the brain, all kinds of diseases would occur. It was an extremely important acupuncture point in the human body. The moment he opened the feng qi acupoint, a stream of air seemed to gush out. It was as if a new acupoint had been chiseled out of his mouth and nose. He could breathe, but what he breathed was not air, but the air of heaven and earth. Of course, this could not be considered as communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this was the first time he felt the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like the wind, an aura that flowed endlessly. When he circulated the 4th stage of the Xiantian art of training of qi, he would occasionally feel a gust of wind blowing into his body from the back of his head to the bottom of his feet. He couldn't help but shiver before his entire body felt comfortable. There was a transverse bone at the back of the beast's head. Only by refining the transverse bone could one gain intelligence. Humans, on the other hand, had a wind pond at the back of their heads. Only by opening up the phoenix pond could they communicate with the heavens and earth. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. This qi refinement technique created by humans was indeed very impressive. Furthermore, he could sense that qi refinement was also helpful to demon cultivation. It was just like how his demon body had naturally become stronger after it grew taller. The two complemented each other and benefited each other. Could it be that the reason why Brother Ox left me the item in the Sumera ring and encouraged me to cultivate qi was so that I could fuse these two completely different cultivation methods and find my own path? This was what Li Qingshan guessed, but no matter which path he took, he was still a small fry who had just started. He was far from being able to do this. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. Now that he was sitting on two jade mountains, what kind of sparks would be produced when they collided? Li Qingshan suppressed the anticipation and joy in his heart and said to Little Ant, "Did you help me just now?" It was definitely not a coincidence that he could so easily open the Fengqi acupoint. Fengqi acupoint. The blood flames in Little Ant's eye sockets were rather dim. Just now he had expended quite a lot of effort on that finger. While Li Qingshan was cultivating with his eyes closed, he had been watching closely. Gradually his gaze pierced through Li Qingshan's skin and muscles. Like modern medical instruments, he analyzed Li Qingshan's body, but it was clearer and clearer than any image obtained by any instrument. He saw the existence of that meridian. He saw Li Qingshan's true qi continuously climbing upwards until it reached the highest point, rushing towards the Fengqi acupoint at the back of his head. However, it clearly did not have the power to open it. As a result, in this critical moment, he tapped the Fengqi acupoint with a finger. The so-called human body was essentially composed of bones and flesh. Even the wondrous meridians and profound acupoints were based on flesh and blood. As for the path of white bone and great beauty, it was an ability that manipulated the two. Little Ant's current cultivation was still too weak. He had not even mastered the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Otherwise, he only needed to tap casually, and he would be able to shatter his bones and strip his flesh. Although he did not have such strength right now, he could lend Li Qingshan a hand at a crucial moment. He had to be extremely careful with this tap. The back of the head had always been a vital point for humans. If he missed, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan's body was extremely tough, Little Ant would not have dared to attempt it. It had also exhausted all of his mental strength. It was even more tiring than battling a terrifying demonic beast. Little Ant held the weasel brush and finished the final stroke. Only then did Li Qingshan understand the whole story. He could not help but click his tongue. Isn't this path of white bone and great beauty a little too powerful? If I had your help, wouldn't it be much easier for me to cultivate qi? Little Ant shook his head. He dipped the brush in ink and wrote down 5 words. More haste, less speed. Li Qingshan said, "Is that so? I just want to finish the innate method of practicing qi as soon as possible, and then switch to another cultivation method." On the paper, Little Ant asked Li Qingshan a few questions regarding the innate method of practicing qi. Li Qingshan was actually unable to answer. Only then did he realize that he had not completely comprehended the innate method of practicing qi. He then asked in surprise, "You've practiced the innate method of practicing qi as well?" Little Ant shook his head, then nodded. Afterwards he began to write furiously. As it turned out, when Yen Song taught the innate method of practicing qi to Li Qingshan, Little Ant had been listening quietly. He felt that it was rather familiar. Tonight, when he watched Li Qingshan break through to the second layer of qi, this sense of familiarity became even stronger. He naturally understood the many important points of cultivating the innate method of practicing qi, and understood its general outline. Afterwards, he felt that Li Qingshan's cultivation method seemed to be slightly off track, so he could not help but ask him a few questions. Originally, Li Qingshan did not feel that the innate method of practicing qi was anything profound or complicated. However, after hearing Little Ant's opinions, he felt as if he had been enlightened. In terms of the path of practicing qi, he was like a primary school student who had just entered school. He was busy adding things up when a multiplication table suddenly fell from the sky. He rubbed Little Ant's head and smiled bitterly. So my comprehension is really that bad. In fact, it was not that Li Qingshan's comprehension was too bad, but rather that he had never received guidance from anyone on the path of practicing qi. The path of cultivation was particular about wealth, companionship, method, and location. Companionship was secondary, and it mostly referred to the relationship between master and disciple. Anyone would need guidance from a senior. Standing on the shoulders of a giant was far more effortless than fumbling around by oneself. Little N did not rely on his own comprehension, but the knowledge hidden in the depths of his memory. For a moment, Little N did not know how to comfort him. Li Qingshan smiled. I'll need your guidance in the future as well. However, it's too inconvenient to not be able to speak. It'll be fine once you refine your flesh and blood. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. Li Qingshan then continued to meditate. Following Little An's guidance, he once again cultivated the innate method of practicing qi from the first to the fourth tier, slowly stabilizing his current level. After swallowing a few more qi gathering pills, he realized that he had less than 30 qi gathering pills left. In an instant, he had fallen from being well off to having enough to eat. This was the price of walking two paths at the same time. In the coming period, he would probably not have much income. He would have to carefully calculate the remaining qi gathering pills. The sky was bright, and there was a knock on the door. Li Qingshan went downstairs to open the door. He saw Diao Fei and Qian Rongji standing at the door. What's the matter? He asked. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji were just about to speak, but forgot what they wanted to say. They looked at Li Qingshan in shock and said in disbelief, You broke through to the second tier of qi training? Last night, they were still marveling at Li Qingshan's cultivation speed. Today they were hit in the head again. It was just like how Li Qingshan lamented his poor comprehension to Little An. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji could only feel jealousy. Li Qingshan nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it took some effort. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to cultivating. He was about to close the door. Wait, didn't we agree on this last night? The trial. Li Qingshan came to a realization. Oh, I almost forgot. The two of them congratulated Li Qingshan reluctantly. Afterwards, Li Qingshan tidied up slightly and took Little N with him before accepting the mission with the two of them. The Black Wolf guards he came across along the way could not help but be surprised when they saw Li Qingshan. They all congratulated Li Qingshan with various expressions. After all, to cultivators, there was nothing more joyous than breaking through. No matter what they thought inside, they would never lack etiquette. There was also respect for strength. Second-layer qi practitioners were the weakest in the Hawkwolf Guard. However, Li Qingshan was someone who could easily defeat second-layer qi practitioners, and even kill third-layer qi practitioners when he was only a first-layer qi practitioner. Now that he had broken through again, he could be regarded as one of the stronger ones in the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping. Arriving at the main building of the Hawkwolf Guard, Shuozhibo was waiting there personally. The first trial mission for new people had always been personally handed over by the commander. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was surprised at first before smiling. You've broken through again. You really are young and promising. Your future is limitless. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. I was just lucky. Commander Zhua, may I ask what our trial mission is? Shuozhibo waved his hand, and an attendant in black brought over a scroll. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. Even with his composure, he could not help but be stunned. Chapter 135. If Shuozhibo had the intention to kill him and sent Li Qingshan to any place of danger, he would not have been so surprised. The sacred church, however, the front of the document was clearly written in vermilion, Ancient Wind City, Qian family. Diao Fei and Li Qingshan looked at Qian Rongji at the same time. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. She continued to smile. Shuozhibo said, You don't need to look at it. Rongji has placed justice before family, reporting the Qian family for their many violations of the laws of Great Xia. It's all written here. Diao Fei also looked at the file in his hand. It listed the various crimes of the Qian family. A few tenant farmers had caused trouble because the rent was too high, and the Qian family had massacred them in a single night. Qian Yannian had taken a fancy to a woman on the streets. He knew she was already married, but he could not get her from the family, so he ordered his subordinates to kill the husband and take the wife away, forcefully taking her in as a concubine. There was even a district magistrate who was murdered because he refused to be a puppet. There were several dozen crimes listed in detail, and every single one of them was a crime punishable by death. He came from a sect which was sparsely populated. Although there were some dark corners, it was nowhere as dirty as this. He could not help but ask, is this true? Li Qingshan did not doubt the veracity of these crimes. The Qian family was the sole power in ancient Wind City. They did not even have any organizations to keep them in check. Absolute power meant absolute corruption, so it would not be strange for them to do whatever they wanted. He only wondered why Qian Rongji would do something like this. He thought to himself, place justice before family? Was Qian Rongji trying to lure him to the territory of the Qian family, and then kill him? This was the most logical deduction, but just what was Qian Rongji trying to do by bringing trouble to her own family in order to harm him? Would the Qian family ever end up on the list of the Hawkwolf Guard? Li Qingshan continued reading. Below were the cultivation levels of the various members of the Qian clan. The first one was the head of the Qian clan, Qian Yannian. He was in the 5th layer of the ore refining realm. There were no 4th layer cultivators, 2 3rd layer cultivators, 5 2nd layer cultivators, and 13 1st layer cultivators. Li Qingshan raised his head. Commander Zhua, isn't our first trial mission a little too difficult? At least on the surface, the 3 of them definitely did not have the ability to shake the Qian family. Takitara, really? Zhuajibwa stared at Li Qingshan as if he was trying to find clues about Zhao Liangqing's death from his face, but he was disappointed. I can't be biased either, so the mission this time is not to kill, but to investigate. If Rongji is right, then report back. I'll clean it up myself. It'll be Qian Yinyan's birthday in a few days' time. You can go under the guise of wishing him well, and you have Rongji as a spy, so it can't be any easier. Li Qingshan said. I'm just afraid it won't be that simple. Zhuajibwa continued to chuckle. All missions of the Hawkwolf Guard carry risk, but the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. You can flip to the second page and take a look. Li Qingshan flipped to the second page of the dossier. It was actually an analysis of his wealth. It predicted the pills, spiritual artifacts, and many other benefits that he might obtain after defeating the Qian family. It even mentioned that it was possible for his harvest to be even greater after the birthday banquet. Unless they were people of the Qian family, it was impossible for them to know so much detail. Zhuajibwa said patiently, if the investigation turns out to be true, I obviously hope you can directly end this matter. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Although Qian Yannian is a 5th layer Qi practitioner, he's already extremely old, so he doesn't live up to his name. And, according to the rules, everything you obtain from the mission will belong to you. Originally, trial missions don't give you any contribution, but if you succeed, I'll give each of you 500 contribution points. Li Qingshan said, it doesn't seem like I can turn it down. Alright, I'll accept it. When do we set off? It was pointless to turn it down anyway. Since Zhuajibwa still wanted to maintain peace on the surface, he would keep it that way for now. No matter how many schemes there were, he would use force to overcome them. He would face them head-on and see just what kind of trap could trap a demon like him. Right now, on the surging waters of the clear river, a sailboat that stood 2 stories tall tore through the waves. The white sail depicted a hawk spreading its wings. This was a ship specially used by the Hawkwolf Guard. Its design was intricate, and the workmanship was exquisite. The decorations inside were extremely luxurious, and its performance was extraordinary. As it sailed upstream, it actually moved much faster than when Li Qingshan sat on the dragon boat in the past. Wherever the sacred hall passed by, all ships would avoid it. Even the dragon boat was no exception. A young man sat on the railing of the boat as if he was admiring the steep scenery on the 2 shores. Waves would sweep over from time to time, drenching his clothes. He fiddled around with a few spiritual stones in his hand, completely ignoring them. Li Qingshan was considering his plans for this trip. However, he was clearly not a wise man. He was unable to devise a strategy. All he could do was adapt to the situation. However, there was one thing he was certain about, which was that he definitely could not transform into a demon again. Otherwise, even if he could avoid detection, he would still become a target of suspicion. However, he believed his strength was enough for him to deal with most situations. Sir, the 2 lords have invited you to the cabin. A boatman respectfully stepped forward and said. Li Qingshan returned to the cabin. And Diao Fei said politely, Qingshan, let's discuss our plan. Li Qingshan said, let's just ask her. Qian Rongji, just what are you trying to do? You want to lure me to ancient Wind City and kill me? Avenge your unlucky elder brother? Qian Rongji smiled charmingly. Do you think you're that easy to kill? You finally admitted that you killed Qian Rongming. I originally suspected Diao Fei, but it really was you. However, he's not my elder brother. Li Qingshan said, so what if I admit it? If he's not your elder brother, then could he be your younger brother? Qian Rongji said, he's nothing. We're actually not related by blood at all. I was adopted by Qian Yannian because I had the potential to practice qi refinement, so we could barely be considered siblings. However, he's dead, and I have no intention of avenging him. So you don't have to be so guarded against me. The three of us came and left on the same ship, so it's fate that we're on the same boat. Now we should be working together. Li Qingshan was stunned. So you guys aren't related by blood? Is this even considered a family? Qian Rongji sneered. What family? They can only bully ordinary people. I've heard that the real big families are able to concoct medicinal pellets and allow children with no potential to become qi refinement cultivators. As for families like the Qian family, who can't even maintain their own bloodline, they're just trash. Only then did Li Qingshan know that there was such a saying. Hearing her words, he asked curiously, are you really going to go against the Qian family this time? Didn't the Qian family owe you a great debt of gratitude? Allowing an ordinary person to become a qi refinement cultivator was practically giving them a new lease on life. However, Qian Rongji's attitude was very strange. Qian Rongji rubbed her cheeks and chuckled. Yes, a great debt of gratitude. Aren't I going to repay it? The sinister expression on her face made Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, who were used to seeing life and death, feel a chill in their hearts. Qian Rongji said, don't look at me like that. I've acted and endured for long enough. As long as you help me this time, I'll let you do whatever you want. Not only Li Qingshan, but even Diao Fei was unmoved by this kind of proposal. As long as one was mature enough, there was no way they would be bewitched by mere beauty to the point where they would disregard their own lives, unless they were like Hibiscus who knew the art of seduction. Diao Fei said cautiously, I don't want to become enemies with a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Our mission is only to investigate. You come from the Qian family, so you must know where the alchemy room is. There's no need for us to openly oppose Qian Yannian. Qian Rongji cursed, coward. Once the pill is refined, it'll be delivered to Qian Yannian immediately and stored in his 100 treasures pouch. You haven't even seen him yet, and you've already been frightened by the name of a fifth-layer qi practitioner? Diao Fei stood up furiously. Li Qingshan extended his arm to stop him. He said to Qian Rongji, I have no interest in becoming enemies with a qi practitioner 3 layers above me. If that's your plan, I'd advise you to give up. We'll leave after the investigation. Do you think that Qian Yannian will be bold enough to make things difficult for the Hawkwolf Guard? Qian Rongji finally said sternly, do you know why the Qian family doesn't have a 4th-layer qi practitioner? That's because that old bastard is already old and feeble. He doesn't even have the confidence to suppress a 4th-layer qi practitioner anymore. He's afraid that someone will take over the position of clan leader, so whenever anyone tries to break through to the 4th layer, he'll cut off their supply of pills. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei were both shocked. He was willing to go as far as to harm the development of the clan just to protect his own rotten authority. A clan leader like that was basically terrifying. Qian Rongji said, when the time comes, I'll ambush him first, and we'll kill him in a single strike. The rest shouldn't be enough for the two of you to take seriously, right? Li Qingshan and Diao Fei exchanged glances. Not only did Li Qingshan look down on 3rd-layer qi practitioners, but even Diao Fei was confident that with his battle experience, he could not be compared to the trash raised by the clan who had not even experienced life or death battles. In the end, Qian Rongji threw down a heavy blow. There are at least 300 qi gathering pills in Qian Yannian's 100 treasures pouch, as well as a few other extremely precious spiritual pills. They're no worse than the Pearl Dew pill. Although the spiritual artifacts can't compare to the Hawkwolf Guard, there are still quite a few of them. They're worth several hundred qi gathering pills. Coupled with the items in the hands of the other qi practitioners, it's very likely that the total value will reach 1,000 qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei were both shocked by this number. The Qian family really was like its name. It was a living treasure trove. Although it was a clan that did not make the cut, it was still a clan after all. It had existed for over a century, so what it had accumulated was nothing to scoff at. As the saying went, wealth moves people's hearts. The greed of qi practitioners towards pills and spiritual artifacts was no less than the greed of regular people, or even greater. Qian Rongji extended her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Diao Fei placed his hand on it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan extended his hand as well. The three of them stacked on top of each other. As a result, for the sake of a common goal, the three of them who suspected one another or even viewed one another with hostility temporarily formed an alliance and set off towards ancient Wind City. They took a boat first before switching to horses. They traveled by day and rested by night. 5 days later, the three of them arrived outside ancient Wind City. Immediately, someone saw Qian Rongji and called out, "The young miss has returned. Go report to the patriarch." Chapter 136. Ancient Wind City was a mountain city, situated on the outskirts of the boundless mountains. The entire city was built against the mountain, so the roads in the city all sloped down. The holy church passing through the gloomy city gates. A wide open road appeared before them. It slanted upwards, and at the end was a manor that seemed like a city of palaces. It occupied the entire ancient Wind City. It was even more impressive than the Hawkwolf Guard in Jiaping City. On the two sides of the road, the households were all decorated with lanterns and streamers, as if they were preparing for a grand celebration. However, the people on the road showed no joy at all. The news of Qian Rongji's return as a Hawkwolf Guard quickly reached the majestic manor. Afterwards, as if they had triggered some sort of mechanism, over 100 men in tight uniforms surged out noisily, herding all the people on the road into the alleyways on the two sides. There was a person every 10 steps standing on the two sides of the road and looking straight ahead. As the three of them rode past, the men mustered up their breaths and called out, "Welcome back, young miss." Even though the sound of the hooves reached the entrance of the manor, Qian Rongji held her head high and rode at the very front. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei followed behind her by half a horse's length, following beside her like they were her attendants and guards. This was what they had discussed during the past few days. They had to respect Qian Rongji so that the people of the Qian family would not be wary of her. For the sake of 1,000 qi gathering pills, they obviously had no issues with something as trivial as this. However, Li Qingshan could sense that Qian Rongji's current state did not seem to be an act. Instead, she really did possess some satisfaction and pride from returning triumphantly. The main entrance of the manor stood several meters tall, and there were several dozen steps at the front, which made it seem even more grand and noble. A pair of stone lions gazed down majestically. In Li Qingshan's eyes, they seemed rather vicious. The vermilion door swung open loudly, and a skinny old man in luxurious robes emerged. He was the leader of the Qian family, Qian Yannian. He had personally come to receive the three of them. "Patriarch, I've fulfilled your orders and joined the Hawkwolf Guard." Qian Rongji dismounted and bowed gracefully. Before he could kneel, a pair of skinny hands grabbed his arm. "Didn't I say it before? Just call me Grandpa. You are now an official. How can you bow to an old man like me?" Li Qingshan and Diao Fei glanced at each other. Qian Yannian's movements were shockingly fast. He didn't have the slowness of the old man at all. Although his words were polite, his body had a threatening aura. This was the natural pressure that strong qi practitioners exerted on weak qi practitioners. Qian Yannian said, "These two are Zhi's colleagues." Diao Fei clasped his hands. "That's right. Under Serge's orders, we've come to accompany Rongji to visit our relatives and congratulate the great-grandfather Qian on his 132nd birthday." Li Qingshan clasped his hands as well and smiled silently. He only studied the greatest target of this trip. Qian Yannian's white hair was sparse, and his face was covered in faint age spots. His nose was so soft that it drooped down like it was about to melt. His skinny body pushed against the luxurious clothes, making him seem like an old monkey wearing human clothes. It was slightly comical yet also slightly disgusting. If it were not for his shining eyes and his swift movements just now, Li Qingshan basically would have doubted whether this old man who was about to die was their greatest enemy on this trip. First-rate masters who practiced internal arts could only live for around 100 years without any hidden injuries. A fifth-layer Qi practitioner could only live for a few more decades. At Qian Yanyan's age, his cultivation had already begun to decline. Qian Rongji's information was indeed true. He glanced at the 100 treasures pouch on Qian Yanyan's waist, and wondered whether there were several hundred Qi condensation pills in there. However, his gaze had already passed over his shoulder and landed on the group of people behind the main entrance. More accurately, it was a group of Qi practitioners. There were men and women, young and old, scholars and monks, but they were not from the Qian family. Moreover, they were people who had come to congratulate him. Their gazes towards him were no longer as enthusiastic. Some of them even carried contempt and coldness. Li Qingshan remembered what Zhou Wenbin had said. They, the hawks and dogs of the empire, were very shunned by the entire cultivation world, especially those from sects and clans. Everyone liked their freedom, free from supervision and control. However, the Hawkwolf Guard just happened to be the representatives of legalism that watched over the world and upheld the law. Qian Yanyan waved his hand. Please. In a secret room, Qian Yanyan's face no longer possessed the same valiance he displayed in front of everyone. Instead, he stared at Qian Rongji with bloodshot eyes. Where's Qian Rongming? Qian Rongji said sorrowfully, Rongming, he's been killed by someone. What? Qian Yanyan grabbed Qian Rongji's shoulder firmly. Who was it? Who did it? Why are you fine? Qian Rongming was not an adopted surname. Instead, he was the true bloodline of the Qian family. He had taken in a lot of wives and concubines, finding a suitable descendant among over 100 descendants. Qian Rongji said, It's Li Qingshan. He's the kid who came with me today. He's the one who killed Rongming. She actually told him the entire story in detail. All Qian Yanyan could do was accept this reality. He said viciously, If he weren't a Hawkwolf Guard, I would definitely tear him to pieces. Afterwards, he used his skinny hand to touch Qian Rongji's tender cheek. But fortunately, you're here. His eyes flickered with an obscene light. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, you're willing to spare them, but they're unwilling to spare you. What did you say? Qian Yanyan was surprised. We've come on a secret mission from the Hawkwolf Guard this time. We've come to investigate the Qian family. How is that possible? I've managed ancient Wind City like it's an iron bucket. I've never been stingy with what needs to be done. Why would the Hawkwolf Guard target me? The silver light in Qian Yanyan's eyes vanished, replaced with some panic. Small clans like them feared the Hawkwolf Guard the most. Once they were in the sights of those hawks and hounds, they would be hunted down by the falcons and eaten by the wolves. Qian Rongji said, It's still that Li Qingshan. He stole Brother Rongming's 100 treasures pouch, and he became greedy. He resented me out of jealousy, so he spoke ill of the Qian family to our commander Zhua. Qian Yanyan said, Didn't you speak up for the Qian family? What's the point of having you around? Bitch, have you rebelled against the Qian family? Qian Rongji said, How could I not speak up? However, Li Qingshan even has some background in Clear River City. He joined the Hawkwolf Guard without taking part in the competition. Zhuozhibua was afraid of offending him, so he ordered us to investigate. Rongji has only achieved her current glory because of the Qian family's great kindness. Without the Qian family, there would be no grandfather, and there would be no Rongji right now. Why would she betray the Qian family? As she said that, she was on the verge of tears, as if she was tempted to die. Qian Yanyan recalled how obedient she had been in the past, and his expression eased up slightly. Then what do we do now? Why don't we give him some bribes? If not, you'll have to sacrifice yourself for the Qian family. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, he's a ravenous wolf who eats people whole. As long as he swallows the entire Qian family, how can they be defeated with just a single bone? If you don't believe me, just watch their reactions carefully. Qian Yanyan said, What do we do? If I hadn't listened to you and sent you to join the Hawkwolf Guard, why would we have attracted such a disaster? Qian Rongji became vicious. We can't let them, especially that Li Qingshan, leave ancient Wind City alive. Qian Yanyan said, You want me to kill Hawkwolf Guards? As long as Li Qingshan remains, the The Qian family will never be at peace. I'll blame their deaths on something else. Grandfather, this is all for the Qian family. Quite a while later, Qian Rongji emerged from the secret room. The resplendent sunlight seemed to purge the gloom in her heart. As she emerged from the courtyard, a middle-aged man blocked her way. Big brother. Qian Rongji bowed politely. The middle-aged man reached out to touch her cheek. Qian Rongji turned her head and dodged. Big brother, don't be like that. The old man was Qian Yinyan's eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei. Although he did not have the talent for practicing qi, he had practiced internal martial arts. He was the main caretaker of the entire Qian family. Qian Xingwei was furious. He pinched Qian Rongji's chin. Stop putting on an act. Just because you've become a Hawkwolf guard doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. As long as you're still a part of the Qian family, you have to listen to me. Don't forget about the great kindness the Qian family has shown you. Qian Rongji said, yes, big brother. Rongji wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a few servants rushed over from afar. Only then did Qian Xingwei release her. He ordered, come to my room tonight. He watched Qian Rongji leave before spitting on the ground. So what if you're a qi practitioner? He could not see the sinister smile on Qian Rongji's face. Everyone had to pay the price. Night fell and lanterns were lit up. Everyone in the hall were important guests who had come to attend the birthday banquet. Although the birthday banquet was only tomorrow, most of them had arrived a day earlier to show their respect. Among them, the most distinguished ones were obviously the dozen or so qi practitioners. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei sat in the seats of honor due to their identities as Hawkwolf guards. Qian Yannian introduced everyone. When he reached Li Qingshan, he said, this is the young hero of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan, Sir Li. No matter what everyone thought, they all said things like, I've heard a lot about him or I admire him. You're called Li Qingshan? A sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a scholar sitting on the ground. His hair was disheveled and he seemed quite wild. He was also a third-layer qi practitioner, and he currently looked over with hostility. Li Qingshan said, that's right. And who are you, sir? This is Gong Liangbai, known as the Mat Scholar of the Jianghu. He comes from the humble Maple Academy. Qian Yannian introduced the two of them first. Afterwards, Gong Liangbai said, what, do you recognize Sir Li? In this world where even the district magistrates were powerful qi practitioners, places like academies were not just for studying. Just like in Buddhist and Taoist temples, practicing martial arts and practicing qi were part of the curriculum. Gong Liangbai did not even look at Qian Yannian. He only stared at Li Qingshan. Do you recognize Wei Dandong? Li Qingshan said, I don't. Gong Liangbai said, but he does recognize you. If I've guessed correctly, you come from Qingyang City, right? That junior brother of mine paid a visit there a few months ago. His body has always been frail since he was young. Originally, he wanted to find a way to treat it, but he never returned. Suddenly, Li Qingshan recalled the sickly scholar, who had come for the spiritual ginseng back in Qingyang City. He was the first-rate master to die to his hands in front of the Wind Mountain Divine Temple. The other first-rate masters were all middle-aged men. Only he was in his 20s, so he had a rather deep impression of him. I think I've met him a few times. Gong Liangbai straightened his back subconsciously, and then, Chapter 137. Gong Liangbai suddenly stood up. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Qingshan. He was momentarily speechless, as if he had never expected him to admit it so straightforwardly. Li Qingshan drank his wine calmly and said indifferently, you're still in academy, and you've studied the books of sages, yet you've raised bandits who kill and steal, and you even need me to clean up your mess for you. Go back and properly reflect on yourself. He had never thought he would run into an enemy here. Thinking about it, this place was not too far from Qingyang City, which was why he ran into Qian Rongji as soon as he emerged from the mountains. The news of the spiritual ginseng had drawn over all the masters nearby. There were not a lot of qi practitioners in a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even if they were pulled out, they would only form a small circle. It was nothing strange for them to appear in ancient Wind City. Though if I kill that thieving scholar, then I kill him. What about you? The guests discussed among themselves. So there's a grievance like that. This Hawkwolf guard is just too arrogant. He killed someone, yet he says he's cleaning up his mess for someone else. Yeah, he dares to speak to a third-layer Qi practitioner like that as a second-layer Qi practitioner. Keep your voice down. Don't cause trouble. Although they had no idea what had happened, most of them stood on the side of the humble Maple Academy instinctively. Logically speaking, the school of Confucianism and the school of legalism belonged to the 100 schools of thought. They were a part of the Great Xia Empire, but to most Qi practitioners, scholars were much more pleasing to the eye than police officers. As for Qian Rongji and Diao Fei, they had grown rather accustomed to Li Qingshan's attitude. As long as he was in the right, he would ignore everyone. He was like that even when he faced Zhao Liangqing and Zhuo Zhibua, let alone a scholar. Invisible true Qi burst out of his body, causing Gong Liangbai's robes to ruffle. The heavy table before him toppled over, producing a series of clattering sounds. That junior brother of mine was only a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. Originally, he could have reached the second layer very quickly, and it's all because of you. Li Qingshan remained seated. It's a good thing that I made my move early. He's only a first-rate expert, yet he dares to bully others like this. If he were to advance to the innate realm, it would be terrible. With a flash of white light, Gong Liangbai drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. Others might fear the harsh laws of your Hawkwolf guard, but I, a disciple of Confucianism, do not. It's not a question of whether I'm afraid or not, but a question of whether I'm right or not. If I'm wrong, it's fine even if I have to kneel. But you're also a scholar. You don't follow justice and only care about personal feelings. Have all the books you've read gone to waste? You're pissing me off. Gong Liangbai couldn't argue back, so he took a step forward and slashed his sword down at Li Qingshan's head. Holy Church! Diao Fei's expression changed. He pressed down on the wind-entwining saber, and his body went from kneeling to half-kneeling. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. He did not move at all. He lowered his head and tasted his alcohol. He said indifferently, if you touch even a hair on me, I'd like to see if there's still a place for you in the world. Can the humble Maple Academy protect you? The sword stopped above Li Qingshan's head, trembling slightly, but it was unable to fall down. Gong Liangbai's expression changed as he gazed at the swordsman Li Qingshan. This young man had not given off any aura at all the entire time, but when he did things, he possessed a boldness that no one dared to look down on. As the boss, Qian Yannian had allowed the matter to develop without interfering. It was exactly because he had heard what Qian Rongji had said that he wanted Li Qingshan to suffer at the hands of someone else. However, he never thought the matter would end up like this. He could not help but re-evaluate Li Qingshan. This young man who could kill Qian Rongming really was not easy to deal with. It would be inappropriate if he still did not make an appearance at this time. He said, both of you are my guests. What are you doing? Do you have any irreconcilable grudges? Just treat it as giving me some face. Li Qingshan put down his wine cup and raised his head. He said, have you thought it through? If you have, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. With a swish of his sword, a corner of the table was cut off. Gong Liangbai looked around and felt that everyone was looking at him, as if mocking him for not daring to touch even a hair on Li Qingshan's head. He then ran out of the hall with large strides. Qian Yannian hurriedly ordered his men to chase after him. His eyes turned and he already had a plan in mind. He glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, brat, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. The banquet resumed. This time the main character of the banquet was actually Qian Rongji, the young mistress who had brought glory to the Qian clan. With her laughter, the atmosphere gradually became lively again, as if nothing had happened. Many young Qi practitioners stared at her as their hearts skipped a beat. Qian Rongji used the time she spent toasting to shoot a glance at Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, expressing that the plan was going smoothly. Afterwards, when she looked back at Qian Yannian, the look in her eyes seemed to have changed again. Li Qingshan only smiled and tipped his head back, drinking all the wine in his cup. The moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei returned to their residence, reeking of alcohol. Diao Fei said, I thought I was arrogant enough, But you're 10 times more arrogant than me, Li Qingshan said. That's not arrogance. I'm telling the truth. What's wrong with telling the truth? Diao Fei said, Yeah. The Hawkwolf Guard won't let them do whatever they want. As he thought about the great fortune he was about to receive, he seemed to become even more intoxicated. Li Qingshan said, I have some things I need to discuss with you. Suddenly, Diao Fei discovered that Li Qingshan's eyes were even clearer than the moon, and they gave off a faint murderous aura. They seemed to shine with red light. Although he said it was a discussion, Li Qingshan turned around and returned to his room to rest as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Diao Fei standing there blankly. This was not going according to the plan. Some people were ruining the plan while others were coming up with a new plan. I've already convinced Gong Liangbai to stay a few more days and introduce you to him. There are too many people right now, so we'll take action after the birthday banquet. We'll make it seem like they've died together. As long as we succeed, you'll have done a great service to the Qian family, Qian Yannian said to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji said, Rongji is willing to do anything for the Qian family. In the dead of night, Little and fiddled with a few qi gathering pills in Li Qingshan's hand. She raised her head as if she was saying, That's all there is left? Li Qingshan rubbed Little Anne's head. Yeah, and I'm using them sparingly. But don't worry, there'll be a lot of them very soon. 1,000. He casually tossed another qi gathering pill into his mouth and began to cultivate. He needed some time to consolidate his current cultivation. The bright moon disappeared before rising once more, illuminating the mountain city. Lanterns were hung everywhere in the Qian estate. They were bright red, as if there was a mountain fire. Guests gathered, and all sorts of people came to congratulate the Qian family. The banquet spread from the inside to the outside of the hall, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The noise of people filled the air, as if a noisy river of fire was flowing. The entire ancient Wind City was alarmed. However, there were only a dozen or so tables in the main hall of the Qian estate. They were specially used to receive esteemed guests. The eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei, personally received the guests at the entrance with a list of gifts. He announced loudly, The profound sage of the Sky River sect presents a pair of blood crystals. Gong Liangbai of the Humble Maple Academy presents 10 jade fragrance fruits. Most of them were rare treasures that Li Qingshan had never even heard of before. When he and Diao Fei stood before Qian Xingwei, he thought about it and took out the last qi gathering pill, placing it in his hand. Qian Xingwei was stunned. Only a single qi gathering pill? Li Qingshan said, Go ahead. Sir Li Qingshan and Diao Fei of the Hawkwolf Guard presents a congratulatory gift of a qi gathering pill. The guests looked over in surprise, wanting to see just who was so stingy. However, all they saw was Li Qingshan looking around calmly, while Diao Fei lowered his head deeply. The bystanders only thought he was embarrassed, but they failed to notice the mixed emotions on his face. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he muttered in an almost undetectable voice. Sending a goose feather from a great distance away is a great gift. A gray-robed old man with grizzled hair walked over with a smile to smooth things over. The aura he gave off was that of a third-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said, Sir, you must be one of the 2 elders of the Qian family. That's something or other. It's an honor to meet you. The only 2 third-layer qi practitioners of the Qian family were known as the 2 elders of the Qian family. They were both Qian Yannian's foster sons, and they had come to receive the esteemed guests in Qian Yannian's place. The corner of the old man's eye twitched, and he suppressed his anger. That's right. This way please, sir. Last night, Qian Yannian had urgently summoned the core members of the Qian family to discuss a plan against Li Qingshan. He had already learnt about Qian Yannian's plan. After tonight, Li Qingshan would be a dead man, so there was obviously no need for him to argue with a dead man. Li Qingshan said, May I ask where that elder is? Afterwards, he followed the old man's gaze and saw another old man. He said to Diao Fei indifferently, Brother Jiao, why don't you go over and get closer to him? The old man found this rather strange. Li Qingshan could actually order around a third-layer qi practitioner Hawkwolf Guard, and why did he want to get closer to him? However, he did not have the time to think too much about it. Li Qingshan pulled him by the hand and made his way over. He asked, Is it over there? He left Diao Fei behind as he stood in the flow of people. He looked around rather blankly with his slanted eyes, basically like a child at a loss for what to do. Then he glanced at Li Qingshan before finally moving his feet, making his way over to the other old man. He muttered a little louder, and a female attendant walked past him. In confusion, she heard this sir from the Hawkwolf Guard say, "That's far too fucking arrogant." Qian Rongji stood beside Qian Yannian. She felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and her expression changed abruptly. The old man brought Li Qingshan to his seat and discovered that Li Qingshan had suddenly stopped talking. Li Qingshan gazed at him with his deep, pitch-black eyes and said, "You're trying to harm me, aren't you? You sure know how to joke." The old man smiled, but he was unable to smile anymore very soon. He felt like Li Qingshan's grip on his wrist had become like a pair of iron pincers, gradually tightening. His expression suddenly changed. Boom! 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 3 explosions rang through the hall, echoing through the entire Qian estate. Air surged into the surroundings, and the crowd parted in fright. All they saw was a pitch-black person pointing at Jiao Fei with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but he was unable to say anything. He gave off a burnt smell. Qian Yannian said in surprise and fury, "What did you do?" Jiao Fei had only used this opportunity to stick 3 scarlet fire talismans on the other elder of the Qian family. Afterwards he did not look at anyone. He did not even look at the furious Qian Yannian. Instead he passed through the crowd and looked at Li Qingshan nearby. In the past, Jiao Fei had once thought that even he would be in danger if he was within 10 steps of Li Qingshan. And just how far away was the old man from Li Qingshan? Half a step? Back then, Li Qingshan had only been a first-layer Qi practitioner, but now he was a second-layer Qi practitioner. Within the cries, Li Qingshan grabbed the old man's neck with a single hand and raised him high into the air. An arrogant smile filled with murderousness appeared on his face. With a crack, Li Qingshan snapped the old man's neck and tossed him towards Qian Yannian. "I'll also give you 2 corpses. The gift is small but the sentiment is great. Please accept it."